Alright, I think we're live. Let me double check. Yeah, real quick. Testing, 1, 2, 3. Did I look? How long was I out? It just got turned off from mic and turned back on again. That was weird. Sorry about that. What yeah, so what I was saying is that what I think will happen is that Putin is gonna declare a full-scale war on Ukraine, and he's going to unleash every single piece of artillery he has, on top of hundreds of thousands of troops coming from mainly the east. And I'll just show you on Google Maps. It's like 10 times easier. Oh, here's better. So I'm not seeing anything from Belarus right here, so I think we're fine. What I'm concerned about is that from over here, this region will push all the way over here. Possibly some missiles coming from West Belarus to over here. And Kyiv has to fight 2 crossroads from the west and the east. And yeah, now I'm paranoid about my mic. Oh, we're good. Alright. So what I think will happen, I'll give you more detailed look. So Ukraine is about right here. Right now, like right here. They're gonna go from Bakhmut to here, to here, to here, to here, to here, and back to Kharkiv again, where they were. While with the south, it's gonna go from over here where they're at now to Kherson, then back to Malachiv, then Odessa. We'll have some sort of ship attack. I don't know how true this is, so just guessing. And over here on Chesnishkua, whatever it's called over here, where Russia is at, they're gonna do something to this part over Ukraine. Hopefully not, but we'll see. Is there one in chat? Why is everything broken? Yeah, the what's his name? I pulled it up earlier. Wang Li is going to Moscow today in the afternoon, and that's right around where Putin's gonna give his address later. So I think you think China aiding in this war is gonna happen. And there's nothing on flight radar today that shows any like jets flying around or NATO ships, planes like NATO reconnaissance planes. There's nothing in this general area, so if Putin's gonna do something, he would have like jets flying around right now. And I added a death toll in the bottom. Just estimations from what I saw. It's a lot of bodies, unfortunately. And what I saw is that Poland has closed its last border with Belarus today, which is like right around here. And they deployed, I don't know how many, probably like 1 Patriot surface-to-air missile in Warsaw. And I heard this stupid theory going around that Russia was gonna come from Belarus, like cross this road into Lithuania, and then they're gonna make a land bridge connecting Kaliningrad to Belarus, which effectively means he's gonna cut off all of this and make it to Belarus. I don't know. I don't see any evidence for this, obviously, but it's a regular plane. If they were gonna do something, they're gonna shut down all air traffic over here. Yeah, for viewers, thank you guys for watching. The timer on the top right is how long until Putin's gonna talk. Get a water bowl him a little bit. And I'm just sitting here talking about what's been happening over the past 4 months since I was last on. Am I muted again? Alright, we're good. I should... Taiwan's fine at the moment. It's just a big crater right there. What's the most tracked flight right now? Don't know why 3,000 people are watching this. It's going to NA. Okay, we have it then. We have something going to Lithuania. What is this? And MB 135 BJ. It's a business jet that's unidentified for some reason. Possibly a Serbian world leader. Who knows? Not gonna focus too much attention on that. Anything else? A bunch of helicopters circling over here. Probably a forest fire. Right now I'm not seeing anything like should be red alerts right now. As New York Prep everyone said. Don't be scared, be prepared. Buy his $800 survival kit. You'll be fine. I'm just shocked the way the invasion went. They went like this general direction, and then they backed out. So I don't know what happened. Fucking Christ, fine. Hang on. Excuse me. I don't know if it's working or not. Yeah, it shows no bars. Yeah, hang on, let me just fix my sentence. Hang on. Don't know if stream can hear you, hang on. Not nine. I never did this before, so just give me a few seconds. I'm trying to, I don't know how to look this, I'm sorry.
Oh, what?
Hello?
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 Maple wants us to get on call with him.
Yeah, let me just check if stream is on. Alright, talk.
The stream is on.
Alright, you're good on stream. Alright. Let's go back to the Russian bot things. Yeah, what happened to Russian bots?
So are we finally gonna debate Ukraine since we've been arch enemies?
Yeah, let's see.
Hey, don't be scared, be prepared.
Bro,
Yeah.
lads are finally on stream. Let's fucking go. We finally get them on stream. This is an exciting moment.
The problem is there's nothing for like the past 4 months. Except the rocket attack, but that's normal now.
Don't be scared, be prepared.
What's he saying on Twitter?
Gerald is a little cocky because he proved me wrong this morning.
Dude, you'll argue with me for 20 minutes straight.
Huh?
You're arguing with me for 20 minutes straight.
Yeah, I know. Hey, I admit when I'm wrong.
It's kind of stupid that I didn't come in a more secure car, but whatever.
Hey, I mean, he's in Ukraine. I won't argue with it. I just kept hearing it was like an Israeli delegation, and I was just like, "There's no fucking way he's driving to fucking Ukraine in a fucking sedan, and he drives to Ukraine in a fucking sedan."
Are you ready for nukes to fly over Ukraine in a few hours?
I don't think that's gonna happen.
I think it will. It's gonna be like a shit ton of nukes.
Probably,
Nukes.
probably a bunch of chemicals. That's my guess.
I don't think anything's gonna happen.
Putin should have pulled the trigger and bombed Biden.
That'll be funny. In the midst.
Sure.
3.5 more hours.
I'm not waiting 3.5 hours. I'm just gonna go play some World of Warships and I'm going to bed.
Yeah, so I think Russia, they're doing a good thing. They're denazifying Ukraine, because they're
Shut
not.
up.
Their 3-day special military operation is doing great.
PG, I sent you proof in the DM that Ukraine are Nazis. I don't know why you don't believe me.
Yeah.
Yeah. We're gonna denazify them.
I'm gonna kill you.
Zelensky is a fake Jew. And they have a bunch of Nazis in the eastern part of Ukraine.
Shut up.
America is caused the war in Ukraine.
Oh, yeah, they had those chemical weapons.
Yeah, they had chemical weapons in Hunter Biden's laptop hard drive in Lviv, Ukraine.
Liev or
Lviv, what the fuck you say it?
This thing.
Here, I'm gonna add this Zach guy to the call that also is in the politics.
Yeah.
We're gonna give you a bunch of support on your newscast today.
Did you hear Trump's talking about Ukraine today?
And I've honestly forgot Trump existed.
Same.
I don't really care anymore.
Yeah, I don't care about Trump anymore.
Oh no.
I'll probably care more when the election gets closer, but for now I don't really care.
Yeah, the election is like 21 months away, anyways.
But
I don't. I think the right is really pissing me off.
Yeah, it could be better.
But to be honest, out of all the Democrats you can get, Biden's probably like the least leftist you can get.
That's a lie.
That's
actually-
actually pretty true.
Trust me, I hate his policies, but it could be way more worse if another Democrat was put in there.
Yeah, like Biden is pretty fucking moderate. He doesn't seem like a moderate, but
he's left, but he's not far left.
yeah, of course he's left, but like he's not.
He's
left.
definitely not a moderate. Don't say that. He's no, I will call bullshit on that. I don't think he's-
Well, whatever.
But like, he's better than Bernie Sanders or fucking AOC or Newsom or some shit. But he's still a fucking retard.
Hey.
What?
Don't be using that kind of language.
What, did I say a naughty word?
So, Gerald. So how come you always post propaganda?
It's not really propaganda. Like,
It is propaganda.
it's not. No,
That's the thing.
that-
It's propaganda.
no, the things I post is not nearly as bad as what I saw. Let me just try to figure out
That's
an
what I
example.
don't understand. How do you not acknowledge that it's propaganda?
Yeah, I'm gonna show you. Cause I hate Telegram.
It's real news, you Americans now. Please stop discrediting them.
Don't forget, guys.
Gerald, keep posting it, man. Fuck the West.
Shut up.
Let me just try pulling an example. I'm gonna open anyways. Like,
What's up, Zach? How you doing? Talk to you for a bit.
Yeah, I get it. So the thing about Telegram and Twitter and Telegram are good sources of information of things that are just now happening. but especially whenever it's coming from the sources. Oh, they have a desktop app. I've been trying to look for that.
Yeah.
Especially whenever it comes from fucking, like, you have to take it with a grain of salt, and that's what I try to tell you. You don't take it with a grain of salt. You take it with like.
That's why I say. That's why I say.
Biggest fucking gulp that you can.
That's why I said it's a report. I'm not saying it's true.
But the way you frame it is what I usually have issues with, and what I try to explain to you that it's propaganda, and you frame it as if. And
Can't find a good
your
one.
arguments, the way you argue with it,
See,
is that, huh?
See, like, take this thing for example. I found this post, right? That Ragnar is taking all this land, and I'm not posting it because I don't know if it's true or not.
I'm still waiting for like true.
See, 35 to 50%. See, I don't know if it's true.
Well,
Wait, where are you posting it?
I'm not posting it. I'm just saying I would have posted that if I was like pro-Russian or whatever garbage.
Are you ready to get your mama's credit card and give me $50?
It's not much 15th yet.
See, I feel like I'm not getting that money if I'm right or wrong.
I don't even know what this is at. Weird.
Yeah, you're true. He said he was being legit, so I do think
I don't even know what this is at. Hang on. Ah, dog saying no.
I
Alright.
give him the benefit of the doubt. I don't think he's a lie. What's up, Zach?
Not much.
So apparently, Ragnar is controlling this thing right here,
Well, we're all watching nuclear war happen.
Wait.
Yeah.
which is like
Code.
that's not it.
We'll see what happened at 4 in the morning.
I'm not staying up until 4 in the morning.
I can't find
is
it.
because you're a Nazi? Is that why you don't want to stay up?
Yes.
Oh wow.
Hang on.
Wait,
Yeah,
what the fuck is Yagodny is like somewhere in like fucking Siberia.
yeah. I don't know. I just typed in what this thing is.
Yeah, PT, you should like the Discord group. I bet you're gonna like to see.
The what?
Oh
The
boy.
Discord group.
I'm not gonna say anything.
So it's a village.
The city doesn't exist.
Your bug mood is gone.
Yeah, Buckman's fucked.
Wait. No. They're
Wait.
talking about-
Wait.
I will admit Ukraine's getting raped in Buckman.
Wait.
Like, I don't
Wait.
There's no argument against
Wait. They're saying that Ragnar has this, which is near Kiev.
that. They're not even near Kiev, though.
No, but they're claiming there is.
No, it says it's south of Chernihiv.
Yeah, Chernihiv is... That's in the north. Wait, are they pushing into the north or something?
No.
Well, Chernihiv is in the
Wait,
north.
that's it. Chernihiv is right here.
The fuck?
They're
we
claiming this.
Well, we would know, because then there'd be reports...
Okay, wait. Go back to the map.
Which is this thing right here.
Okay, keep it right there. Wait, go back.
Go back what? The regular map?
No, the map that you were looking at.
His stream is delayed.
Okay, keep it like that.
There can't be no two towns in the same country that's named like this.
You would know more if they started to push in the north.
I don't know. Ragnar's been pretty secretive. I don't know why.
No, dude, if they were in the north, they would be all over fucking
I think if it was a major city, then yeah, but it's just some made up smart.
The Kiev's in the north. If they were in the north, it would be a pretty big deal.
It's not it. Is
You
it?
gotta think about it.
Wait, I
Think
think
about-
I think it is it. It's the same spelling.
Maybe he misspelled it, and it's a city in the east.
It's Google Maps.
Oh, I don't know.
Yeah, if that's. Wait. Okay. Now I'm finding the same town in like 5 different Like it's in Kharkiv, it's in Donetsk, it's
Well, it's
in
probably Donetsk.
Yeah, it's probably this.
Yeah.
It doesn't make sense. Why would it be right here?
Yeah, I will agree.
Hang on.
I will agree though with Gerald. Bakhmut's fucked. Ukraine is they're gonna lose.
It's north of Bakhmut.
Oh yeah,
but-
that explains it.
Well,
Where is it? I hate.
PG, can you agree that Bakhmut's fucked?
Whatever.
I mean, they took like territory from all of these things. They
Yeah,
surrounded it.
Bakhmut would be a pretty
Yeah.
serious loss.
That would hurt.
Ukraine's putting all their resources to defend
The
that.
only thing about Bakhmut, okay, so if you look at where Bakhmut is, the thing about
No,
it
you're
is
forgetting
that
what I know.
it's not about the battle for Ukraine. It's about the battle for the Donbass. That's
No.
all this war is
Yeah,
about
but-
now.
Yeah, but now what I'm saying is the reason it will be a big loss because Ukraine, they had some of their most heaviest losses there because they keep sending.
So
men
is
to the
Russia.
West.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
Rus-
That's the
but
thing. Like you're
Yeah, but you
underscoring
gotta-
the
you
amount of
gotta
people
look
that Russia has lost in Bakhmut as well.
There's a thing you've got to look at though when it comes to like those kind of battles, because yeah, Russia's lost a lot, but they have more people at disposal compared to Ukraine.
Of course, I know that.
So more Ukraine loses, more it will hurt them in the long run. You know what I mean?
It depends because Ukraine still has millions of people that they can draw upon.
Yeah, and countries can just send volunteers over the
I
help.
just don't see a situation. I think they'll get Kherson back.
Ukraine has foreign volunteers.
I think they'll get Kherson back, like the full region back.
oh man,
Maybe they will get back bits of Zaporizhia, but I don't see them getting the Donbass back. I think that's gonna be Russia forever.
Yeah.
I think the Donbass is
Until
like
Russia collapses.
I just don't
Russia's
see.
not lasting. Russia's not
Russia-
lasting the century at this point.
Russia. I don't think they'll ever collapse, dude. They have enough resources to like where sanctions didn't really hurt them that bad. They can just sell their shit to Asia. You know,
I mean-
China, India.
they
Iran.
don't really need Europe as much as
They
Europe.
don't,
needs
but Russia's demographics is fucked.
Yeah,
Like
I
you know how China by 2100 is gonna have like 600 million people. Like they have an aging population and their populations have been like, I mean they're sending their entire young population into a fucking meat grinder.
Yeah, I find it stupid. They're just fucking
That's just
training these
stupidity.
20-year-olds and they're sending them to fight. You know what's fucking crazy? Wagner is doing better than the Russians.
Yeah, I'm shocked.
Exactly.
I'm shocked.
That's the
Surprises me.
stupid thing. Is that a fucking private company is doing better than the actual second largest military in the world.
Fuck, they should have just sent Wagner to Ukraine and Russia probably would have fucking won at the start. Jeez.
Yeah, because they're actually smarter than the actual Russian
Well, no,
generals.
well they're sending straight up fucking 20-year-olds that don't know how to operate a weapon.
They're
in the world.
criminals.
Yeah, obviously, but
Like
But the thing, so, like the thing about Bakhmut, I mean, like, Bakhmut could fall, and then Donetsk, like, I mean, Ukraine is right in the outskirts of Donetsk.
Yeah, but they're not making as much progress like as they should be making to actually get it back. Russia,
Also-
they got a little faulty a few months ago, but they reestablished their front line and they're actually making more advancements again, like in that region. And I don't think that's something we can all agree on because it's been proven.
I think Russia is more focused on Donbass.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
think
because that's all they
realize-
can focus on.
and I
There's
think
nothing else to focus on.
Once they get to Donbass, I think they're gonna consider new plans. But I think Ukraine, what they're gonna do is once they fortify like the Donetsk region, they're gonna push for Kharkiv.
They're not going to take Kharkiv.
They're not, but
Kharkiv-
they're gonna try.
Like if you
They're
think
gonna
if you
try.
think Bakhmut is like a fucked up battle, like Kharkiv or Kiev is going to be even worse.
I didn't say that get. I said they try.
They
I
already
think-
tried and they
They're
failed,
gonna try again.
and
But
they'll
I
fail.
think Kiev is protected now. I don't think Kiev's ever gonna get like fucking attempted again.
Oh,
I
They will not try with Kiev. Kharkiv, they will try, but Kiev, no.
Well, even if they tried to invade now, they made the same. They waited too long, so if they started going now, it's gonna be all fucked up.
But you're saying that they're gonna aim to take over the Donbass. Why would they open another front in Kharkiv?
No, once they like finish off, like what they're gonna do is probably gonna mobilize more men, and as people are fighting in the Donbass, they're gonna start poorly training these fuckers, and they have like hundreds of thousands of men in like Bakhmut or something. They're gonna send another fucking 100,000 men, and just keep sending them until they make advancements, slowly but surely. Like they're making little bits of advancements, but like they're losing a shit ton of soldiers at the same time.
But it's still a stalemate. Like that's literally what a stalemate is. You make some advancements. The Germans would take like 5 miles of land, and then the British would take 5 miles of land somewhere south or north of that.
Yeah,
like it's a stalemate. Like people are making this like sound like Bakhmut is like the end all be all of the war in Ukraine when it's fucking not.
But why is Ukraine sending so many men over there?
Because it's a battle.
That's
the point. No, hang on. Like this is the point that I was trying to make to you that one time, is that it's their fucking land. The battles are not about the city. It's not about the city. It's about the strategic positioning. Bakhmut does have a strategic position in where it is in the Donbass, and if they do that, then they could go after like Kramatorsk or kind of like push deeper. The biggest thing about Bakhmut is that they could make a push for the Dnieper. That's the biggest thing. If Russia can go for the Dnieper, then they can go for Kharkiv. If they get closer to the Dnieper or kind of come up from the south, then yeah, I'm gonna start getting fucking worried. But Bakhmut, really, I mean, there's like several cities in the way, like Sloviansk and Kramatorsk and Kivka. Like, there's a lot of cities in the way past Bakhmut. And it's not about, like, you're saying, like, why are they sending so many men? It's their fucking land. We would be protecting the city of Nome the same amount that we would be protecting Anchorage if the Russians were to invade through Alaska. We would be protecting Augusta, Maine, the same we would be defending Washington, D.C. or New York. Like, it's a city. They're sending people to defend against an invading army. And you're acting like, oh, well, they're just sending people to die. It's a fucking war. They're being invaded. How is that so hard to understand that they're defending their land? It's not like they're just sending, it's not like the United States whenever we would just send people into Iraq and Afghanistan where they were getting killed. Like, because we were the invading force. People, they're sending, and you can think what you want. You're not a military strategist. You're not a military strategist.
I think Gerald is a military. I disagree.
Oh yeah, totally.
Very knowledgeable.
I'm not saying he's not knowledgeable, but at the same time, like you're not thinking about it.
Yeah, no, he's knowledgeable at a certain extent, but sometimes he goes a little overboard. But like, he's not. I don't think he's.
I'm just worried about the ammunition. Because like the tanks and like stuff, because
wait, there's a fucking city in Ukraine called New York.
Where?
Oh, I actually.
Apparently.
Bro, there's literally a city called New York.
Did you hear about what Blinken said?
This thing? Oh wait, this thing?
Just. And I don't think any of you.
What?
There's literally
What's in
there's
here?
a town in Ohio called Russia.
Let's go.
Man, look at New York.
I want to see the Battle of New York in Ukraine.
Oh, that would be.
It's a tire here.
Let's see, I will be.
And yeah, let's go blast.
Oh, I'm inviting that sexy guy.
Man, look at New York. Oh.
Ohio has a Palestine too, don't they?
They have East Palestine. That's where the train derailed.
Do we have any updates on the power plant over here?
I
All
haven't
that
heard
shit,
anything.
all that burning chemicals is coming towards Ontario now.
I'm avoiding it. I saw the map. I'm avoiding it.
Yeah, no, it's
Luckily,
coming towards us.
Luckily, I'm down south.
Yeah, I'm in Texas.
Yeah, I don't know why
Florida.
they're making a bigger deal about it than ever. People are gonna get cancer like in 10 years.
And Biden chose Ukraine over them.
No, see, that's the other thing
See,
that
the thing-
pisses me off. That's the thing that pisses me off is people are like, "Oh my God, Biden's in Ukraine while a town in Ohio is being exposed to chemicals." Like, number one, that's not like the federal government is already involved. They're
Not
already
rea-
doing
not
their
really.
job. Yes, they are, because number one,
They just send
the
it.
federal government cannot step in until the state requests it. They can send FEMA in there to analyze the situation, which they do, and they did literally the same day. But they cannot do any sort of like federal state of emergency or anything like that until the state requests it. Which the state of Ohio did not request it.
Double checking.
Until February 16th.
Bro, he's double checking, man. You hear that?
I can't spell.
I know I can hear him just going. Ba, 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 ba.
Yeah, I can hear that teeth. I can hear that keyboard.
He's slapping that keyboard. He's beating the shit out of it.
That is coming
like
up.
I
Are
do.
you missing keys?
He types like I do.
Oh, I just do this.
I have a quiet ass
Ditto.
keyboard. It doesn't make clicking sounds.
No, like type in like Ohio requests federal help.
Down in Ohio, sway like Ohio.
There's another explosion in Ohio.
Good.
I feel like America's.
See, he did it.
Dude, you think about it, you guys had unidentified objects, and now you have fucking trains around all America blowing up
I
with
think
chemicals and
that-
shit.
America? No, we've been under attack. There's a
I
lot
think
of
you guys
drugs.
are currently
There's a
under attack, bro. I feel like these are like secret missions by like Chinese and Russians to blow up your fucking chemicals.
There's a lot of fentanyl coming in from Mexico, and fentanyl is literally manufactured in China.
No, I'm just saying, I think China and Russia, they're sending agents there to sabotage these trains and shit.
Some
That's
Chinese
probably what's
guys.
happening.
Some Chinese guys going to Moscow today.
Yeah, there's
Wang
the
Li.
minister is going to fucking Russia for the speech today. And I think China, there's rumors that they're gonna send Russia ammo and tanks and shit. Blinken
I'm
even
pretty
said
sure
it.
they're going to.
Yeah,
just like us.
Blinken thinks that China's gonna give Russia tanks and ammunition. And there's Chinese government officials heading to the speech today.
And they already have Iranian drones.
Oh, what's up? Guys, this is my girlfriend that just joined. He's like my girlfriend, you know?
He?
Totally a woman. No, he just joined.
Hey,
Yeah, see, he's a beautiful woman.
You sound sexy.
yeah.
Yeah, he
Well,
has nice
something cool.
titties.
You know something cool? My dick is 8 inches and 2 centimeters. That's
Interesting.
by the gods.
But that's the other thing about the Ohio derailment is that it's like the state of Ohio fucked this more than the federal government ever could.
No, but
So like
Ohio
the
for
fact that
ya.
people are the fact that people are trying
Yeah,
to
is that-
like pin this on like Biden or some shit just because like Biden isn't running into Ohio right now, like that's just fucking stupid.
no, but the thing is
You're
that
you're basically saying like, why isn't he there? Like, and you're calling like some people are calling like the fucking visit to Ukraine a photo op. It's just a fucking photo op for him to go. Like in your logic, it's just a fucking photo op. What's the point of him going except to just shake a couple
Wait,
of
is it?
hands?
Honestly, PJ, I think you're dick sucking it a little too much. But you're like,
No,
no,
I'm not. No, I'm not dick sucking Biden on
Yeah, I
that
don't know.
because my point is valid. What else can he do except
acknowledge it. He never acknowledged it publicly.
But you said it was like the best thing in the century, and you're ignoring Bin Laden getting fucking popped, Trump going to North Korea, all that other shit. We're like, no, Biden going to Ukraine is the best thing in the century.
Exactly.
10% for the
Obama
big guy.
with Putin.
I love Biden. I love kids too. Kids are my favorite.
Sleepy Joe.
What is Putin saying on Twitter?
Kind of agree to chill, that is kind of because that was definitely like more important things happened in this country.
You should search up Joe Biden prescription medication. Interesting things will happen.
What?
Oh my god, Putin hasn't tweeted since last March.
Yeah, you wanna know something really cool? Joe Biden
Yeah,
is on,
He got
like,
ratioed, man. He got ratioed so hard.
I think he got banned from Twitter.
No, I think he got ratioed so hard. Look at this, 42,000 comments and 7,800 likes.
I did have that.
How many
I think
retweets?
PG's trying to talk.
Let's go back to...
Hang on.
I'm pretty sure he's not banned though. I don't get it. Right, 24th. We're gonna start.
Hey, do you guys want my address?
Yes.
I live at 2633 Soapbox Elmore Road, British Columbia.
What was it?
Pull up.
2633 South.
He's fucking
Yeah.
serious, though.
He's
But PG,
This
you
is
kind of get what I
live,
mean by
dude.
how it sounds like dick sucking.
It's not dick sucking though. That's
You
the
said
thing.
that was the best thing to happen in the century.
I mean,
Who's the
Trump did a
best
photo op of Kim.
like,
Yeah, no,
because-
it's an actual photo op though. Look at this.
And that's what I said. That's what I said. Whenever you brought up the Trump going to North Korea thing, like that's whenever I was like, okay, second best thing.
No, but Bin Laden was the second best thing, bro. That was like the best thing that happened in the world.
Okay, third best thing.
No, the third one was
Shut up. That's as far as I'm
no,
going.
No. The third one was Rihanna before she got pregnant.
Shut the fuck up.
She's ugly as fuck now.
Here's Elon
Dude,
Musk
yeah.
holding a wrench.
I could totally tell that she was pregnant when that happened.
Here's Elon Musk holding a
It was
wrench.
fucking. Did you see how she was like rubbing her fucking clitoris on stage? It was the most sexualized halftime show ever.
No, it wasn't.
Oh,
It
fuck
wasn't even
off.
that bad.
Scratching and sniffing her pussy, and like fucking in front of millions of people.
Okay, actually, yeah, it was because I remember my dad like just looking at it, going, "Whoa!"
Yeah, and then the fucking
Yes.
the background dancers were like fucking humping the air. That was so sexualized.
Did Steve say anything on
good-
Twitter?
The only good performance of the Super Bowl was the fucking national anthem by that Chris Stapleton guy. That was a really
Actually,
good.
yeah, that was really good.
Okay, enter.
Damn,
Pri-
she-
okay, enter private information.
What? What's important?
Which Twitter?
What is it, News Daddy?
Oh, you got banned on Twitter for logging into my computer.
Oh, what's this news, dude?
I'm just trying to see what Steve liked on Twitter.
He probably likes fucking gay furry black porn.
He did that once, I think.
Who
I
doesn't
know
like
he had
gay
fucking
furry
busy
black porn?
spot messaging him.
Or
He was on
he's just
Twitter.
busy. Or he's busy bashing Twitter.
He's a fucking goof.
Tsunami
He looks
alert.
like, no, you know what Steve looks like? He looks like Mailhouse from the fucking Simpsons.
Mailhouse?
Yeah, he looks like fucking Mailhouse. Am I wrong? Look at his fucking face.
Who?
This guy.
This guy that me and fucking Gerald troll all the time.
No, his moderators on Twitch are so goddamn awful.
Oh, his mods give me fucking cancer. It'd be a real shame if someone doxed all his moderators.
Oh yeah, Russia had this today.
Laura, why do you have Mailhouse on your screen, dude?
Mailho, what?
You need to fucking Photoshop glasses on him, dude.
Yes. Alright, did you see what happened to Turkey? Look at this.
But sure,
Yeah,
we got
It's some blue light happening.
Another one.
And another one.
Another one.
Oh, I literally got banned on Twitter.
Another one.
So
This is my only tweet.
Jeffrey, can you give Gerald a halftime performance? Mr. Sponge.
I don't know.
Shut up, you
I,
Nazi.
I have RT up just in case.
Ukraine is Nazi. Russia is better. Ukraine Nazi.
Russia is based.
Yeah, Ukraine.
See, like,
Ukraine
see,
Nazi,
these
yeah.
videos, so saying it's from Kyrgyzstan, but I don't know. I just don't know. Could be anyway.
I love how you're on Twitter looking at fucking AZ politics.
See, he doesn't know how to look on all these other fucking sources.
Oh
What
yeah.
is it?
Oh yeah, this is this thing.
What is this?
The UN Security Council
Wait, go
meeting. What? This thing?
Oh yeah, so they're showing Russia committing war crimes?
This?
No, go up.
No, I think that's in Turkey actually. Not.
Yes, Turkey.
No, the white phosphorus.
Where?
No, I low key feel like America blew up that
Wait.
pipeline. Now.
We did.
Shut up.
No, we honestly did.
No, we didn't.
Biden literally said he's gonna do it.
Where's your proof?
Pipeline.
Him saying it!
We will make sure the pipeline doesn't happen.
Where's your proof?
Biden literally said it.
Why would Russia?
When
blow
did
up the
Biden say it?
pipeline?
Oh my
Why
god.
would Russia
Why
blow up-
would?
Why would Russia blow up their like $1 billion pipeline?
Not that
And
one.
why
would we risk everything with our allies just because we felt like it?
America does shady. America does some shady.
Alright, here it is.
Yeah, and you're acting like the Russians don't do shady shit. Like
They don't.
I
They don't
am,
blow up the
but-
pipeline though. That's stupid.
They did. I think they blew it up, but depending on Russia.
But I said.
Yeah, just like
Yeah,
the-
we have
just like the Ukrainian missile in Poland.
we have closely coordinated our efforts to stop the Nord Stream 2 pipeline if Russia further invaded Ukraine.
Yeah, fucking yeah, Gerald's right. The Biden
yeah,
did say-
diplomatically, but they're not
No,
gonna
no.
they're not gonna blow
Biden
it
said
up.
on his speech, we will make sure it's gone. Like we'll make sure.
You're literally assuming off of just one thing that was said.
Oh yeah.
Biden
Oh yeah.
and
You see this hypocritical thing?
But I do don't think.
Where is that?
Well, okay, well, I get your point on America, but why would Russia blow up a $6 billion project?
Yeah. I remember this.
Like,
Yeah.
if they're already having economic troubles, why would they blow it up?
Because
Exactly.
well, number one, what are you talking about? Like economic troubles? They don't buy anything from. They don't sell anything to Europe anymore.
Well,
They're sanctioned.
eventually they're going to start selling to Europe again. So why would they blow it up?
Not now.
See, look,
why-
look, $11 billion.
why would they blow it up? Like, I just think it's just my thing. Like, I just think it's kind of weird. Or maybe
So-
it couldn't
okay,
have been,
okay, listen, listen,
America.
listen.
It could have been Poland or something. Who knows?
Exactly. So we don't fucking know. I'm at right at this point that we're talking right now. I'm not saying the Russians did it, but the Americans didn't do it either.
Yeah, well, maybe Americans and Russians, but it was definitely
That was the Chinese.
Poland, Finland, maybe, because that new pipeline coming from the Nordics. Could've been
Norway.
Finland,
Germany.
Poland.
Germany probably.
Germany, yeah.
It could have been Germany. It could have been Poland. I mean, honestly, with the way that the relations have been, it could the most likely culprit could have been Poland.
Yeah.
But anything you're saying is pure conjecture, because you're basically saying, like, you're going off of a press release saying, oh well, the United States said that they're gonna make sure that it doesn't happen. No, you're literally saying and assuming off of one press release and a couple of statements from Biden that's the whole fucking basis of your argument. There's no argument.
This- the- God.
So I believe him.
Yeah, and you're going off of like people off of like fucking. You're going off of people off of fucking like Telegram telling you like, oh, the United States did it. So, like,
Yeah, it was
you
fair,
don't
so
have
yeah.
any solid basis of
They-
your argument that the United States did it.
They saw like on radar the like American jet plane thingy majig was circling over the area where the pipeline blew up before it happened.
No, it was a helicopter. It was an ASW helicopter.
What was it? Hang on. USA plane before
Bro, you have
North.
like 60 tabs open. Your computer's like fucking.
My computer's like 6 years old.
Yeah, I have like 20 tabs You're streaming on fucking OBS.
Fade American journalist said USA blown up Nord Stream.
You guys get ready for fucking Gerald's like old fucking computer to blow up because he does not know how to close tabs. Look how much tabs he has open. Jesus Christ.
I know he has all the fucking porn tabs ready to go.
I want to see how bad it is, man.
You should
Oh my
show us
god.
your-
Oh my god. Eh.
Yes,
Go on
please
Twitter
use-
and Aliyev.
Yes,
Aliyev
please
is always on my For You.
please
Show
use
us-
the website. It's called In
Oh my
Defense
god,
of
he's on
Marxism.
RT America, dude. He's on RT.
Why is my memory high?
Show us
Yes.
your search
RT got
history,
banned on
dude.
YouTube.
Show us your search history.
I got banned on YouTube.
Show us no, I mean,
RT.
your Google search history. You want to see what websites you went on.
But again, my main YouTube channel is banned in China. My politics channel is probably gonna get banned in China too.
Yes, yeah.
Why boy one so gooder than
Why did I have Reddit open? Oh, so yeah, this. Look at this. I'm right here.
Yeah, Zach,
I
I would have reached out to the Turks I know on YouTube, but Turkey banned me.
I'll tell Nazar to point that.
Oh,
I just have this open. I just have this open for the Putin thing.
What?
I think Gerald watches furry porn. I really think he does. I don't know what you guys think, but I think Gerald watches furry porn.
possibly.
No.
Jeff,
Yes.
you think he watches furry porn?
I typed in F and look what came up.
Possibly.
Yeah, search up POR. And then you should full screen you watching Pornhub on your screen.
See, nothing. It's nothing. See, nothing came up.
He deleted his cookies.
How? I have one monitor.
Hey, look, real talk. If Poland is they did blow up the pipeline, it's the Jews who did it. Like, they control a lot of shit in the government.
I'm gonna fucking
They're the
kill
majority.
myself.
Oh my god.
They're the majority.
Who's this?
They are the majority. They are the majority.
What's this?
The majority of what? What?
What's this?
They're the majority.
What's this?
Yeah,
What's this?
Yo, hang on,
It
sir.
was
I'm gonna
Jews.
report this stream for sexual content.
It was Jews. It was
Wait.
Jews.
Why is
It
it?
was Jews.
I'm
What?
reporting this stream for suggestive but without nudity sexual content. This breaks the terms of service, and your channel will now be taken off.
It was the Jews that fucking blew up the pipeline.
He's
Connie is
speaking
right.
He's speaking Jew speak right now.
This business.
Who is this man?
I don't know.
My
my
name's Big Man. My name's Big Man.
Okay, Big Mac.
You're gonna call me Daddy.
Okay, mommy.
Yes, sir.
Oh yeah.
Is
I'm gonna
it?
turn you into- You're gonna be my little Goyim slave.
Yes, daddy.
I don't see RT.
Daddy, please be gentle.
Here. So most people in Russia are Orthodox Christian. Here is a line from the Kabbalah. It is always in a Jew's nature to deceive the Christians. They are Orthodox Catholic there.
Bro, what the
Now,
fuck?
yeah, it's real. I can show you the quote. I'll
I'm
cut
gonna
it
kill
out.
myself. Is this guy alright?
No, he hates Jews.
You genuinely invited a anti-Semite into this stream?
I mean,
Okay, but it's a
we'll make the stream more
you're
entertaining.
gonna
You know?
you
No, yeah, let's make this stream entertaining by inviting
We'll call it
Hear
anti-Semites.
me out, hear
They
me out.
should really check your DMs. you
No,
know?
no, no. There's no hearing, nothing out.
Look
Shut
at my
up.
DMs.
Watch, he's
Dude.
gonna bring up the USS Liberty in like
No,
5
no, no, no.
minutes.
You're gonna
Look at
call
my
me
DMs.
anti-Semitic, but it's
Before
a
you get
real quote.
There's also quite a few Muslims in Russia.
Yeah, but they're
Mashallah.
probably dead.
No, they're
Wait,
they're
look
in
at
the
your
Dagestan
DMs, and then
region.
you'll understand why they voted.
Listen, hear me out. So here's another quote. Okay, here's another quote. When the Jewish people want to basically dumb down the white race, which is what they're actually going to do, because most Christian majority people are white. They're going to intermix races. The CEO of Blacked, the thing on Pornhub with that logo on the
I like how he knows exactly what black is.
It's a Jewish guy.
John
He's Jewish,
Simmons.
but he's Jewish. You know,
John Simmons.
World Economic Forum. They're gonna make you eat the bugs. Leader of the guy there, he's Jewish.
I have a question for you, since you claim you know lots about Jews.
Can't say shit.
Is it true that they use foreskin as earbuds?
Yes. Because if you're circumcised, you are a Jewish slave.
Wait, the guy that runs Blacked, he's a white guy.
Yeah, he's Jewish.
I could tell.
Oh yeah, he was Jewish.
Yeah. Hey,
He's-
it's just like I don't remember the comedian's name, but he said one time, like, when it's the Italians, it's the mafia. When it's the Irish, they're the mob. But when it's the Jews, it's a complete coincidence and nothing is wrong.
This is dangerous.
Very odd if I might say so myself.
This guy.
I wonder if YouTube's gonna like this anti-Jewish talk.
Exactly.
Post Malone is actually connected to the Greg Lansky guy.
I don't think the channel's
Yeah,
monetized, so you should be fine.
He's a Nazi. It makes so much sense.
Yeah.
Zelensky is like secretly, like.
He never wears a suit.
You know, his last name is Sky, right? That's has a lot of Jewish connotations to it, like Krasinski.
See, what is this? I don't get what they're talking about.
I like how
It's like
Buddy has no issues whatsoever of people talking shit about Jews on his stream.
See, like, look at this. How's it? What? Claims
What?
about the successful Ukrainian counteroffensive, which saw Ukraine take back the Dacha areas, are completely untrue. Footage emerged today of our units conducting large-scale offensive operations on the outskirts of Uruguay.
But when they use the word completely untrue, that makes me feel like it is true.
I need to see the footage. Where is the footage?
Ah, yes, the footage means that it's real.
I mean,
What
if
made you hate Jewish people? Like, what drove you to make you hate them? Yeah, like, why do you hate them? Like, there must have been some reason. Like,
Okay, well, if you really look into it, a majority of the world's businesses are controlled by Jews. It just can't. It's too much of a coincidence. I was doubtful at first too. You know, it's okay to be doubtful, but when you look at the grand scheme of things,
Just this thing too.
compare quotes of the Kabbalah to what businesses they run. They correlate.
Yeah, but what would you do if someone in this call right now is Jewish?
Sorry?
He's listening to Sacred
See,
War.
there's this thing.
Yeah, please.
A number of sources report a high activity of the aviation of the Russian armed forces at airfields. Earlier, enemy intelligence published data on the transfer of aircraft to the western borders.
I have a question, man.
Wait,
So
this,
if someone
is there
was-
another TNO enjoyer in here?
If there was someone that was like Jewish, in this call, what would you do?
Dude. PG, I literally know that song. That is Sacred War.
Hell yeah.
I have a question though. What would you do if someone's Jewish in this call? Because I might be Jewish or something.
I might be Jewish.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and I'm gonna help this guy out. 4 a.m.
Like,
EST.
Yeah, what if we kick capture? What if we're all Jewish?
I'll kill you.
Whoa.
Come find me.
Fight
I'll
me.
kill you in
Fight
real life.
me.
Let's go.
Fight me.
I'll kill you in real life.
Do it.
Are you,
Bro,
are you
I'm waiting.
kidding?
Dude, what are you guys talking about?
This guy hates Jewish people.
I really
Who's this
doubt any
guy?
of you are- I
Wait.
really doubt any of you are Jews though.
Now
I
he's
can,
listening.
I can
Look-
sense the Aryan blood.
Look in
I can
chat.
sense the Aryan blood.
Look in chat.
Jesus fucking Christ.
What? Wait, what happened?
Look in chat. My chat.
This is turning into a fucking religious war.
I'm just waiting for Putin to talk. You guys are just talking about Jews and black and porn.
Wait,
and...
well, I go by faster.
Wait, what's in chat?
My chat.
Someone just mentioned
So,
Dagestan. and
Casper,
Chechnya.
are you like German or something? You like study the Hitler book every day?
Mein Kampf.
Then I'm gonna hold a grudge because of what the Germans did to my mom's side of the family.
For some reason,
But
for some
honestly,
reason,
listen, you know,
what?
aren't the Jewish people the ones that like send? This is a question though. Aren't like the Jewish people the ones that send like the whites over to take over Canada and kill all the natives?
Exactly.
Oh, that is true.
4,000
Yeah.
people. 4,000 people are tracking this plane right now.
Well, if that is true, then I honestly probably won't feel too bad because they killed all my people.
It's a private.
Who funded Spain for Columbus's journey?
We did.
The Spanish?
No, not the Spanish. The Spanish were fucking poor. Who
Italy.
funded them? The Spanish were in debt for like 200 years.
Watch, he's gonna connect this
Um,
to Jews now.
Italians.
There's another private plane heading towards Russia.
Okay, well, if you don't like Jewish people, what's your opinion on black people?
Oh, well, they're fine. I mean, it's not like they have like a grand scheme of fans and things.
Okay, what do you think about Asian people?
Asian people, well, they're fine too.
What do you think
they
about
just-
Hispanic people?
Those are basically the same as black. You're asking questions that are like pretty redundant.
I don't know why we're talking about this.
What do you think of Taiwanese people?
Dog eater.
Me
Oh
too.
yeah.
Me too. Hey, do we have any updates on Taiwan lately?
No.
I haven't heard anything.
The last thing we
Other
knew
than
was like
Mike
6 months ago when they're
other
like
than-
lining up over here.
Other than Mike Minahan thinking in 2025 we'll be at war with China.
No, sooner. It's way sooner than
Nah,
2025.
Probably by then, because we'll be coming off an election in 2025.
This is boring. What am I supposed to do without my daddy Putin?
So he is your daddy.
He said, technically we are all related. Keep posting anything with substance, please. He hasn't posted in 9 hours. Oh no. Oh no.
Oh yeah. Yo, PG, you should confront this anti-Jewish guy on your live stream. Just fucking
Every time,
debate him live.
every time I play Hoi 4 and either China or Russia invade someone, Iran is gonna immediately send
Trump
all
posted
invaders.
this. Hey
On
Trump.
True Social.
Yeah, look.
What about Donald Trump?
What did the orange man say?
Orange.
It's on my screen.
I'm just seeing fucking porn on your screen, man.
How does he do it on Truth Social anyways?
True Social.
Oh, yeah, pay for it.
It's like a fucking shitty
Yeah,
version
it doesn't
of Twitter.
even work. It doesn't even work either.
Oh
It's
gosh.
so bad.
I know people who've had it. They told me you do not want to.
Elon Musk should just sell Twitter to Trump.
Trump doesn't have $44 billion though.
Oh yeah, Trump is kind of. He is kind of going broke. That's true.
See, he also posted this.
Donald Trump's becoming a guilty.
See, he also posted this.
Yeah, it's gay too. They charge you like $2 a week just to fucking have premium on there. Like, who the fuck would pay that just to fucking type on there?
Look what Trump said.
Yeah.
What did your daddy say?
Look, just like.
Just read it out to me, because I'm just trying.
If you watch and understand the moves being made by Biden on Ukraine, he assists them adequately, but perhaps unknowingly pushing us into what could soon be World War III. How
Okay,
crazy.
PG, what's your opinion? What do you think Trump would do, like if he was in this
I mean,
position?
he's been-
He'd be spending too much time screaming on Twitter.
You don't think he would
He-
send like you?
I think he would have gotten a plan by now, and not just keep sending aid.
Wait. Go back to home.
at home.
Look how many people are talking in the topics. No one fucking uses Truth Social.
I know. Shit.
I mean, how they have 4.91 million followers?
Dude, they have truths. 3 truths.
Truths.
Literally, it's just.
Ooh, we made a video.
I lost the election. He's a fucking sore loser.
Yeah, Trump got fucking
Yeah.
smoked in that.
I still don't believe Biden got 81 million people. That's just not
Okay, what else did he get?
probably like.
Don't even go there.
Biden
Well,
is
okay,
still.
well, Jared, you gotta
Biden
realize too,
is, like,
everyone was
still-
home with the pandemic, right? So more people voted because like they had nothing else to do and they just were told to vote. So it does
Yeah,
make
my
sense
parents.
like, why it was
Yeah,
high.
my parents voted through mail-in ballot.
Yeah, that's a
Yeah.
problem.
It's not really a problem.
It's
Well,
a
the
problem.
thing is, dude, you just gotta take the victory like a man and don't be a liberal and cry about it.
Whatever happened to election day, huh?
Well, the pandemic kind of happened.
Yeah, but
Oh.
Well, no, like early voting. I've voted early in almost every election I've been able to vote in.
then,
I'm voting
then why
for
not have
Biden.
election day off so people who would could just vote throughout the day?
That's-
Easy solution.
Yeah, well, if they did that, there would still be high turnouts, of course.
Because
Yeah.
early voting also allows people that don't have the time to sit in line and go vote, like, to vote.
Yeah,
I
well,
just don't trust it. This new system just started during COVID. I just don't trust it.
What's so bad about early voting? You
I
go,
mean,
it's the
this
same
election-
thing. It's just
Yeah.
that you don't have to.
Yeah, well,
You don't have
this
to
election
take
was
time
not
out of your
that
day on
bad.
election day.
Look at my ad.
Midterms wasn't that bad. Like they counted the votes way quicker.
Yeah, I just don't see how. I just don't see how it took 4 days.
Yeah, but if Trump lost the first time, I don't think it's smart to have him
Okay.
go again.
See, listen to this. Listen to this. The thing about the fucking early voting, and people like complaining about how long it takes to count the votes. No, think about this. You want the votes to be counted in a quick fashion, right?
Florida does it like in 4 hours. If they have like
Right.
30 million people.
So,
Yeah, but with
why-
8
so
million
if you
of
wanted to
people
go,
vote.
if you wanted to go into a fucking, if you wanted to go into like a fully paper ballot scenario, like, you know, it would take literally like a month for us to count a sufficient amount of votes to know the winner of the election.
Yeah,
Uh,
so like
uh,
basically.
Then what happened before 2020 then? Everything was counted in one day.
No, it wasn't.
Population. Well, you gotta realize
That's the
because
thing. That's
population
that's your like your misconception about it. It wasn't counted in one day. It's that they declared a winner in one day because a lot of elections were not as close as they are now. The reason that it's so contentious now is because the elections are closer now. The only election that we've had as of recently that wasn't close was 2008 and 2012. 2016, yeah. The last time we didn't have a close election was Obama, because Obama won by such a strong majority.
Yeah, that was like a
And-
landslide.
Yeah, he won by a landslide both fucking times.
Yeah.
Trump didn't win by a landslide, and it was declared by 50,000 votes in 3 different
Well,
states.
Trump lost the popular vote like 2 times.
Yeah, like and in
No,
2020, it
no.
was still a very close election. It was decided by again like 70,000 to 100,000 votes in 4 different states. And like these close elections, it's just that it's more it's more like just paid attention to, basically. Like, go back to 2000. I mean, shit, we didn't know who the fucking winner was for a month and a half.
If our elections were dictated by popular votes, then Democrats would win every single time.
No, they wouldn't.
Yeah, they would.
Yeah, no, I agree with them. They would.
Okay, so then the Republicans
Hillary
are
would
gonna
have
have
won in
to
2016.
Republicans are gonna have to campaign in a way.
Yeah, but what I noticed with American media, most of it's like leftist bias. It's like more on the bias
Yeah.
left.
CNN.
And then when you have most of the news stations promoting leftist bullshit, of course.
Isn't this what NY Prep was following? War News PL.
But PG, you know what I mean? Like all the media leans towards the left, so of course more people are.
But
gonna
no
watch
one
it.
watches the media. No one watches it.
Anymore because they suck. They were there for Trump and now
I
Trump.
think Fox
Exactly.
Is
So you're worried about like the people that are already like have their minds made up watching
Well,
news
Fox-
networks that no one watches.
Big tech is controlled, like bias.
See, New York Pepper was posting this picture.
Yeah, and Fox News
Wait, like,
is
Gerald thinks
extreme
it's
right.
I've asked him a lot too.
Yeah, Newsmax is extreme right. Fox News is
Yeah,
extreme
but-
right. Like you're
Yeah.
worried about CNN whenever you have fucking Fox News.
But
it goes both ways.
But the thing is, CNN are known liars.
No,
News
there's
isn't
no
even
there's no other
classified
thing.
as
There's no
news.
other thing. Like both of them are wrong.
How's Fox?
Fox News isn't even
How the fuck
Fox
did
News
CNN
isn't even classified as
bought it?
news.
And
It's
the government,
entertainment.
like, fucking didn't kill him for like years. Like and they were able to go to his cave and interview him,
Who?
and then fucking the government didn't even get to kill him for another like 10 years.
Osama bin
Because
Laden.
we found him before 9/11.
Yeah, we didn't do anything about
Why
it.
was there news reporters talking about it?
There was nothing to do.
The government knew that bin Laden was planning to
We
attack.
gave Bin
Yeah,
Laden
9/11 was
weapons.
like there was
before.
months before it happened.
It's just like the FBI with school shooters. They know that the guy's gonna shoot up the school and they don't do anything about it.
No. Like, do you know why we couldn't do anything about 9/11 even though we knew there was a threat?
Because they were
You know
training in
why?
Florida.
No. Huh?
We were coming off an election.
Yes. An election that was so
9/11
close that was
My-
decided by 500 votes.
9/11 could have been prevented if they had better airport security.
It was 2001. I highly doubt
I
anyone.
know,
And
but they had
we
threats about
even-
9/11. They had threats.
By the
about
way,
9/11.
You guys
So why
probably
not
didn't.
security?
You guys probably hardly know about this, but we actually gave Bin Laden money and weapons before. He was in
When?
the Mujahideen.
Oh,
He
Obama
was in
gave
the
ISIS.
Mujahideen.
Obama
Not
gave
really.
He-
Obama gave ISIS.
Bin Laden was in the Mujahideen when the
Obama-
Soviets invaded Afghanistan.
Obama gave fucking ISIS a shit ton of weapons too.
We didn't have
Yeah.
contact with them and no. Osama was a financier of the Mujahideen, but he wasn't in control of the Mujahideen.
That was out. Jesus Christ.
No, I'm not saying he. I'm not saying he was. He was in the Mujahideen, but he was more of a. He was more of that financier role.
Yeah, he was a key figure of the Mujahideen because he funded them from Saudi Arabia, but he wasn't like we didn't give Osama weapons.
Honestly, Obama,
Wasn't-
Osama
Wasn't Zarqari in the Mujahideen?
besides the terrorism.
Zarqawi?
See, yeah, they got a question. Do you people believe this?
Believe what?
From the Ministry of Defense of Ukraine, these numbers,
Sometimes they
Do
post.
you?
these numbers.
Sometimes they post good information, but lots of it is propaganda. It's
Like,
deceptive.
how did they know they already blew up one of these?
See, no, that's what I tried to tell you, Gerald, is that you don't want to listen to either side's Ministry of Defense or any sources that come from either side.
Harold.
Both sides are shit.
I mean, 143,000 Russians lost is like a lot. Need to get
Hey, but
820 a day.
you're listening to propaganda numbers. It doesn't matter if it's Russian and it doesn't matter if it's Ukrainian. Both sides are going to fucking lie about the battlefield losses.
My opinion.
They are not the source that you want to come to when it comes to battlefield losses.
Well, here's my.
They're not.
I don't care what any of you guys say. I think Ukraine's lost almost 300,000 men, and Russia's getting close to 200,000.
You're making that number out of thin air. Shut up.
It's just estimations.
Well, no, dude, you're telling me Ukraine, they're getting pummeled by hundreds of thousands of soldiers, and they're
You don't know how many people they've lost.
Yeah,
Nobody does.
But we don't know.
We will never will.
We don't know. The Russians
So,
don't know,
my
and the
point
Ukrainians
is,
don't
so
know.
then why do we go around right, saying, "Oh, Russia lost this much men"? No, that wasn't. But we can't say like, "Oh, Ukraine," but they probably lost way more too.
It doesn't help that Ukraine hit the death toll.
No, I think yeah,
So
both
does the
both
Russians.
countries.
What are you talking about?
I'm pretty sure Russia didn't hide the death tolls from people.
Yes, they do. What the
Yeah,
fuck are you
Russia
doing, man? Like, come on.
Russia.
This is why I yell at you so fucking much. You like, why do you think the Russians are trustworthy?
Yeah, Russia definitely. They said they had 80. No, Russia.
Yeah.
In the 100.
Yeah, but here's the thing. They say they burned in it.
No, let me finish. Russia is definitely in the hundreds of thousands, but Ukraine is definitely, I think, they're over 200,000. Ukraine has.
The guy was right. He said 200,000 Russian soldiers have been killed or wounded since the start of the
Yeah,
invasion.
I think Ukraine has more losses, like men.
Military losses, I'm pretty sure it's over 100,000 on both
Yeah,
combined.
definitely.
Combined, at least.
Yeah, definitely.
Like,
Yeah,
but
100%.
that's what I'm trying to tell you, Gerald. Like, you keep saying like, oh well, the Ukrainians keep hiding their battlefield losses. The fucking Russians do too. Like you're painting the Ukrainians as like this evil empire, as if the Russians aren't the ones that are
they're not both
commencing this war.
They're not both
Like,
saints.
Like you literally act like the Ukrainians are the bad ones here when they're fucking not.
Yeah, they're bad. They're just as bad as Russia.
No, they're not.
Dude,
I'm sorry, but you're fucking wrong.
They literally banned like, what is it? Orthodox churches.
Orthodox church? Orthodox? Oh yeah, you're gonna take that fucking out of context again?
What do you mean out
We're
of
gonna go through
context?
this again? We're gonna go through this again? You wanna talk about that?
How you spell ortho?
Well, he's aggressively typing.
Yeah,
Fucked up.
what website is it? I don't know. Zelensky signed to say this.
AP News: Ukraine bans religious organizations with links to Russia. Emphasis. Ukraine on Friday banned the activities of Russia religious organizations affiliated with centers of influence in Russia and said that it would examine the links between Ukrainian and Russian Orthodox churches. Now, keep in mind that the Ukrainian Orthodox and Russian Orthodox churches are extremely closely linked because Ukraine and Russia are so closely culturally together. And what he's doing is that he is banning the ones that have Russian financing and have very specific Russian connections.
But the only thing I don't like about it, just like the one thing about it, is there is lots of ethnic Russians in the east in Ukraine. So if you're cutting off their part, it's kind of, what about the Russians that live in Ukraine and they're kind of being cut off? You know what I mean?
And this is actually several years like building, because so back in 2019 there was a schism between the Ukrainian and Russian Orthodox churches, and so that's another thing that kind of plays into this. So this isn't necessarily a prosecution of religious liberty. It's them trying to do this. It's them trying to like look into like just what the Russians could be using to try to undermine Ukrainian security. Now, when the war is done, they'll get rid of those restrictions.
I highly doubt it.
Like you're not a democracy. Ukraine is not a democracy. Right?
Then why did we keep?
Well, I mean,
Yeah, but
hang on. Let me finish. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Let me finish. Because you're taking one thing that I just said out of context because I said it, and we've had this conversation before. They're under martial law. They have heightened military powers, and you're gonna sit here and say, why are we funding someone that isn't a democracy? Like, we're giving them money and weapons because we are helping them because they're an aspiring ally democracy in Europe. Now, when they are being invaded, they're being invaded by another country, which is going through and slaughtering their people and committing a genocide in Bucha, they have to take some measures like we have in the past in any democracy at war against a formidable enemy. They have to take those kinds of actions. They're not good. In 1861, whenever the Civil War started, Abraham Lincoln suspended habeas corpus. Basically said they could hold you as long as they fucking wanted, for no reason at all, because you were in bed with the enemy. They could accuse you of anything they wanted, and they could throw you in jail for as long as they wanted, no trial. That was during the Civil War. In World War I, we had the Alien and Sedition Acts signed in by President Woodrow Wilson. They were overturned because they were unconstitutional. In World War II,
look how cute this is.
In World War II, we threw the Japanese in fucking concentration camps.
This is from a Russian telegram.
What does Canada have to do with Ukraine?
Go Canada. We locked up Ukrainians. And,
Look how cute this is.
No, but my point is, I'm more for like supporting Ukraine, like money wise. But when it gets to the point where it's fucking destroying our economy, then I could give two shits about Ukraine.
It's not destroying the economy.
It's affecting Canada.
How is it destroying your economy?
Because
NATO. No. It's not affecting America as bad as Canada, but Canada's getting absolutely railed right now.
No, you're getting railed because there's a recession.
We can't afford to
Dude.
give them away. Like, our economy's not as powerful as your guys. We can't really be affording this like you guys can.
Yeah.
Like, we're getting.
You don't have to. We're not forcing you to do anything.
Yeah, but then if we cut it off, Zelensky's gonna.
That's your government.
Yeah, but if we cut them off, Zelensky's gonna rant about it on Twitter and call us Nazis and shit.
He can do whatever he wants, but that's still your government that's making that. That's still your government that's making that choice.
But what I don't like though is I think you can agree with me on a certain stance, is you can do so much for Zelensky, but like if you do one thing, like say one wrong thing, he'll fucking bash the shit out of you. And I think
he's
it's pretty ignorant.
I understand. I understand that he's at war, but he's like bashing countries that say one wrong thing about him.
It's not that he's ungrateful. He's basically he's keeping.
I know he's stressed, but like
it's a propaganda tactic. He's basically he's looking to his people. He's looking to his people and saying, I am literally like going to the West and I am on their fucking ass, telling them to give us weapons so we can fight these dirty fucking monkeys out of our country.
Even Biden freaked out at Zelensky. He's like, you need to stop being so ungrateful.
Because it's like someone getting bullied or beaten the shit out of at the schoolyard, and they keep coming to you wanting you to help them out, and then you're like, okay, here's a bat, here's a gun, go beat the shit out of them.
Standing right now, so I think we've done a lot. So like,
we have done a lot.
Just calm down. Don't bite the hand that feeds you.
So let's say that Ukraine wins this war, right? The economic damage is gonna be so fucking bad.
That has nothing to do with it because there's gonna be support for them. It's not.
Mariupol alone is $14 billion.
Okay, that has no basis.
Maybe no basis.
It's a fucking straw man argument because you're basically saying, like, Europe was destroyed by World War II. They had nothing. We had to give the Western Europeans and Greece.
Yeah, the Marshall Plan in Western Europe.
We had the fucking Marshall Plan because they were fucked.
Alright, yeah, let's do some math.
You act like they can't rebuild. Yeah, it's gonna be fucking expensive.
It's gonna take decades.
Yeah,
USSR did something called Comic-Con.
No matter how up the ass everyone is on Russia, Russia's not gonna pay any kind of reputation.
Alright,
Russia is not gonna do shit. Like, they're just gonna act like it never happened.
So
in today's dollars, the Marshall Plan cost over $208 billion.
It said roughly 115 billion though.
Wait, here. No, yeah, 135 billion as of 2017. So
Ukraine is getting up there. They're like 110 billion.
You're saying like Mariupol is gonna cost $14 billion to rebuild.
Mariupol should never be rebuilt again, bro. Like, that's just too traumatic.
If they fight again, the whole
everyone that lived in Mariupol is either gone or dead. Like, there's no point in rebuilding that. Like, no one's. It's never gonna be like.
Unless people just resettle it.
Well, who's left to resettle, dude? Everyone there died. There's probably like
barely.
There were billion people. There were billion people in parks and grassy dividers.
Yeah, like thousands, like tens of thousands of Mariupolians died, and like the last remaining 5,000 left of fucking Poland. Like, it doesn't make sense to rebuild Mariupol. It really doesn't.
The population is fucked anyway, so.
Yeah, Mariupol.
See, right now this number, it's like at 20,000. At most.
And well, Mariupol is kind of a dump.
That's why I've been saying for a while. I feel like Russia's gonna attempt a Mariupol type of attack on Kharkiv.
Wait, so Wang Yi is gonna be in Moscow today?
Yeah.
Yeah. And Blinken warned that China was might give tanks and ammunition.
So this isn't a declaration of war. This is not a declaration of war. Though.
Yeah, it is. Who knows?
It's something to do with China.
China's gonna give.
Why is it say major announcement then?
No, China's giving tanks and ammunition. Blinken even said it himself.
If Wang Yi is gonna be in Moscow the day that he's giving an address, it's something to do with China.
You know what the address is gonna be though. It's gonna be China donated some ammunition and tanks to Russia to help their special military operation.
What's sad what happened here though?
That's what's gonna happen. Watch. I bet money.
Yeah, and Iran is just gonna keep giving drones to the Russians.
Oh yeah, those Iranian drones.
And then we're gonna keep giving fucking tanks to the Ukrainians.
But the problem is
we can't be giving any more tanks. We have none for ourselves. Like,
but the problem is that
we have tanks for ourselves. Come on.
No, Canada. We only have like 100 tanks or something.
You see what they did? They bombed the house.
Yeah. I mean the Dutch can't give anything to Ukraine. They barely have anything.
Yeah, Canada does not have that much to give to Ukraine.
Thanks, Germany. You're literally the reason the Dutch are in an economic recession because you stole the money.
Germany. You know, this is the one thing Trump was right about NATO. Is it was so stupid how they all forced America to pay the most money, and then they were fucking begging protection from Russia, but they were all dick sucking Russia for oil at the same time.
Yeah.
That was
80% of Germany's resources came from Russia.
Like, and Donald Trump, he was smart. He told NATO, if you don't make this fair, I'm gonna leave the organization. And then they finally started making change.
And now they're using us again.
Yeah, and now NATO's kind of
the Germans are still stealing money from the Dutch.
Under Trump, NATO was stronger because America was not fucking getting ripped off. And now that he's gone.
But you have to understand is that NATO didn't really have that much of a purpose until February 24th, 2022. Even under Trump, it was still kind of hard. Even after Crimea, it was still difficult to ascertain the use of NATO.
Well,
Russia invading Ukraine gave NATO a purpose again.
But the thing is, Ukraine is not part of NATO.
It doesn't matter. Okay, that's another thing that me and you need to discuss on fucking voice chat. Jesus Christ, it doesn't matter that Ukraine isn't a part of NATO. That's not the point. You're looking at it way too literally. If you think that's the whole point of it. Number one, Ukraine wanted to become a part of NATO. If we're not
after the invasion.
Hang on. We have an open door policy in which we allow anyone to come into our organization. Everyone has a right to come in. Russia has no right to stop people from doing it.
I agree.
If they're gonna throw, hang on.
Yes, I agree.
If they're going to throw a fit by invading another sovereign nation because they don't want them to join our compass club, essentially, that's fucking immature.
Yeah, but
I think the way you gotta look at it.
They did the same thing in 08. They did the same thing in 08 with Georgia.
Exactly. They did that to a country that could not even defend itself.
I'm not justifying Russia here, but just hear what I think. This is just from my opinion. Russia, they kind of feel threatened because say if Ukraine joined NATO, then they'll have missiles and shit. But what do you think America would do if say Russia made a deal with Mexico to have military bases?
Think about it like this.
No, answer this. Let me finish, and I want you to answer. What do you think America would do if fucking Russia had troops in Mexico and nuclear launchers in Mexico? Or even China? Do you think
I'll answer it with this. The Soviets did that to us in 1945.
No, we're not talking about
No. There's a point. There is a point to it. They did that.
Almost led to nuclear war.
Listen, hang on. No, they did that to us in 1945.
And almost led to nuclear war, did it not?
Because
wasn't it Cuba?
No, not 1962. 1945. They invaded half of Europe and forced them into their sphere of influence. We liberated Western Europe. We did not force anyone to join our organization. That's why Spain wasn't a part of NATO until 1975, 1976, or 77,
Yeah,
somewhere around there.
Spain had a man named Franco, and we did not like that man.
Yeah, like I don't even think Portugal was a part of NATO until like the 80s.
Like, this doesn't have anything.
No. Portugal wasn't
I'm not
an
talking
original
about the
member.
past. I'm talking right now. What do you think Biden would honestly do, or Trump, or whoever was president, if Russia had military men on the border of Texas, Mexico, with nuclear missiles and shit? Like, do you think they would sit there and do nothing?
But we don't have military assets in Eastern Europe. We never did until we never did have military assets.
Do you think
we
America
just have
would,
allies?
But do you think America though would sit there and let Mexico do that, or do you think they would attack Mexico and stop that problem?
So we would respond militarily, but we're not doing that to Russia.
I know you're not doing. I know you. I know. I know America is not doing it. No, I agree with you.
Like, you're looking at a map. You're looking at a map and seeing that we have allies. That they look like they're surrounding them. But do you think that we have any military advantageous position to launch an attack from fucking Estonia?
No, I agree with you, but I see, Russia, just like how America would feel threatened with Mexico. You kind of see, like, how would you feel if your biggest
No, I
enemy...
don't.
But,
I don't.
Yeah, but
it doesn't give them any right whatsoever to invade other countries.
I never said they gave them any right. But I'm just saying, as like a global superpower, and your biggest enemy is America, and like, all these allies, all this military shit close to you, wouldn't you feel a little tripped out?
No.
Like, I think
okay.
I think it would be a total conversation.
You're putting me in a position where I have to say yes, and that's why I'm not answering your question, because you're saying, what if I was Russia? Then you're kind of pushing me into a corner. You're not really allowing me to answer the question. What I am telling you, that's why I'm giving you the facts, because again, those kinds of arguments, it's straw mans. It's straw man arguments. You're pushing me into a corner because you're trying to force me to say yes. Because in that context, yes, I would be worried. But at the same time, you have to think about the people, the countries that have joined NATO since 1991. Poland joined it because they were under Soviet occupation. Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania joined it because they were under Soviet occupation. They were stolen in the 30s and forced under Soviet occupation because they couldn't defend themselves against the Soviets. It wasn't just the Germans that were going around and invading Austria and Czechoslovakia and everything like that. It was the Soviets going across. They invaded Poland at the same time that the Germans did. They took the Baltic states 2 years before Germany did anything in Europe. Like, the countries in Eastern Europe were under Soviet occupation, and they were raped and murdered and genocided against by the Russians for centuries. That's why they want to join NATO, because they don't trust the Russians as much as we do. They know firsthand what it's like to be under Russian occupation. Because whenever Germany invaded Poland and the Soviets went into Eastern Poland and invaded Poland as well, do you know what they did? They got all of the military officers and a bunch of civilians, about 35,000 of them, and they led them into a forest called the Katyn, and they murdered every single one of them inside of the forest. It was called the Katyn massacre. They led nearly 50,000 military officers and civilians into a forest and killed every single one. And the Holodomor, you can't even describe that.
Oh,
That's
yeah.
why the Ukrainians don't even want to fuck with Russia.
Oh shit!
Like,
I
they
have to
fu-
interrupt you with something. I got some news.
Like the
I got some
Holodomor
pretty
is-
interesting.
I know.
news.
That I'm ending it right here. Like the Holodomor, like that's fucking self-explanatory.
The commander of the Belarusian and Russia exercises on the north of the border has been placed on high alert.
Uh-oh.
Interesting.
Post it in Discord so I can
that's
show
kinda
it.
what happened right before Russia started their invasion a year ago. What if they just announced a new fucking offensive in the north and they just all start pouring in?
That would not go well.
Oh, it
That
would go
it would-
horribly.
Yeah, it wouldn't go.
Yeah,
well.
it wouldn't go well for the Russians.
I don't.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
Either they're gonna
Yeah.
fire missiles from Belarus into Lviv or something. Possibly
I
they have a
think they're gonna
chance.
fight north.
Probably.
Dude, Lviv is in the west. Kiev is in the north. If they're gonna push north, they're gonna go for Kiev.
Okay, so here's an actual story about Belarus. They're forming a 100,000 to 150,000 strong volunteer military force.
So yeah, they're gonna invade. I don't know
Oh,
when.
I would keep your eyes on if this is
What's that?
on,
A plane!
north.
Oh,
Because if
it's
Russia
happened.
makes another push there, that'd be interesting.
Aren't the Ukrainian forces in Chernobyl right now?
I think they're near the area, but not like in the.
I
place.
know the Russians went into the
They're like right
plant.
here.
Yeah, the Russians, they went into like the Red Forest and shit into the trenches.
Yeah,
That was fucking stupidity.
like,
Did-
are you fucking
Yeah,
kidding me?
all of
No,
them are gonna die
no.
to radiation.
No, they destroyed the radiation gauges and to start digging in the red forest. That was so dumb.
Yeah, but you can't do.
That was
You have to think about
stupidity.
this. Not even that, but you know, there's a bunch of radiation dust. More you move, there's fucking more radiation fucking forms.
On top of that, you don't have it. On top of that, you do not have air superiority, so that they could just bomb the hell out of you.
Yeah, they fucked up really bad on that. I don't know what happened.
If they had complete air superiority, it would have been over by now.
Oh yeah, Russia. Their best chance to win was early March, but they fucking sold the war so badly.
Let's go.
Yeah.
Let's go. Ghost of Kiev.
Ghost of Kiev isn't even real.
The greatest armor pilot of all time.
Absolutely.
That's not even real, I think.
The
Yeah.
ghost
Yeah,
of
it's
Kiev
from
was
Arma
based.
3.
It's
from
a
Arma
mythical
3.
MiG. It's a mythical
Gerald, I'm
MiG
saying
in
it's
29
from- It's
That would
It's
make a
from
good
Arma 3.
fictional movie though, called The Ghost of Kiev.
shooting
That
down
makes-
6 Russian
If I
planes.
was a movie director, I'd make a movie about that.
Yeah,
I'm just waiting for the Netflix documentary, the Netflix show where it's like a Russian and a Ukrainian falling in love.
that would honestly be.
That would be.
I was thinking about like for English, if we had to do like a short story or some shit, like to do a story about something like that.
Oh yeah, I found it.
That'd be like really good.
Formation of a new territorial defense. Situation's not easy.
I'm gonna head out. I'm gonna go play some PlayStation and probably fall asleep if
You should play
If-
me in Madden right now.
no.
Oh yeah. You
Oh,
get
I have
the
Madden.
ass
I have Madden too, but not on PlayStation. I
No,
don't have
I'm
PlayStation.
trying
I
to-
fucking destroyed this guy like 47-1, and I was using the fucking.
And I raged quit.
He was using the Chiefs, and I was using the Lions, and I put 47 points on him.
I hadn't played.
Oh,
I
I
hadn't played
that should
Madden.
happen
I
in real life. That should
just
happen in real life.
I just got my PlayStation. I wasn't ready.
Yeah, you lost.
Dude,
to
I
a
would
Canadian
ro-
football, you're mad.
I would low-key road grill people because I can just
Anyway.
throw it high.
Anyway, if any nukes go off, just someone spam me on Discord.
I'll
How about
stand
chemicals?
I
this
will.
go off.
What chemicals?
Even chemicals too. Yeah. I'll probably go live when I'm set up. Talk about.
Are you
this.
staying up to watch this speech thing?
It's only 2 more
I don't-
hours.
Probably.
I don't think anything is gonna come out of the speech.
But sorry,
honestly, I think
think
it's.
it'll just
party with
be,
me and,
mm.
Gerald tonight then.
Wait, what?
I'll be watching the stream, but not in the VC.
You know what's really interesting? Did you know that 4 Ohio power plants just blew up recently? There's totally not a terrorist attack going on.
Yeah, America is definitely under.
We're
Oh,
just
yeah,
we're
we're
just
definitely
letting
under
people
attack.
through the southern border without checking them. Yeah, it's not
America's
that.
getting fucking sabotaged by either China.
Problem is, I'm literally moving up to Illinois.
They found a pipe bomb in the East Palestine trade explosion. They found a pipe bomb. So
What the
either
hell?
they were going through the town and someone blew it
Oh,
up.
dude, if I was set up on the computer, I would have been getting on Hearts of Iron 4 playing as the United States.
Hearts of Iron 4 is like fucking too complicated. Yeah.
Oh,
I
it's
tried playing it and it's just fucking. It's
Oh my god,
fucking
New York Prepper is live.
Oh my god, he is. Oh my god. Oh, I'm watching the stream. We're cool streaming.
I'm gonna tell him.
He's
that-
live now. I think
Did
someone.
you hear how hard Gerald just fangirled as soon as I said that?
Wait, am I sub to
I
him?
feel like he's like low key a fan of him, but he's trying not to admit it.
Yeah.
dude, like, dude, I need to. Get
Oh,
one
he's
of those
restreaming the
superpower
speech.
games. I need to get one of these superpower games.
He's restreaming the speech.
Power and Revolution is the best.
Power, yeah. If you
Superpower
want
2 will probably
detail,
get that.
if you want detail, Power and Revolution is absolutely what I recommend.
Oh, my first Power and Revolution game will probably be I'll probably use the Chinese.
Chilai boy one so good than.
Look at dapper Putin was though. Look at suit and tie. So disheveled.
Okay, their military info's actually good. So is their military parade.
Look how many phones Putin has.
But,
Yeah,
that's a
dude,
lot.
one of his phones is for a secret weed dealer, dude.
And there's the and there's
Why is he slumped over? I just noticed that. Why is he like slumped over in his chair?
Why?
That's what I noticed about
Weed from a
Putin.
year ago. That was like last year.
This could be an English translation, so there's not gonna be no subtitles.
Yeah, and like
Right.
literally PG, like right at the same time Russia normally invades Ukraine, I'm probably gonna invade Taiwan as China and Power and Revolution.
That'd actually be a really funny idea.
Yeah. Hey, I
But,
just gave you an idea if you do a China.
Remember only one that didn't watch a full speech?
Who should I play as? I wanna stream Power and Revolution tomorrow, but I don't know who to play as.
Where you always
Oh my god, he's in chat. Sub only mode.
every time you're fucking streaming, I'm like, no, hold on.
Oh yeah, he's in sub only mode. I want to say hi to him.
Wait, Zach, you watch my channel?
Yeah, I do. I'm subbed to you on my main, but
I
I
could be-
just created my political
And like I
channel.
said, PG, before you found my channel, lots of my friends.
I'm gonna be like one of those old guys on
God, that
YouTube
was-
who types in capital letters.
That
Nah,
was so
I
funny
found out
whenever.
I found out about you for me.
Oh my god, he posted chat rules.
Yeah,
was
but I've
so
watched PG for like a year.
It was so funny whenever me and Maple met because like I literally was I got off of work and I knew that Nancy Pelosi was going to Taiwan, and so I literally just stayed up for like 2 hours just watching it, and I was scouring through Twitter, and then it was really fucking funny because I think it was Gerald that was just spamming the shit out of Maple's stream, and so I clicked it and I went in and I saw, you know, small channel. I was just like, okay, so I'm
Wait,
just
how
gonna.
much people, wait, how much people are watching? Like 300 or something? 300, 200?
No, there was like
Oh
maybe
no, like I was playing.
there was a
I was
couple
doing-
dozen
I had
people watching.
200, 300 at one point.
I was playing a Roblox strategy game with my friends, and I did a Russia run and invaded all of Europe, and then I saw Maple was live.
2 more hours.
Yeah, that was a really good
Oh.
stream. I had like a few hundred
But
people watching.
but I clicked it and I commented on his stream, and then he was just like, wait, Politics Gaming, I've been watching you forever, like what are you doing in my chat? Get on here, you fucker. And I'm like, whoa.
I didn't expect that.
We watching this speech and knowing what happened afterwards. It's so funny.
And up until I got into the Discord server, I didn't know who Lee was. the KLW network.
Oh my god, guys, look, he posted rules. Do not mention Ukrainian biolabs. No negative comments about America and /NATO/Ukraine. Conspiracies are fine as long as there are at least some reasonable facts to support them.
Asking a simple question.
I got banned for asking why he was doing clickbait.
I still don't see anything in fucking Belarus. Russian
Because nothing's happening in Belarus. Belarus won't do anything.
he just saw like 4 NATO planes flying around. It's like, oh my god, Russia's there.
Honestly, you want to know what I kind of want to see?
What if Superpower 3 wasn't
Hypothetically,
such a
like, all
complete
the-
disappointment?
Superpower 3
Zach,
is the
Zach, is that you?
greatest game of all time.
Hypothetically, though, hypothetically, it would be kind
No,
of
that
funny
is
to see
not
this.
me. That is not me.
You see this? Where is he? Oh, I got deleted. He says
It would be
I stand with Putin.
Listen, it would be funny to see this though. If like Ukraine lost like, the whole country, I would love to see fucking Gerald's celebration against UPG. That would be the.
I told you
funniest
so! I told you so!
I
That's
would
not
literally
fucking know
leave
it!
your server.
Oh, that
I
would
would
be
never-
funny.
If Ukraine loses, I will never come back to your server.
Wait a
That would
minute,
be
isn't Gerald... Wait, PG, isn't Gerald in your server?
No, he got
No, I
banned.
banned him. I banned him because he posted fucking porn.
You couldn't tell. You honestly couldn't tell.
Yes, you could. It was literally the 2 Ukrainians giving each other blowjobs like in a fucking building, and then getting fucking fragged. That's the video he posted.
I don't want to see that. It's not that funny.
Like it's like one guy giving another guy a blowjob, and then a drone drops a fucking grenade on them. So I fucking banned them for that shit.
What is he talking about now?
Literally the only like big games I play now are like Battlefield and the sports games.
I just got NBA 2K
2K what?
23.
I get WWE 2K23.
I have Madden.
Yeah, I
No
got Madden.
PlayStation Plus though.
I literally slept
No
like
PlayStation Plus.
I literally
As soon
slept
as-
for like 2 hours.
As soon as I got my PS5, my dad was just like, "Here, get Madden."
I think what you should do is you should unban Gerald.
And I posted again.
I think Gerald is sorry for his actions.
I'm not.
I no.
Gerald, give him a sincere apology.
But I know I'm making a gaming channel when I move up north.
Oh my god.
What's up, guy?
Did you guys ever hear the way New York prefaces Vladimir Putin?
Wait, no, Gerald, fucking send me that video of the blowjob frag.
I don't know it. It's somewhere on my phone. I don't know where it is.
Find it, please.
I have like 20,000 things on my phone.
I want to make a meme of it.
The FBI is literally gonna raid his house and find just constant like gore of Ukrainians in porn.
He definitely has
Oh
shots.
no. Oh no. PG, they literally want me because I listen to Russian propaganda and the songs.
I'll watch New York Prepper.
Money? I can bet money. I think Gerald has like CP.
I don't know where it's at. I'm being serious. There's like
Wait, you don't
20,000
know
things
where-
on my phone.
What?
I got a bunch
I
of
literally
memes.
I listen to Russian and Iranian propaganda songs, and the FBI is probably gonna come looking for me now.
I listen to Russian, Chinese, and literally like music from our enemies and propaganda from our enemies. So
I
mean,
listen to
I-
Russian, Serbian, Greek, Belarusian, Chinese, North Korean, and Indian music.
Related, yeah.
I also listen to what the Indonesians put out.
wait, guys, I think I feel some patriotism coming along.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
It's so bad. You can say anything you want about Russia, but then the banging theme song.
They kinda want me for listening to My Dad is a War Criminal.
Okay, Mussolini, we get it.
Just to think that this guy right here caused like hundreds of thousands of deaths. He's just sitting on this chair.
I like Russia's national anthem because it's really catchy, but it's also it's unoriginal as fuck.
Yeah, it's Soviet ripoff.
Yeah, it's a Soviet ripoff. Like it's a beautiful song. I'll give them that.
Did you-
The Soviet one is even better, but at the same time, it's unoriginal as fuck. Because they couldn't get because they wanted a nationalist society, and so they changed it back to the Soviet national anthem, except by changing it to words about the Russian Federation instead of the Soviet Union, and then just kept the melody. So, like, it's unoriginal.
Steve is gonna go live in 54 minutes. He's gonna ban everyone questioning him.
I know Steve definitely does not like me. There's no way, because I watched him once. Commented, and one of his moderators did not like me and then banned me.
This mods was, he needs like 25 mods.
And the mod that banned me is literally an Azerbaijani supporter. And if
He
you
needs
know
to fix his tie.
You know my opinion on Azerbaijan. You know it.
Wait, what's your opinion about Azerbaijan?
Really negative, and I really support Armenia strongly.
Wait, what's wrong with Azerbaijan?
They literally side with the biggest enemy of the Dutch, the Turks. And you know I'm part Dutch, and they blamed us for the Srebrenica massacre.
Oh yeah,
They blamed us.
when this speech was going on, the first missile started a fire.
Wasn't the Dutch behind the massacre?
No,
Like, yeah,
No.
they were.
it was the Bosnians.
No, it was the Dutch.
Literally the Bosnian Serbs.
But you were the colonizers.
Indonesia, that is. Srebrenicos in Bosnia.
What's up, guys? New York Prepper here.
We did a lot of
What's up,
effed up
guys?
stuff in Indonesia.
What's up, guys? New York Prepper here, and today we're gonna talk about a nuclear war that is about to break out.
Oh
in
yeah,
7
yeah.
years.
Look, I'm gonna look at the word nuclear.
But before we get at
Oh my God.
get into that juicy details, and I'm not. And by the way, the juicy details that I'm talking about, we're gonna take like 7 hours to try to talk about them. I want you guys to go ahead and leave a like, subscribe to the channel, and also go and don't be scared. Be prepared. You need to go ahead and go buy my $800, only $800 right now. It's actually $300 down. Discounted for you guys, just because I love you guys so much. You can go buy my prepping kit for $800 just because I want to scare the shit out of you with this live stream, and then we are going to get the show on the road. So again, don't be scared, be prepared. Go ahead and let me scare the living shit out of you, and by the end of this, you're going to go ahead and drop $800 of your life savings on me just so I can make like $5 off of the purchase. So thank you guys so much for supporting me, and we'll go ahead and get into it. So anyway, there is a plane taking off in Nebraska right now, and this plane, we don't know exactly what it is. It's actually a E3 Sentry, and this is usually known as an AWACS plane. If you know what AWACS is, it's actually a nuclear plane.
Oh my God.
Usually, these planes would actually take off in the middle of a nuclear war, even though we use AWACS for literally any military operation that involves aircraft. So go ahead and again, go ahead and buy that $800, only $800, because again, we have a major discount running right now, because again, there's an AWACS plane in the air, and I want you guys to
How much can I buy?
and we're gonna go ahead and buy this because again, an AWACS plane is in the air, and you guys need to go ahead and spend your mom's credit card on my savings.
Okay, let me buy this. $797 million.
What the fuck? 70, 80 grand? What are you doing?
I'm just typing the quantity as 9999.
Yeah, you should.
I broke it.
You should get your mother's credit card and click checkout.
Yeah, you definitely.
Alright, he's gonna announce it anytime soon.
What?
I'm watching Putin's speech from a year ago. Hey, he fixed his tie.
I remember whenever the war started, I was living with roommates, and I was on the phone with my dad, I was going through Twitter, and I saw it, and I was just like, what? And then so I called my dad, and I was like, they're fucking doing it, and he's like, what? And I'm like, Russia's invading Ukraine, Putin's making an announcement right now. And he's like, well, CNN's not talking about it. And I'm like, well, CNN isn't exactly like be able to pick up on it right now because he's still talking. And he was just like, me and him spent like 10 minutes on the phone waiting.
Dude,
I spent like 10 minutes on the phone waiting, and I could literally hear the moment Wolf Blitzer got on the thing and said like,
oh guys,
special military operation.
I remember.
Guys, never forget this.
I remember where I was too.
I was watching lots of that.
Guys, never forget about this. Never forget about this.
Yeah, listen, I was watching like the troop buildup, and I was talking to my dad, like, dude, I think they're actually about to invade. Then I remember I saw it the morning of the 23rd, and it was like Putin gave the generals a go-ahead to start the invasion tonight. And then I was like, oh shit. And then sure enough, around 9 p.m. my time, Putin launched the invasion. And I was like, oh shit.
Do you guys remember this?
I was doing a Discord podcast in a server I was in. Now it got deleted for no reason.
Oh, the fucking app.
We did a phone in. A Russian from Syria phoned in. We were talking about Ukraine, and then I get a notification from Twitter. Putin has started a special military operation. I'm like, we're gonna have to probably put you backstage for a bit.
Oh, he's doing it.
Russia's invading Ukraine.
He's doing it.
Yeah, the only reason what I'm doing is I'm just staying in this call in case it's like fucking nuclear wars announced or mobilization.
Look, he's saying it.
What are you talking about?
He's breaking off the Putin's speech from a year ago. But
I wasn't even paying attention to half of it.
I'm staying in this Discord calls, like anything like crazy happens, fucking Gerald irate me or something like that.
I have to mute myself from stream, but.
By the way, like, what do you mean if they announce nuclear war? What the fuck are you gonna do? Like,
what's mine gonna do? He's sleeping.
That's autistic. Like, why would someone announce nuclear war?
Well, I mean, I see, like, mobilize like 2 million more Russians. That's gonna cause major fucking riots.
Just be like, and good evening, Russia. I'm here to announce that I am launching nuclear missiles against the United States and her allies in the West. And we, you are all fucked. Thank you guys so much for being good Russians. To me, it has been a very good run. Thank you all. And then all of a sudden, like, another guy just like walks out and he puts a suitcase on the desk and he's just like, and again, you guys all have been great homies to me, and here's the button right here. Thank you all, and good night. Just hits the button.
Wait, right when he says good night, the fucking Russian anthem shows on his flag.
Yeah, and it zooms out. It zooms out.
And the
You
whole
just see the
crowd
Russian flag,
just
like,
sings the anthem.
you just see like the Russian flag like waving above the Kremlin, and you see like some streaks coming up from the ground.
He's still talking.
Yeah, You know this is a speech from a year ago, right?
I know, he sits on top. Because people are dumb.
Yeah, and like.
I think when he was talking, the missiles started flying out.
Oh yeah.
Oh wait, don't forget this guy. Yeah.
No, I'm pretty sure, like, some of the missiles were probably on the way, but
No, not true. Actually, I remember.
it was timed in order to, like, the moment his speech was done, that's whenever the attack started.
No, that's not true. Because I remember there was explosions.
Where was he?
An hour before the speech.
There was an explosion in Kyiv.
Yeah, and Kyiv too. Yeah, and Kharkiv.
Dude, that was fucking nuts.
Kharkiv, Odessa.
Guys,
I was like,
never forget about this when Russia was attacking Kyiv, the Applebee's commercial.
That was funny. I watched it live on
I
CNN.
instantly when I saw it, I instantly pinged everyone in the server. Guys, Russia's in.
Chicken fried. Chicken on a Friday night.
That was too funny. I was
I
watching
remember.
CNN. I said, you want some Applebee's or fucking however the song goes, like some steak and fries.
We can't hear your video, by the way.
Oh, is it that quiet?
Yeah, we cannot hear it.
Is that good?
Fix your audio, you dumb.
Is that good?
No.
Oh, it's this one. There you go.
Oh, it still doesn't work.
Радикалы воспользовались справедливым
Hey,
недовольством.
Gerald's new to the
Оседлали
streaming thing, me
против.
nice.
И в 2014 году довели Майдан.
He's trying.
Ain't nothing like Applebee's.
Oh no, I'm
Goodbye.
gonna get like OBX and a capture card so I could stream when I move up north.
Реальная поддержка
Where are you
называемого
moving,
протестного
like, up
лагеря
north?
на площади Независимости
I'm gonna be moving to
посольства
Illinois.
США
People in chat are so
$1
goddamn
миллион
stupid.
Look, look, look,
Oh,
look,
you're gonna
look, look,
move
look at
to
chat, look at
Chicago.
chat, look at chat. Someone named Carlo Aguilera.
в наглую
Where?
He said, why watch the speech from a year ago? Clickbait, boo.
И речь шла о десятках миллионов.
W. That's
see,
actually.
see,
clickbait.
everyone in there is saying that is clickbait.
Всеми тех, кто погиб,
It's just
стал
on
Oh
top.
no, to be fair,
It's just on
I've
top.
heard
People
this
can't
say-
eat.
в других городах.
It's just on literally
Об
on
этом
top of
лучше
here.
не спрашивать. Радикалы,
KLW is not live.
организовали
They'll probably go
преследование,
live after the
настоящий
speech.
Bro, he has like a
тех,
fucking
кто
12-month
против
subscriber
антиконституционных
only
действий.
thing.
Над
Like that's
политиками,
fucking
журналистами,
ridiculous.
I know, I'm literally waiting like
издевались,
6 months to like become his
Украинские города
to become his
захлестнула волна погромов и насилия.
chatter, and then he's literally gonna ban me in like 30 seconds.
Невозможно без содрогания вспоминать о страшной трагедии в
Holy shit.
акции
Politics
протеста
gaming,
были
look at the group
зверски
chat.
убиты, заживо
I know, right?
сожжены в Доме
Oh my
профсоюзов.
god, his chat is sad.
On the group chat.
Преступники, которые совершили это злодеяние,
Thousands
не
of people
наказаны.
in New York City don't even know
Их
about
никто
the
и не
speech.
ищет. Но мы знаем их поименно
Oh.
и сделаем все для того, чтобы их покарать, найти и предать суду.
Bring them to
Fuck,
justice.
whoever has nudity protection on, kill yourself.
Майдан не приблизил Украину к демократии и прогрессу. Совершив государственный переворот,
Oh my god, he's finishing up.
политические силы, которые их поддерживали,
Shut up.
окончательно завели ситуацию в тупик. Столкнули Украину в бездну гражданской войны. Спустя 8 лет после тех событий страна расколота.
This is
Украина
stupid. Watching this
переживает
back
острый
now is just
социально-экономический
stupid.
кризис. По информации
Bro, can you stop being
организаций,
such?
в 2019
I'm gonna let my fucking friends say the most
году
horrible things about
почти
Jews if
6
you keep
миллионов
spamming.
украинцев, подчеркну, это около 15%
Who, me?
нетрудоспособного, а
Oh my
именно
God.
российского
Kill
населения.
niggers, rape, murder, and kill niggers.
Вынуждены-
Rape,
Yo!
murder, and kill niggers.
Причем
Rape,
часто,
murder, and kill niggers.
да как правило,
Say it
наполненные
louder at least,
неквалифицированные
goddamn.
заработки.
Okay, there we go. Now he's not.
Следующий факт.
I don't see anything now.
2020 года в условиях
Oh,
пандемии страна
that work, he
покинула
stopped
свыше
spamming.
60 тысяч врачей.
Hey, it ain't my stream.
С
It would be a real
2014
shame.
года.
YouTube
Тарифы
already
снабжения
age restricted my other
почти на
channels,
треть.
so.
It would be a real shame if fucking someone flagged
На
Gerald
для
for hate
домохозяйств
speech.
в десятки раз.
Oh no.
It would be a shame if
Людей
Russia
просто
didn't make
нет денег,
any
чтобы
sort of
оплачивать коммунальные
advances.
услуги. Им приходится буквально
Jeffrey, who do you
выживать.
think should get raped and killed
Что
again? I didn't hear
случилось?
it.
Почему
Rape,
все
murder,
это
and kill
происходит?
niggers. Rape,
You're so
murder,
quiet,
kill
like, no one
niggers.
can hear
Rape,
what you're
murder,
saying.
kill niggers.
Потому что приданное
How am I
получено
quiet?
не
Turn up your
только
mic.
советской эпохи, но еще и России.
How am I quiet? Yeah.
No, not you. I mean this other guy.
Oh.
Me.
Yeah, turn up your mic.
I'm a special boy. In a
his
special
YouTube
world.
channel's
I love
literally gonna
Ukraine.
die.
Ukraine is so good. Ukraine is so good. It's totally not like Russia has most of their economic under their fucking thumb. Russia's so good. Russia's so bad. Russia's so bad. Ukraine gonna win. Ukraine gonna win. I vote Ukraine. Ukraine's totally not fucking Jewish, Nazi, black people. Oh yeah.
I'm gonna get banned. Oh, yeah, I'm gonna get banned.
Yeah, you're man. You need to stop the stream right now.
No, look at Chad.
I don't think Gerald realizes YouTube's hatred. We'll see.
This is clickbait. I typed this clickbait.
Оказался на грани банкротства.
I'm just rewatching it. You just see fucking Jeff saying.
Что касается газотранспорта,
Look at him drinking that mug.
создавал
You can say goodbye to your channel, buddy.
настолько, что ее
Be careful, Doc.
большими
Ooh, look at the Chad. Look at the Chad. Be careful, Doc. Ooh, he threatened me.
Oh my god.
He's threatening me.
Oh, there's Putin at the BRICS summit.
What the fuck?
Bro.
I can't play that stream. I'm sorry.
I don't know. You should show that on stream. You can probably show this on stream, bro.
Play the audio of that Spider-Man clip.
Can you guys hear it? Like you barely hear this, but
но и что называется непосредственно на месте, через целую сеть зарубежных советников, НКО и других институтов, развернутую на Украине. Они оказывают прямое влияние на все важнейшие кадры,
You like what I drew?
все ветви
Yeah, I'll be right back.
власти, от центральных
I
до
just drew
муниципальных,
this.
на
I just drew
основные
this.
госкомпании и корпорации, включая Нафтогаз, Укрэнерго, Украинскую железную дорогу, Укроборонпром, Укрпочту, администрацию
Now it's your time to shine. Say the all the N-words.
Независимого суда на Украине попросту нет. По требованию Запада киевские власти отдали представителям международных организаций преимущественное право отбора членов
Oh, so you know that wellness check, dude?
и квалификационной комиссии судей. Кроме того,
So he fell asleep on stream,
посольство
and he
США
left me up on the panel, right?
Национальное агентство по
And look what I was showing when he was sleeping. He got banned.
антикоррупционное бюро, специализированную антикоррупционную
Nice.
прокуратуру и
Here we go.
антикоррупционный суд.
Okay.
What?
Делается все
Abid.
это под благовидным предлогом
Nigger rigging.
повышения эффективности.
Yo.
Alibaba,
Ну хорошо.
Amo,
А
Ape,
результат это
Apple,
коррупция
Ira
кажется
Bush,
пышным цветом. Так и цветет.
Ashkenazi,
Пуще
Nazi,
прежнего. Курс
Aunt Jemima,
селекционных
Aunt Jane,
управленческих
Aunt Mary,
методов
Aunt
сами
Sally,
украинцы. Понимают,
Bambula,
что их страна находится
Banana,
даже под политическим и
Banana Muncher,
экономическим
Banana
протекторатом,
Fucker,
а сведена до уровня колонии с марионеточным
Black
режимом.
Anyway, I'm gonna go
Black
ahead and head out, so I'll see you guys later.
No, stay here with us.
Nah, I'm leaving this and I'm leaving the group chat. Sorry, buddy.
Brown,
Why the
leave
hell did
us.
my Discord just crash?
Black
Leave
Buckwheat,
us.
Bulbosh.
And there goes PG. Dude, why the hell did my Discord just crash?
The Chinese, man. Chinese.
Chink, Chani, Christ Killer, Chakais, Cholo,
No, I'm
Chaka,
staying up
Chaka,
here. I'm staying
China
up here
Patty,
in case
Chiro,
something
China,
happens.
Coconut.
So Gerald can fucking rape my ears.
Прямо дали понять, что на Украине они чужие.
So I'm
В
gonna.
соответствии
Gerald
с
is the news
законом об
daddy.
образовании и о функционировании украинского языка
Dink.
как
Yeah, I think you
государственного,
were too racist for that guy, man.
русскоязычные школы
Bro.
из всех публичных сфер
Rape, murder,
до
and kill
обычных
niggers.
магазинов.
Rape, murder, and kill niggers.
I want to know how the Serbs can do that.
Власти позволил
He actually
разобраться
left.
с
He left.
государственными
Ow.
He left?
I mean, he's not even the guy streaming. The guy streaming is still in here.
Oh my god.
But I don't think he realized these
Why
should
did he-
take term politics.
Why did he leave? Why did he leave?
You know he's a Jew, right?
He's a Jew?
Yes.
Oh my god. Does he look like Yandere Dev? He
He's probably
does.
really pissed off about all the anti-Jewish things.
He's gonna go all over 410. He's gonna be like,
I
my
think you're banned
billions
off his
made-
stream.
Nah, you won't get banned.
I'm too politically powerful.
You really
for
only
my
get banned
billions
if they show
players.
porn and shit. Just don't show porn. Trust me, I've been streaming for a few years.
I will send midget black scat porn.
What?
Oh my god. One of Steve's mods is a mod for this channel.
Which
Oh,
one?
Mama
God.
6.
не реагирует
No
She's
way.
everywhere. I see her everywhere I go.
Более того, в Раде зарегистрировано
Politics
новый
gamer,
законопроект,
he's texting me
направленный
saying I'm
против
not
духовенства
Jewish.
и миллионов прихожан украинской
He's
православной
listening to
церкви
the
Московского
stream.
патриархата.
Politics gaming is a
О
Jew.
Крыме.
He's a
Who's
Jew.
here to talk about
Жители
Crimea?
полуострова свой свободный выбор сделали.
Politics gaming is a Jew. He's lying. He's lying.
Этой четкой, ясной воле людей в
My
киевском
ass
властям
hurts so
ничего
bad from
не
sitting
противопоставить.
on this stupid
Поэтому
chair.
ставка делается на агрессивность.
Review works just fine. Please don't spread false news. That was in the chat for New York Prepper.
На запруску диверсионных групп для
Why don't you just like
террористических
do you have your bed near your computer? Can you just pull out your mattress?
для
Wait, he's gonna be live in an hour? What are you doing
У нас
now?
есть прямые доказательства, что такие агрессивные
What?
действия проводятся при
New
поддержке
York Prepper
зарубежных
said that he's gonna be live in an hour.
В
Oh, he's gonna
марте
start
2022
talking in an
года
hour.
Украина
He's gonna be like,
This is not
talk.
long.
военную стратегию. Этот документ практически целиком посвящен противостоянию с Россией.
This is just filler.
Ставит целью втягивания иностранных государств в конфликт с
Oh,
нашей
Kevin McCarthy visits Taiwan. I'm going live for that.
Стратегия предлагает организовать
Kevin McCarthy's the new Speaker of the House.
Politics gaming is Jewish.
подполья,
ISIS was okay, they just wanted to free themselves from Jew rule.
предполагаемой войны. А закончится она должна
Does this
They
go
had no-
on?
сегодняшним
They had no problem with it. If you look at ISIS speeches, you'll see that it's mostly just about Jews.
международного
They,
сообщества
if they were to annex the whole Middle East, they were actually going to get rid of their nuclear weapons and just chill.
тоже привожу здесь цитату.
ISIS was actually pretty
Oh,
tame.
wait, guys, look.
Слушайте, пожалуйста. При военной поддержке
He's
talking about the Ukrainian stuff.
Oh, someone's spamming in your YouTube chat.
Oh.
По сути, это не что иное, как подготовка
They
к
they
боевым
just called you a nigger on
Hi,
freaking
Putin.
chat.
How you doing
Мы
today?
также знаем, что уже
Hey, Vladimir. Oh, hey, Vladimir Putin.
What's up, dude? Preparing for your speech?
Это не пустая бравада.
Yeah, it's free speech, dude.
It's free speech. I don't ban people with stupid shit like that.
Технологиями и
Free
средствами
speech, don't let
доставки
people-
такого оружия.
If it's like links of child porn, I won't ban them.
Hold on a second. Let me just do this. Just for the hell of it.
Дальность которых превышает 100 километров. Но сделают и больше. Это вопрос только времени. Задело советского времени есть. Таким образом, обзавестись тактическим ядерным оружием Украине будет гораздо проще, чем
I can't believe you
другие
just let
государства,
someone
сложно
fucking.
сейчас их называть, фактически
Dude,
ведущие.
Are you just trying to get
Особенно в
banned?
случае
No, I
технологической
really don't
поддержки
care.
России.
They ban me. That's not my fault.
И этого тоже мы не должны исключать.
I know YouTube ain't gonna do anything about me. I'm already banned in like a few
Yeah,
countries.
Zach, I'm gonna get you banned, dude. I'm gonna get nose dirt at fucking Pornhub and dox you. You know.
Самым кардинальным образом.
Too bad I'm not. Too bad I'm not even gonna fall for that trick again.
Tем более,
I've literally made people turn their camera on, unless I actually know it's them.
No, Nuzdar, he's smart, bro. He uses videos of people and then porn bombs.
Мы же видим, как настойчиво
This is so
осуществляется
boring.
Okay, I'm gonna make an overlay. I'm definitely making
No,
an
just
overlay.
make them wave and shit and do something. And then you can tell if it's real or not. That's what I do.
Like, I'm definitely gonna go live if Kevin McCarthy visits Taiwan as he plans to.
Yeah, I can just get fucking Gerald to spam that Taiwan's getting nuked and it'll come to my stream.
Oh, no, I will send you the link if you want to come on.
Bro, that was kind of crazy though. I had like 300 people watching us that night.
Oh no, like I was doing my normal gaming and I saw you went live. I was like,
Yeah, how many people
okay.
were there? Wasn't it like 300 or 400 at one point?
It was like at least that.
That was crazy. I never
I
had that
know.
many views in a long time.
My friends went live when Damar Hamlin collapsed and got like 3,000 viewers.
That was Ash Raider, right?
No, it wasn't Ash. It was someone else.
Do you know a guy named Joe Walsh?
I
Are you
don't know
familiar
who
with the TTC?
I'm out. I'm out of it.
I'm out of it too. I'm just asking if you know who Joe Walsh is.
No, I don't associate myself with them.
You know Daniel Barry?
Yeah, I know that guy. He subbed to me. He subbed to
He's
my
really
main channel.
nice, but like he's kind of stupid. He's like best friends with Nuzdar.
Yeah.
And I remember like Nuzdar on like Dirty Rob's community fucking was like pulling out knives threatening to kill Daniel and his family.
Whoa.
обеспечить переброску
That's
военных
pretty dark.
частей в кратчайшие сроки.
Yeah, and this Nuzdar, he's
Yeah.
mentally like fucking ill.
He's mentally fucked up.
Let's be real though. You shouldn't associate yourselves with people in the first place. For, like,
Yeah, Nuzdar is the dude that's like calling SWAT teams drunk assholes.
Yeah, but like you shouldn't be associated.
I don't
yourselves
know.
with people. Yeah, like you don't do it anymore, right?
No, I mean I just don't. I'm not friends with him.
Yeah, but you don't
No,
do
I'm
it
not
anymore,
friends with
right?
him
No,
either.
I don't follow that guy. I only got his channel banned like yesterday.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
I was never friends with Nazadar in the first place.
Oh, dude,
I
I
just
should
knew
tell
of
you what I
him.
did to this guy in the TTC. So you know he's really racist, right? And like he's
I
really
didn't know
like
who you're
weird.
talking about.
So anyways, he was on his stream, then he fell asleep in his chair. So I just fucking porn bombed him just because he's really racist, and then like his channel got banned.
You should,
I know who you're talking
them.
about.
You should show them the video of like him getting the fucking mom up while he's sitting out passed out in the chair.
Sorry, but that was justifiable though, because like, the guy was like racist and shit. So it was a justifiable porn bomb. I wouldn't porn bomb anyone, but like I have to have a reason to porn bomb.
I don't get why they don't just have a strike system.
They do, but if you stream porn, they just think you're like a sex bot and they terminate you.
Oh, that's pretty reasonable,
Yeah.
to be honest. That's pretty
Yeah,
reasonable.
honestly,
Oh my
I
god. Look what Spunky Dude said.
I only porn bomb though if like you give me like a like only if you're a racist or you're like a hacker or
Guys,
some shit.
guys, look in the chat.
What?
Look, the base in Cheyenne, Wyoming is sounding the alarms. It's locked down and very strange. I've been here 45 years. Hang on, America. It never happened.
That's definitely bullshit.
Oh, it's like in Cheyenne, Wyoming then.
But like as Zach, you know me and how I'm not a porn bomber. I only like do it if you
Yeah.
if you're a fucked up person.
Yeah.
Because if you're gonna use your platform to fucking spread hate and shit. And he also raped his sister. He's a really fucked up guy.
Cheyenne, Wyoming, where I am. Yeah. Oh, look, there's nothing.
Well, I mean, yeah, I don't know. Those guys are freaks.
I guess they said it's totally stupid in chat.
I watched this one video. I watched this one video. I watched this video. It was Trump and Biden both playing War Thunder.
Oh, dude, Zach, you're gonna love what I did to Nuzdar like 3 months ago. I don't think I ever told you. So he had a YouTube channel with like 500 subscribers, and he was streaming, and I fucking porn bombed him and got him terminated. And then now he's like stuck at 100 subscribers with like 2 people, and he got, you know who Billy Badass is?
Oh, that dude is a simp.
Yeah, he's a fucking he simped for a fat bitch from fucking Ontario.
And he's a bitch.
Yeah,
He's a bitch. He gets so sensitive he blocked an Eagles fan.
Yeah, Billy's a fucking. I don't like Billy. He's a bitch. But anyways, Billy, he was talking shit to me and talk shit about my family for no fucking reason. And he's like, "You guys can't do shit. This is the slaughterhouse." Then me and my friends grouped up together and fucking porn bombed him like 20 times, and he kept him to reset. Then he just gave up. Like I didn't do nothing to the guy, but then he started talking about my family. Like, okay, you talk about my family and porn bomb me. The fuck?
Yeah, I don't go that far. I don't go that far.
But like, if you're gonna go out your way to be like a dickhead like that, it was like you deserve a porn bomb. But I wouldn't just go up to someone for no reason. Just like fucking show up, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'm not like that. But get me, you can go to a certain extent. That's not forgivable. You get porn bomb.
He's still
Yep.
talking.
Nuzdar definitely deserved to get porn bombed a few months ago, and I'm happy to get terminated too. That was fun.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm either gonna do China, India, Greece, or Iran for my first Power Revolution game.
You should wait until June because they're releasing the 2023 version of it.
Oh yeah, I'll probably get it in like June. I'll get Superpower 2. I'll get Superpower 2 first.
I heard the new Superpower is really bad.
Superpower 3, yeah. Daiwat's PG stream on replay.
Yeah, it looks like a shit show.
Yeah.
Power Revolution's pretty fun though. It
really
gets glitchy, but it's really fun. Like if you like don't get the glitches.
Yeah, like at first when I was playing Hoi 4, I didn't know how to make new garrisons, but then I learned how to make new garrisons.
No, I tried, bro, and I was like fucking Nazi Germany, and I tried to like fucking invade Austria. And like,
no, my main Soviets.
Yeah, but this is my first time playing, and then I finally figured out how to like make a battle plan and attack. And then I fucking lost to Austria, and they just beat me.
No. My first time I was playing as the Soviets. I figured out and I invaded Iran and I ended up beating them.
Yeah, that game is way too complicated and I'm too retarded for it.
I'm gonna have to learn how to play Power and Revolution first.
It's pretty easy. It's like realistic economy. It's war.
Yeah. I feel like as China, if I do a China run, I'm gonna just invade Taiwan, like right when Russia invades Ukraine. I'm gonna tell the Russians, hey, I'm gonna invade Taiwan on when you invade Ukraine.
Yeah, it's pretty realistic in the game. If you invade countries, fucking they'll cut you out of organizations, they'll sanction the shit out of you.
Yeah, my big hiccup with that is, will America actually do something about it if I invade?
Honestly, in the game, as of now, maybe in the new game they'll change it. But in the one right now, America does not do shit if you take time off.
Yeah, I know China won't do nothing if India never invades Pakistan to settle their Kashmir dispute.
I don't think they'll ever go to war, to be honest with you.
They probably won't, but if China and India fix their dispute, they will become allies. Because they're close economically, just not militarily.
Honestly, the only war I see happening besides Ukraine and World War III, like a new war, like two different countries, is Israel and Iran. That's it.
Iran and Turkey.
No, Iran and Israel has a more of a chance. Because Israel keeps
Turkey
bombs.
Syria's a part. Turkey invades Syria. Syria's a part of the Axis of Resistance, which has Iran in it, and Iran gets involved. Boom. Iran versus Turkey.
I doubt that'll happen.
I mean, we maybe could see Iran versus Turkey over Azerbaijan and Armenia, because Iran literally threatened Azerbaijan. We will invade you if you threaten the territorial integrity of Armenia.
Well, they've already, the whole last fucking 7 months ago, that Azerbaijan was taking Armenian land, and nothing was done about it.
Yeah, and Iran was dealing with a lot of crap. But once that's done, they probably will get involved.
I doubt it. Iran will get fucking, like, Iran's not that strong.
Neither is Azerbaijan.
America could fucking defeat Iran just with a few fucking drones.
So Russia could destroy Azerbaijan with drones.
Nah, Russia
Azerbaijan is so... Azerbaijan is not that strong.
To help other countries out. They're only using it towards Ukraine.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, before Ukraine, they would have rolled over Azerbaijan.
Yeah, Armenia's fucked, I think.
Yeah, unless Iran or India send some volunteers up to fight.
Yeah.
Hell, even France, because France has a very negative opinion about Azerbaijan.
Honestly, I think, if anything,
Iran, Israel, more likely. That could draw Saudi Arabia in, because Saudi Arabia is not a fan of Iran.
Это дело времени. Мы четко понимаем, что при подобном сценарии уровень военных угроз для России кардинально в разы повысится. И обращаю
I feel like
особое
World War
внимание
III
на
would start over the
высокую
South China
опасность
Sea
внезапного
disputes.
удара по нашей стране. Поясню, что в американских документах стратегического планирования в документах
That whole region is a mess.
закреплена возможность так называемого
So with the whole
упреждающего
China
удара
9-dash line claim,
А кто основной противник для США и НАТО, нам тоже известно. Это Россия. В документах НАТО наша страна официально, прямо объявлена главной угрозой евроатлантической безопасности. И в качестве передового плацдарма для такого удара будет служить Украина. Если бы об этом услышали наши предки,
why am I still viewing Aliyev on Twitter?
и нам
And he did
сегодня
not.
хочется в это верить. Но это так. Хочу, чтобы это поняли и в России, и
Okay, Belarus is trending.
многие украинские аэродромы расположены недалеко от наших границ. Размещенная здесь тактическая авиация НАТО, включая носители высокоточного оружия, сможет поражать нашу территорию на глубину до рубежа Волгоград, Казань, Самара, Астрахань. Развертывание на территории Украины радиолокационных средств разведки позволит НАТО плотно контролировать воздушное пространство России вплоть до Урала. Наконец, после разрыва Соединенными Штатами договора о ракетах средней и меньшей дальности, Пентагон уже открыто ведет разработку целого ряда ударных средств наземного базирования, в том числе баллистических ракет, способных достигать целей на дистанции до 5500 километров. В случае размещения таких систем на Украине, они смогут поражать объекты на всей
Like how everyone on Twitter goes nuts when Joe Biden does something. They say Dark Brandon.
Во время до Москвы крылатых ракет «Томагавк» составит менее 35 минут. Баллистических ракет из района Харькова 7-8 минут.
And then there's Marge.
Ударных средств 4-5 минут. Это называется... Ну, это прямо...
This is the longest speech I've ever seen in my life.
Не
This is
собираются рассчитывать, реализовать эти планы. Так же, как неоднократно делали в прошлые годы, расширяя НАТО на восток, продвигая военную инфраструктуру и технику к российским границам, полностью игнорируя наши озабоченности, протесты и предупреждения. Извините, просто плевали на них и делали все, что хотели, что считали нужным. И, конечно, предполагают также вести себя и дальше, по известной поговорке. Собака лает, а караван идет. Скажу сразу, мы на это не соглашались и никогда не согласились. При этом Россия всегда выступает за то, чтобы самые сложные проблемы решать политико-дипломатическими методами, за столом переговоров. Мы хорошо понимаем нашу колоссальную ответственность за глобальную стабильность. Еще в 2008 году Россия выдвинула инициативу о заключении договора о европейской безопасности.
Why'd you remove Sacaway?
В том, чтобы ни одно государство, ни одна международная организация
I didn't remove him.
It says he did.
укреплять свою безопасность за счет
Maple
безопасности.
removed Sackcost off from the group.
No, it says Bronex removed him.
Предложение было с порога
Oh,
отвергнуто.
God. Oh, a helicopter.
Позволить России ограничивать.
Sikorsky black helicopter in
Более
Poland.
того, нам прямо заявили, что юридически обязывающие гарантии безопасности могут иметь только члены
Country of region is Russia.
В декабре прошлого года
What are you doing in
мы передали
what are you doing down there, buddy?
договора между Российской Федерацией и Соединенными Штатами Америки о гарантиях безопасности, а также проект соглашения о мерах обеспечения безопасности Российской Федерации и государств-членов НАТО. В ответ от США и НАТО было много общих слов, содержались и рациональные
Yeah, that's
твердые,
weird.
но все это
Anyways, Mr. Capfer,
и выглядело как попытка
what is your
заморозить
plan?
вопрос, увести дискуссию
Our
в сторону.
plan, dummy.
Мы
I don't know. You said you wanted to talk about a plan.
подчеркнули, что
Salmon.
готовы идти по пути переговоров. Однако
Oh,
при
yeah.
условии, что все вопросы
Yeah.
будут
When you
рассматриваться
start
в
figuring it
комплексном
out, I need to
пакете,
start doing some
без
research and
отрыва
stuff
от
like that.
основных базовых российских
Oh, like 3 key
Они
points.
содержат три
Like
ключевых
my dad took some of my cash because I can't
Это
find it, and
недопущение
now I need to
дальнейшего
fucking
расширения НАТО.
um,
Второе. Отказ от
figure out where we
размещения
get
альянса
money so we can
ударных
buy this
систем
shit.
вооружений на российских границах.
So I can't buy
И,
everything
наконец, это
myself, obviously.
возврат военного потенциала и инфраструктуры блока в Европе к состоянию 1997
Hopefully it'll work
года,
out.
когда был подписан основополагающий
Well.
акт России и НАТО. Как раз эти
At
наши
least that's my plan.
принципиальные предложения проигнорировали.
Yeah. I mean, it won't really be that expensive, I don't think.
Еще раз
Yeah.
озвучили
But yeah, that'd be pretty funny.
Заученные формулировки о том, что
No, it won't be that
каждое
expensive. Not
государство
crazy
имеет право
expensive, but
свободно
it's,
выбирать
there's going to
способы
be a
обеспечения
definite
своей
cost for
безопасности
sure.
и вступать
Well,
в
yeah,
любые
but like
военные союзы и
$100
альянсы.
doesn't hurt.
То есть
Yeah,
их
exactly.
позиции
I got
ничего не
70 or 80 right now whenever I can
звучат
find my cash,
все
but
те же ссылки
I have
на
no idea where it
пресловутую
is, so it's
политику
kind of bothered.
открытых дверей НАТО. Более того, нас опять пытаются шантажировать. Вновь угрожают санкциями, которые, кстати, я думаю, они все равно будут
Like I said, I appreciate my
по мере
dad to do so.
укрепления суверенитета России и роста
Think something
мощи
out.
наших вооруженных сил. А предлог для очередной санкционной атаки всегда
You
будет
check your
найден
DMs.
или попросту сфабрикован. Причем вне зависимости от ситуации на Украине. Цель одна – сдержать развитие
Why?
России. И они
I don't
будут
know.
это делать, как
I mean, like I
делали
said, he's
раньше.
pretty chill. Like,
Don't
Даже
say why, but I
вообще
do.
без
I
всякого
knew these guys for like
Только
a few
потому, что
years. Like I
единственные.
promise, they're not no like weirdos.
Никогда не
Yeah, I
поступят со
know, but
своим
it's like,
суверенитетом,
this is our like personal
национальными
life, bro.
интересами и своими ценностями.
Like,
I was already kind of
The-
iffy. I was already kind of iffy when you called me Jeff on stream. That was weird. You told me not to say your real name on stream.
oh, because I thought you didn't really care.
Без ответа со стороны США.
Yeah, I
You
know.
never asked
Когда
prior.
уровень угроз для нашей
okay.
страны значительно
Yeah, but now that I know that, I won't do
Россия
that.
имеет
Yeah, it's
полное
okay.
право принимать ответные
Nah,
меры
he
в
he's
собственных
he's cool.
границах.
Like I knew I wouldn't just add you in a group
И
chat with
будем
like
поступать.
a bunch of like sketchy hackers. These are just
Что
like kind
касается
of cool. Like
положения
they have
на
like
Донбассе,
same
то
humor.
мы видим, что
Well, maybe not
правящая в
politics
Киеве
gaming that
верхушка
much, but like these guys are
постоянно и публично
they have pretty much
заявляет
same
о
humor.
нежелании выполнять Минский комплекс мер
They're pretty cool.
Oh my god, now we have 14 minutes left.
We can just call later if you want. It'll be fine. I'll be staying up for like another hour and a half, 2 hours.
Как это уже было
I don't know.
в 2014,
I mean,
2015.
yeah, I think it's fine. We can chat here. Like, honestly, I think
Мы помним.
here. I promise you, these guys are like not that weird.
Обстрелов населенных пунктов Донбасса. Сформированная крупная
Like Zach
войсковая
is-
группировка постоянно
pretty
использует
cool.
ударные беспилотники, тяжелую технику,
If he
ракеты,
gets
артиллерию
annoying or
и
something, just
системы
tell me.
залпового
But
Убийство мирных жителей,
He's pretty
блокада, издевательства над людьми, включая детей, женщин, стариков, не прекращаются. Как у нас говорят, конца и края этому не видно.
alright,
Так называемый
I don't know if she's gonna
цивилизованный
join.
мир, единственными представителями которого самозванно
But yeah,
объявили
like,
себя наши
I think the most
западные коллеги,
expensive thing though would be like the
предпочитает
fireworks.
этого не замечать. Как будто и нет ничего, всего этого ужаса.
How much do like? Or no, we're not using
Подвергаются
fireworks. We're using like
почти 4 миллиона
firecrackers,
человек.
aren't we?
И только потому, что эти люди
Ага.
не согласились с поддержанным Западом переворотом на Украине в 2014 году. Выступили против возведенного в ранг государственного движения
Can't wait for Elon to try.
I gotta
and
give him
fucking
credit
last
to Putin
time.
because he's been sitting there talking for him for an hour.
агрессивного национализма и
Dude, this is like a year-old speech, and he's just looping it. He's looping the same speech over and over, my guy.
See, I want the original.
Yeah, I don't know how you haven't noticed that.
Сколько эта трагедия может продолжаться?
I wasn't paying attention. I just keep seeing him talk.
Holy fuck, man.
Россия
Get your
сделала
shit
всё для
together.
сохранения территориальной
Sound like Joe
целостности
Biden.
Украины.
Look.
Все эти годы
I was about to say, I don't remember
было
the
за
speech. I don't remember the
исполнение
speech being
резолюции
this
Совета
long.
Безопасности
Just
ООН
scroll through some Twitter or
22.02.17
Telegram or something, and if you
17
find
года,
something, say it.
запретивший Минский комплекс
What is
мер
Stevie saying on
15 февраля 2015 года по
Yeah.
урегулированию ситуации на
Stevie saying on Twitter? Oh, yeah.
Do you know the song Jingleheimer Smith? Gerald.
No, not really.
Oh, I
Not
think
really.
you'll like the song.
Fine.
It's good. I know people that are just like you that really like the song.
Yeah,
Like the same personality and shit. It's a pretty good song.
true.
Do you
Oh my
like giving
God.
high five? Gerald, are you a high five guy or a handshake guy?
Both at the same time.
Yeah, but what do you prefer the most? Like handshakes or high five?
High fives.
Nice. Yeah, high fives are pretty cool. Yeah, the only reason I'm made like a Discord call is like because I know every time you try to spam me, I don't wake up, so you can just fucking E-rate me or something.
What, dude? It's an hour left.
I know. Well, I it's just if I fall asleep though.
Oh well.
I can't promise you I can stay up, but if I do, just
Uh oh.
What?
Airfields of the Russian Air Force are not active.
So you can ask fucking Cap off, bro. We call almost every night and just pass out at the most random times.
It's on my stream.
Yeah, he does. It's really.
I'm like
weird.
that drunk guy, like the passes out on the chair.
It's on
Dude,
my
one day,
It's on my
one
stream.
time he was on Trazodone. He fucking started falling asleep in his chair, and I swear to God, it sounded like he was drowning.
That wasn't the Trazodone, you retarded fuck.
That had to be.
Dude, no, I was sick and I had mucus I couldn't get out my system.
Yeah, and you think the Trazodone had no effect?
I'm gonna go over to RT.
The Trazodone just put me to sleep.
What is this? I don't like it's an Explorer. So
This Trazodone, it just clears your anxiety, so you just don't think about anything.
It
So
just clears. It just clears my anxiety, but when used in conjunction with Vicodin, it provides a high similar to heroin.
Yeah, and then fucking. So I guess the Trazodone should have done that to me every single night.
No,
That
it's just a progenitor.
I'm gonna be watching this when Putin comes on.
Watching what?
RT.
RT. Did they even translate to English?
I think so.
The best part of listening to Stevie Boy because he already has like a translator set.
Yeah, I just saw that the airfields in Russia are being activated. So I'm guessing they're gonna come in with planes.
Ukraine's gonna get nuked, man. We're all gonna like.
If I see one report of a fucking nuclear bomber heading towards Ukraine, I'm gonna lose it.
Yeah, we're gonna go take a shit on Zelensky's grave. A radioactive shit.
What am I watching?
I don't know. You're watching some Russian family jerk each other off.
No, it's America. Yeah, it's definitely America because Russian people don't wear hats like that.
It's all different.
You have collared shirts.
It's one of those things where anything can happen at any time.
I mean, Canadians and Russians are pretty much the same people, and we do wear hats up here.
I don't consider this.
I'm just looking at the airfields right now.
Half of them, or have seen them, so I'm not worried about half of them. But the other ones that are reporters or
One fucking report of a nuclear bomber heading towards Ukraine, I'm gonna lose it.
I mean, what are you gonna do? It's just you have to
I
accept
don't know.
that you just have to accept the fact that you're probably gonna die.
Wait, the problem is I'm like near New York City.
You're just gonna sit there and watch the nukes fly until you
I am
eventually.
between Boston and New York City, so I'm really not.
Dude, you need to buy the NY Prepper kit. And that will save your life.
I'm just gonna hijack RT stream and make it my own. What are they gonna do soon? We don't make money.
Yeah, but what would you do? Like, if like you know nuclear war was gonna start, like what would be the last few things you would want to do?
Fame this.
Like
Okay.
we're getting hit, or just like nuclear war starting. Like if we're getting hit, I'll probably get like super high on every time I can get my hands on.
I don't know what I would do, to be honest. I would just kind of like. I would probably panic for like a bit, but then I kind of realize, hey, what can I really do? It's just that's it.
Yeah.
Just hope that the nukes are not big enough.
Well, we live near a major city, so yeah.
Why are they reenacting a mass shooting?
I'm not American, so I can't. Really.
It's normal. What are they doing?
It's very not common.
People are laughing and taking a picture of it.
Ooh, we're about to get shot up. I wonder if we'll be in the history books for the most deaths.
But just in case you guys are watching, I'm watching RT because Spoon's gonna be on it. So I'm just gonna watch it for like an hour.
I don't recommend you directly restreaming RT. You're gonna get copyright fucking taken down.
If I like this, look at the stream. If I went like this, you don't see the bottom. I think.
All right, well, that's if I were you, I should at least like full screen it so your headline covers the big RT thing.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing.
So then maybe.
How does it look? How does it look on my stream?
I don't know, your thing's delayed, so I gotta wait a few seconds.
Oh wait,
to
there's
see.
a green thing. Oh my god, the stupid green rectangle. It's my green rectangle.
No, you're just
This is so
totally
dumb.
not ripping off our.
Oh wait, that's a guy who like in Parkland.
I want to thank you. Seriously.
The guy who like survived the school shooting in Parkland, Florida, and now he's advocating for everything.
The young people.
It's a tour, look at him.
The young people will always.
Yeah, fucking that dude's a goof.
He's a little goofball.
He's definitely heading on pussy. I'm surprised he didn't get the death penalty.
Here they come.
You'd think for like a Florida state that he would have got the death penalty.
He's gonna do it.
No, he just got
Oh yeah, I
sentenced
forgot
to
about it. Yeah, even freaking DeSantis
We're here
is
today to
sad
announce
about it.
March for Our Lives, Road to
DeSantis
Change,
should like
a
overturn
two-month
it.
summer
No,
tour
he should.
around the
Yeah.
I think it can't
where
do
we'll
that.
go from city to city,
Something with his
state
stupid
to
state
state,
constitution
and
or
connect with
something.
community to community, making sure
Yeah,
we are
fuck
going
the
to harness
Constitution.
and energy, the passion
It's
that
a
we
girl.
witnessed
This
on
is a
March
girl with
24th
her head
and
shaved in
turn
the
it into
back.
action. We're going to be making more than 75 stops nationwide because 4 million people turn 18 this year. And if every
4
single one of
million
those
people
people
turned
votes,
18 this
encourages
year.
their friends to vote, make sure their
I turned
family
18
is
3
getting
years
to the
ago.
polls, we can make real change in this country. Thank you all. I'll be taking questions.
When Steve goes live, you should
I'm
just
Cameron
fucking
Just
show
stream
his
off of his.
Yeah, just restream him. And then like just like tweet him on Twitter that you're stealing his
So
content.
we need to be with them.
What's RT even talking about? There's no headline.
Now Steve should be on in like 3 minutes now, huh?
We join them.
Sometimes he falls
And
asleep
we
in the
become
chair for
part
like
of
10
what
minutes
they're
and he goes live.
This is who I support.
I just imagine he's watching. I want to see him fall asleep like live on
He's
air.
one of the parents that we trust
You-
the most.
Just get his
And,
address and call
we
the
walk through
police
and we
saying
know
he's high on
there. And
pills.
it's not just 'cause he looks like a
Fucking
pirate.
post
He's
his
just
store.
here
I hate
to
girls
get
that shave their
done.
head.
Excuse the language.
Yeah. Always with
Fucking
you.
weirdos, man.
Girls that shave their heads.
Yeah, look, that's me.
Yeah, they're pretty. Oh, wait, who's he? The chubby ginger?
Oh, wait, RT, please don't kill me. This is
Oh
my
damn, I
logo.
didn't know you were on RT. I see the chubby ginger.
At this hour, American and coalition forces
Oh,
are
wait,
in
they
the
do
early
something about
stages
the
of
Iraq
military
war.
operations to disarm Iraq, to free its people, and to defend the world from grave danger.
You know what's crazy? The way Bush and Putin had the speeches was always similar.
Russia always on the invaded.
Helicopter.
We will bring
Ooh,
Iraqi people
helicopter.
food, medicines, and supplies.
I mean, people in Iraq were not having a good time.
I mean, what else do they have left in Iraq?
RT's crazy.
Well, it's full of Russian propaganda, dude.
See anything else.
Yeah, you should just steal Steve's feed.
The Ukrainian military are now training near the Chernobyl exclusion zone.
Yeah, they're near it, but they're not in the area, so they
They're
won't
like
get
training
sick.
near it. So it's radiation.
Yeah. Well,
From the-
they're safe though. They're in a safe radius.
In the 1950s, the US used former
Not like
Nazis
fucking
against
Russia
the
and
Soviet
drinking
Union.
trenches and the
In the
fucking red
21st
forest.
And now the Ukrainian
engineered
army's
a coup
training in
d'etat
them.
that pitched the former Soviet Republic
No, they're
into
not. They're
armed
near it,
confrontation
but
with
they're not in the
Moscow.
zone.
Oh my god, one could pop up.
Well, certainly, if the United States and
Right.
the UK and the rest of the Western world had not engaged
Steve live yet?
conflict,
Stevie?
with the Ukraine and with the Soviet Union,
Yeah,
and
you
the
need your
success of
daddy,
the Russian
Steve, that
Federation,
you love so
we would
much.
not have
2.5 thousand are rated.
today. I think that
2.5 thousand.
If the Americans stopped,
I
we
can't even
would
type
be
in
at
chat because
peace,
I got
and
banned.
The world would be a lot better place. And the
If I was a
economy
moderator,
would be
that
considerably
fake it
better than
banned.
it's doing now.
I love how Twitch is not even up, so.
I want to get Steve's like docs and just start posting his address in the chat. That'd be funny.
Operation Ukraine, America's fingerprints, February 22nd.
What happens when you mix
How do you think Steve would react if people started posting his address?
The answer is
I think that's why he moved like 10 times.
The first ever Games of the Future.
I know he lives in an apartment in Boston.
No, he lives in the house.
I think it's an apartment, I remember.
No, he lives like one floor, and then the other people moved out, and now he owns the whole house.
It's the future.
It would be a real shame if he got pizzas.
He has to move again. He really moved like 4 times in the year.
That would be funny. Order Steve.
they're talking about
That'd be funny.
State of the Nation.
I wanna order pizza at Steve's house with no sauce or no cheese and just pineapple.
Just bread. You have to pay for it.
I would pay for that. That'd be funny. It's like a small fucking pineapple and bread pizza. That'd be funny as fuck.
The US thought they have outsmart Putin. This guy's name is the US thought they have outsmart Putin.
Well, State of the Nation is probably just their version of the State of the Union.
I don't know. It's Russia. They would lie all the time.
And a NATO officer
Alright, Steve, you should be on. I'll take feelings for you.
saying he saw a suspicious U.S. naval
am I down yet?
Nord Stream pipeline system
No,
before
we
it
can.
was blown up.
No, he'll start in a minute. We can laugh at him.
People now are realizing
I thought you said he wouldn't stream tonight.
Information is trickling out.
I was.
Everything that they've been told by the
I was
American
supposed to go live an hour
has
ago,
been a
but
lie.
I got bored. Put banging things on though.
Hello and welcome to
Oh my
RT
God,
International
Mohammad
Broadcasting live
Hamadi.
from Moscow. It's just past the hour, and as always, it's great to have you with us. I'm Rad Hamami. Let's take a
This
look
is
at the top
crazy that
stories
Google
of
didn't take
this
us down
hour.
yet.
In just 1 hour, Russian President Vladimir Putin is scheduled to give his annual State of the Nation address to Parliament. The event coincides with the anniversary this week of Russia's military operation in
Oh,
Ukraine.
this still stays a military
Let's cross
operation.
live now to Oksana Boyko, host of the RT program Worlds Apart. She is joining us from the venue in central Moscow, where Russia's President Putin is soon to start his speech.
I think
Oksana,
Stevie would be
thanks
funnier to
for,
watch so we can
bringing
laugh.
us up to speed. Now, what can we
Archie
expect to
American.
hear from the
Just
Russian
have another
leader
tea on,
in
just
this
in case he
prominent
comes in
address?
early.
Yeah, you could turn on and it's like two speaks. So like,
be able to guess the main topic, the main theme of
Oh
the
my god,
presidential
oh my god, look
address,
at the
which is,
tanks
of
in the
course,
background.
Russia's military operation in Ukraine, both in
oh
its
my
most
god, he looks like
direct
fucking Dr.
literal
Eggman.
sense, the situation on the front lines, which remains
Jesus
quite
Christ.
intense, and also its broader effects on the Russian economy, on the Russian society, and on the world at
Putin could have been a
large.
great guy.
Now, Vladimir Putin's speeches
Well,
are
Steve
known
is
for
late,
being
what a
both,
faggot.
very
He's
practical,
always late.
so
He's
we
probably
can
jerking off to his
expect him to
moderators
give
on
a
Facebook
lot
right
of
now.
He's like 10
details,
minutes
a lot
late
of
every single
figures on
time.
how the state has been able to deal with this unprecedented
He's probably jerking off to Linda
He
Bolt.
literally made the stream like 5 hours ago, saying he's gonna be live at 3 a.m.
I feel like he has a relationship with one of his moderators.
Yeah, probably.
I think Sarah's always dick riding him. Fucking hate that bitch.
Vladimir Putin said before on a number of occasions.
You wanna know what's funny?
He sees
What
the
I
current
did.
conflict in Ukraine not as a
Don't
conflict
snitch on me
between
though, because there's
Moscow
like a
and
few
Kiev,
like
and
people.
not even as a conflict
But like I
between
made like a
Russia
fucking
and the
fake
West, but rather
a
as
girl
conflict
from Europe
between
and
the
like I
West
catfished like
and the
7
rest.
people on the Agenda Free
gist
TV
of the
server.
current historical
And I had
moment
the fucking
is
owner,
the
Daniel,
depletion of the
or Danny
Western,
James, he was fucking gifting me
creative and
games on Steam because he thought I was a real female.
Oh my god.
Good
I just had a whole
evening.
back.
He's live,
Morning,
live,
everybody.
he's
It
live.
is Steve Lookner with
I just got like a
Agenda Free
fake
TV.
Italian bitch,
We
and then I
are
acted
here
like I
to
was like a
bring you
fucking
live
Italian.
coverage of
And then
Russian
I get like a
President
shit ton of
Putin's
like gifts and
speech
shit. It's
to the
funny.
Russian
All the
nation. He's
simps.
going to talk about the Ukraine war.
It's a special
which
military
he is still calling
operation.
a special military operation.
But that was
But
my
most of the rest of the
special
world calls a war.
catfish operation.
That speech is coming up, as you can see, in
There's
55
Stevie's live.
minutes
Let's
and
put Steve
53
on.
seconds.
Yeah.
He's having great hair now.
And we will have
Turn him up. Turn him up.
audio
I did.
of the speech. Let me be clear.
You know, you should get a
We
volume
will
booster for
have
your Chrome.
audio of the speech. I do not have
It's
video
free.
of the
It's like a
speech. I have
extension.
no video I can show you.
I'll
We
show
will
him video.
listen to the speech. I'm pretty darn sure
You
we'll
just
have
download
audio
it,
in
and it
English. of the
just goes on
speech,
your Chrome.
But I will not have video. So I'm just warning you. The microphone is muffled? Let's see.
Bro, Steve looks like the fucking
Boy,
Idaho killer.
boy,
Oh
it
my
sounds
God.
fine to me. Sounds fine to me.
Ugh, creepy.
I just listened to it.
This should be good.
That's if he shows up on time. A lot of times Putin is late. A lot of times Putin starts late.
Yeah, that's
so
the
he's
one I have.
supposed to start at
I have that on my
at
computer.
4 a.m. Eastern
It's safe,
time.
don't worry.
But of course he
I
could
use it all the
be
time.
late.
Just
Let's
gonna
see here.
make fun of
So
him.
I really appreciate you joining for this. We're going to talk about
Yeah,
the
he's-
speech,
he's
talk
a
about,
goof.
going to read some of your comments and questions. At Lookner on Twitter.
Oh, yeah,
is
I can
where
do
you
this now.
reach me. Just to be clear, I don't expect any huge announcements in this speech.
Yeah, no.
I haven't heard anyone who I would consider someone who I look to for analysis on this topic. I haven't heard any analyst who I'm familiar with say they think there's going to be any huge announcement in this speech. Doesn't mean there couldn't be, but I would be surprised right now if there was some big announcement in this speech that was like a surprise to everyone. But we'll see what he has to say.
Yeah,
he
we will.
actually is supposed to give this address. It's like a State of the Nation address.
Why are you
He's supposed to
streaming
give
it if you
every
don't think
year,
it's
but he didn't do
serious,
it
Steve?
last
Exactly.
It is. This is what is it? It's 3 days before the. It's 3 days before the 1 year anniversary of the invasion. I think the invasion started on February 24th of last year.
No, technically it started here like February 23rd at 10 p.m.
Anyways, he is supposed to talk about what's going on.
No, this year for world events have been pretty chill.
What's going on?
Not really.
He's going to focus on Ukraine. On
Well,
the
spy
Ukraine,
balloons,
but
that's
he'll
not
call it
that
special
bad
military
compared to the
operation.
other shit. we've
So I'm
been
going to
through the
show you
last
some
few years.
analysis of what he might say. I'm going to take your comments on the air before we start. What do you think's going to happen? At Lookner on Twitter is where you can reach me.
Can I see in the comments?
Hang on a second.
If you just search out and look
These kind of things. Hold on. Hey, and a quick thanks to Zenrez.
See what they're asking.
Zenrez says my cousin who was in
I want
Donetsk
to.
has
I
been
just
injured
really
since
want
December
to order
26th. I hope your
pizzas to
cousin
his
is
house
okay.
whenever his address gets leaked.
Yes, we are covering this. Thank you, Zenrez.
just look him up
Thanks
on White
to our new
Pages.
member Keisha is a beauty, by the way. And thanks
Like
to all of
order
our
him like 20
moderators.
pizzas and they'll
Really
come to the door
appreciate it. We
expecting to
got
get
some
paid.
moderators here. I want to give a shout out to.
Stephen
One
Lichtner.
Way Street is here late night with us. One Way Street.
Oh, I think it's Zeb.
Thank you for moderating. Also,
Which one, though?
Hang on a second here.
George.
One, two, is,
Stephen George, I'm looking at.
is.
Can I
I'm going to
see
show
that,
you
Jess?
some analysis. I saw a couple good articles about
Bro,
it.
why does Steve
One-
look like the fucking Idaho killer?
Let's see. That's from yesterday. That is from yesterday.
Do you not
Here's
see
the thing
the
from
resemblance? It's funny.
That's his son.
It's like his long lost brother.
One moment here.
That's why he never talks about it.
He's starting to get half gray hair.
There we go. Oops. Now you're going to hear two of me for 2 seconds. You're going to hear two of me. Kay Lowry Body and Margaret Riley moderating
Margaret
over there on
Riley.
Facebook. Thank you. Thanks for moderating over there. Okay. Here is what we're going to do. To start off. Huru says we will all know in about 50 minutes from now. Again, don't be surprised if Putin starts late. I think every Putin speech I've covered, he has started late. Almost like he likes to make everyone wait for him.
Just like Biden.
Let's see here. Where is that article I wanted to start with?
He's getting bored. Go back to RT. Yeah, I got boring too. Damn it.
Putin to give key speech as Ukraine war nears a year and support dips.
This is fun.
Again, this is the State of the Nation address. He's going to be in Moscow. He's going to be speaking, I believe, to both houses of parliament there, or both of the houses of the legislative body and a bunch of other officials and elites there in Russia. Russian President Putin, says the Washington Post, will deliver a highly
It's supposed to
symbolic
snow a
State
little
of
bit.
the Nation address Tuesday to the
Washington-
Federal Assembly
the
or
Washington
both
Post
houses of the
sucks so
country's
bad.
parliament as the invasion of Ukraine nears
The
its
Washington
first
Post
anniversary
sucks
this
so
week.
bad.
The
Yeah,
attack,
they're
which is
pretty
described in Russia as a, quote, special military operation, was meant to topple the Ukrainian government within weeks. Instead, Putin now faces the delicate task
American
of justifying
media
a war without victory. The noon address, current time in Moscow,
11:09.
is
11:09. 11:10.
But
Just to double
Canada's
check
media is fucking funded
It
by
is
the
11:10
government, so
a.m.
it's
It is
always
in
like
50 minutes. The noon
controlled.
address is targeted at a domestic audience.
Domestic audience.
And the focus will be Ukraine, said Kremlin spokesman Dmitry Peskov. Putin skipped a similar speech to lawmakers last year. It will mark Putin's first public comments after President Biden's surprise visit to Kyiv, which we covered early yesterday morning. Okay. Typically, more than 1,000 guests are in attendance for Putin's State of the Nation speech, including lawmakers, judges, regional administration officials, and religious leaders, TASS reported.
Hey,
this year, Putin also has asked veterans of his invasion to attend.
I love how you just chilling watching Steve, and there's 5 people watching you.
Okay. Putin,
there
70,
five people
says the
watching me?
Washington Post, is
That's what it
increasingly
says for me.
isolated and faces
This is
pressure on all
concurrent
sides. Many
two
elite
concurrent
business
viewers.
executives and officials
Yeah, sometimes
are
that
privately
shit's like
convinced
broken.
the war was a mistake.
But
Even
I'm
as
pretty
hardline
confident that's
nationalists
So,
criticize
top right
Russian
is how much
military
time is
commanders
left
and press
until
for a
Putin
sharp
talks.
escalation to crush Ukrainian
Yeah, I'm just
resistance.
I think
watching
it's
this
just
guy
I
because
think
it's
it's
funny.
just all the people from
Washington
Discord
Post says
watching.
recent polls reflect declining levels of support in Russia for continued fighting. I don't really trust polls in Russia.
We're just all kind of chilling
Because
watching.
I don't think
watching
people feel
nuclear
free to
war
say
happen.
what they really think. Okay, so that's a simple. I'm going to show
I'm
you
really
another
just
article with
waiting.
more detail, but that's kind of a little overview. That article there. Give me 1 second here. So, what do you think he's gonna? Any predictions? You guys have any predictions? Give me a shout.
He has something on his face.
Where is this?
It's like a dark mark on his face.
What is this? Why am I not?
It'd be weird to announce a full-scale nuclear war
I don't
in
know
Parliament.
why. Oh, sorry. I know what. Sorry, I was looking for something and I couldn't find it. And I was looking in the wrong place. Hang on one moment. Let's try something
Fucking
else.
idiot! Oh my god. God, dude, he's so slow.
Give me one moment. 47 minutes. If he starts on time. If he starts on time. Here we go. This is what I wanted to find. Here. Okay, that's fine. All right, give me one more second here. We want to go through this. Give me one more second. Let me do
Do it.
that. Test 1 2. Test. That seems a little better. Testing. 1 2 1 2. Okay. Hey, quick thanks to None. None says only your hardcore fans are up for this stream. This is pretty late or early. Thanks, None.
I mean, I've been streaming for like 4 hours.
Thanks, Aaron Easton. Aaron says praying all offensives end in peace and freedom will prevail.
Russia would never leave Ukraine.
Fragaria Vesca, our viewer,
I'm
says
telling you that
maybe
right now,
he
they
will
would
mention
never leave.
Biden's visit. Presumably, Putin would not have known about that Biden was going to visit Kyiv, Ukraine, until, I mean, I guess the U.S. told Russia hours before, but presumably it would have come as a surprise to Putin. So I wouldn't be surprised if Putin mentions it. Paul S., our viewer, says, how late will Putin be today? 1 hour, 2, 3?
I'm not staying
I
up
were
for another
betting.
3 hours.
I'm betting he'd be late. Will this be translated?
I'm not
I am
staying up
assuming,
if Putin is late.
I'm staying in this
that I will
call in
have
case something
translated
happens, so you can wake me
audio
up.
for you. I am also assuming
I
I
have
will
the
not
like,
have video
I
for
have
you.
the speaker right next to my
But
ear.
my plan is to play translated audio for you. Let me be clear about this. I am not hiding this fact. And then we'll talk about it after.
But I am a little
Douglas
concerned
Ellis
and
watching
curious
from
what he's going to
England.
say.
John Gahn, our viewer, says, prediction. Putin will talk about how great he is and how he's doing the right thing, and not saying I agree with that. I'm going to check also. I got it open up. I'm going to look at some maybe Ukrainian and Russian news outlets, see what they're saying, if there's any early reporting on this. So give me a second. Let me just take a quick peek here. I haven't really heard anything leaked about the speech.
God, why does the text look so bad?
Hang on one moment here. Chris O. Wiki, who is somebody I follow for Ukraine stuff, independent military history author and researcher. I follow him for some Ukraine stuff. He says preparations are underway in Russia for Putin's annual address to the nation today. State employees and students have been ordered to attend a concert and rally, and ominous posters have appeared in Moscow proclaiming that Russia's border does not end anywhere. While the contents of Putin's speech are not yet known, it's being heavily publicized in Moscow with posters inviting people to watch and listen, and perhaps in a preview of the speech's content, declaring Russia's border does not end anywhere. When is the speech starting? Well, maybe you should look right here. Maybe you should look right here for that information. Okay, hang on. Check a couple other things here. Okay, so give me a shout. I'm going to read some more of your comments. I'm going to show you. I found a good article about the speech in Radio Free Europe, I think it was. Yeah, you know, Chris Hodgson says, do you think he will mention anything about the balloons? I don't know that. The only way I think he'll mention something about the balloons if he's trying to like make fun of the U.S. Maybe he'll make some joke at the U.S. expense about the balloons. I don't think it's a very big a topic for him.
Oh yeah, Steve's looking aggressively.
Were you snoring?
Hmm.
You were snoring super loud.
I'm not snoring.
Hang on a second here.
What was that?
I was probably just yawning because I have noise cancellation on, so it sounds weird.
That's what I heard.
No, it's just the noise cancellation being stupid.
Hang on one sec, guys. One moment, please. One moment, please.
One moment.
One moment, please.
One moment.
Hold on.
Steve is already Steven.
One of our viewers, Jenny, says,
Jenny!
I think Putin will ask for a formal investigation on the Nord Stream sabotage and attempt to declare the U.S. as a terroristic country.
That'd be funny.
I mean, who knows? Maybe he'll mention Nord Stream. There was this whole. I don't really want to get into this whole thing right now.
Oh no.
I don't think that's going to be the big thing. Put it this way: whether or not he mentions it, I don't think it's going to be a major thing in his speech. Yeah. So this guy Seymour Hersh, who does not have a very good journalistic reputation these days, claimed that Seymour Hersh claimed recently that the U.S. was involved in sabotaging the Nord Stream pipelines. So without getting into that right now, let me just say Seymour Hersh does not have the best journalistic reputation these days. You can find a lot of, I think, compelling analysis of why his claims are not very convincing about this. But anyways, you can see here, this is an article from yesterday or 2 days ago from Politico. National Security Council spokesperson John Kirby repeatedly denied the U.S. was involved in explosions that damaged the Nord Stream pipelines. Speaking on Fox News Sunday, he said that's a completely false story. U.S. and European officials suggested at the time that Russia may have been responsible for explosions in September that caused leaks. Nord Stream 1 and its finished but still unused companion Nord Stream 2 are a set of natural gas pipes that connect Russia with Germany under the Baltic Sea. Seymour Hersh wrote on Substack earlier this month, based on a single anonymous source, that the U.S. was involved in the sabotage of the pipelines. Hersh is a Pulitzer Prize-winning journalist, best known for his expose of the 1968 My Lai massacre, but he has drawn criticism for some of his reporting in recent years, including his challenges to the official U.S. account of the killing of Osama bin Laden in Pakistan. Anyways, I'm not getting to all this right now. Will Putin mention it, as Jenny says? Maybe. I don't know. Again, I don't think it'll be a prominent part of the speech if it's mentioned. But I appreciate Jenny writing in. Yeah, I don't really want to get into all that right now, though.
You begin to show things now.
One of our viewers, Furbs, sent a list of predictions to me. I don't know if I'm going to read the whole list, Furbs. I'll read a couple of them. It's a long list. It's a long list to read the whole thing, Furbs.
To begin to show.
Let me show you Furbs' list. This is our viewer, Furbs. Okay, Furbs, our viewer Furbs says, my Putin speech predictions. Declaration of war against Ukraine, highly likely? I don't know that it's highly likely. So, I remember back in October of last year, there were rumors that Putin was going to officially declare war instead of calling it a special military operation. By the way, if he were to do that, I don't understand it. I don't know the details, but there are like certain consequences, like legal consequences in Russia to declaring it a war. I don't know what those are, but it's not just like what you want to call it. Anyways, I would take issue with your classification of that as highly likely. But this is Furb's predictions. Talk of wartime economy production, highly likely. Yeah, I could certainly see him. That's something he's been talking about lately, wanting the country to increase its economic efforts in support of the war. More nuclear rhetoric, highly likely. Wouldn't be surprised to see some nuclear threats, some vague nuclear threats from Putin. That's certainly something you see him do sometimes when he gives a big speech. Claims he is fighting against Satanism, Nazis. Yes, I certainly would expect more false claims about how Ukraine is a Nazi nation. Partnership with allied countries such as China or Iran, certainly could mention that. Additional mobilization likely. I don't know if that's likely. There is a debate whether Russia might announce an additional mobilization in the coming weeks or months. He could do it. I don't think it's widely anticipated he will do that today, but we'll see. Announcement of additional support for the war effort and new offensive. Sure, why not? I could see that. Delegitimizing the Ukrainian government. Sure, that's a theme of what he does when he talks about Ukraine. Integration of DPR and LPR forces into Russian military. Integration of Wagner forces into Russian military. Requesting CSTO assistance, general mobilization. No, I don't think he's going to announce general mobilization. He's not, right. Unlikely he will say we are withdrawing with Ukraine. Hey, thanks for the list, though. Thanks for the list. That's an interesting list from Furbs. Thanks, Ferbs, for writing in and sharing your list. There you go. I'm going to show you something else I saw about this. Thanks, Ferbs. Hey, thanks to Zenrez for your support. Zenrez thinks he'll talk about Russia, or there are talks, or he's going to talk about Russia hitting North Sea oil producers. Oh, by the way, what is this here? Fatux News found a pro-Kremlin analyst, Sergei Markov. Oops, hold on a second. Fatux News found this. I guess this is a pro-Kremlin analyst who has 40,000 subscribers, who said on Telegram, with a high probability there will be a call for a broad public and state and economic mobilization for victory. Yeah, I mean, that I wouldn't be surprised at. I don't know really if that really means anything. He can say we have to mobilize ourselves economically, but what will he have any concrete measures he's declaring if he says that? I don't know. Okay. All right, give me a shout at Lookner on Twitter. So Putin is going, now I don't know if it's going to be, he's supposed to speak in 33 minutes and 51 seconds. It's the State of the Nation address, an annual address that he did not give last year. It was very close to the invasion last year. This is, I think February 24th is the anniversary of the invasion. So last year, when the invasion was about to happen, he did not give this speech. But he normally would give it every year. Yes, it began on February 24th of last year. So we're close to the one-year anniversary. He's going to be addressing both houses of parliament there and a bunch of other powerful and elite guests for his speech and addressing his country, Russia. And we're going to have audio translation of it. That's my goal, is to have audio translation. Not video, audio translation.
Audio. I can have video, so.
And we will be covering that. We're taking your comments and questions on the air, reading some of your predictions about what he might or might not say. I would not be surprised if he starts late, because he's Putin, and very often starts late. But we're bringing you live coverage, and we're taking your comments on the air. Write to me on Twitter at Lookner. I'm going to show you. I found a very good article about this speech that I want to show you. One moment here. Oops, sorry. Hold on. Hang on a second here.
Uh-oh, spaghetti.
Just got to do something real quick. Thanks, by the way, to Bryn Dunham for the Facebook stars. Thank you, Bryn. All right, here's this article I found, which was really good. I thought was really good about this speech. This is the best article I've seen about it. What to watch for in Putin's February 21st address. This is from Radio Free Europe by Steve Guterman. President Putin's speech to the nation might seem like a big deal. It comes 3 days before the invasion began. It's a day after Biden made a surprise visit to Kyiv. There's been plenty of buildup. Russia's constitution requires the president to deliver an address to parliament annually, and Putin hasn't done it in 2 years. He didn't do it last year. Russia's two parliament chambers are to hold what is billed as Russia's two parliament chambers are holding unscheduled sessions tomorrow, followed by a massive rally in concert in Moscow, indications that something may be afoot. But in speeches remarks and writings both before and after the start of the large-scale invasion, Putin has repeated familiar and often false narratives about Ukraine and other issues and lashed out at Washington and the West without saying much of anything that is new or which casts lights on his plans and limitations and intentions beyond signaling more of the same. So this analyst, Steve Guterman, does not really think there's a great chance that Putin will say something big and new, but we'll see. He says, with no sign of an end of his war to Ukraine, of his war in Ukraine in sight, and with a clampdown on all forms of dissent continuing in Russia, Putin's speech may not produce much substance. However, here,
Wait, what?
He says, with no
very safe not only from fallout but from marauders and desperate, hungry people, because people are going to go nuts after a nuclear war. You're going to have hungry people, thirsty people. People panicking, trying to find shelter. Here's another good example of a fallout shelter location. Here we have a Petco over there. There's a Petco. Here we have a Michaels, and here we got a Home Goods. And this is a great option because what I like about this is there's not a lot of, open areas here. You just have some, glass doors there, and then the Michaels has some doors and the Petco has some doors. But other than that, this is a pretty solid structure. You got a lot of concrete here. You can see all those blocks, that's all concrete, reinforced concrete with a brick face on the outside. So it looks good, but this is a very solid structure with concrete all around it. So this is a great option. You can easily find like a boiler room, a receiving area, a back room of some kind that you can fortify and add shielding to. Here we have some kind of door over here. That could be some kind of, back room or something, but you want to find some kind of room that's, surrounded, a closet, boiler room, something that's surrounded by concrete or dense material. But this is a decent option. This is a decent option, guys. So, same thing as with all the other ones. If you can't find a back room or something like that, or stairwell or something, or basement, might even be a basement here, okay? But if you can't find any of those things and you're forced to go into the actual sales floor, then, center most part of the store and pile up all the dense material around you and make a shelter. That's going to be your best option. You'll get a lot of protection, believe it or not. So all right, guys, so we found a bunch of shelter options. It only took me about an hour and a half to do this. A little bit of driving, a little bit of walking, a little bit of time, but it's worth it in my opinion. So go out there to your nearest town, your nearest city, and scout out fallout shelter locations. You can do some work at home by using Google Maps. We live in an age where there's just so much information available at our fingertips. You can go on your cell phone and do half of the work on your cell phone. Look on Google Maps. You can also, go to your local library and find architectural plans. When a lot of buildings are built, the contractor has to apply for a building permit. They can't just build a building, so they apply for a building permit. And a lot of those big buildings have public information available about them. Okay, at your local library, you might be able to find building permits that were issued for a lot of the structures in your town and in your city, and you might be able to find architectural plans. So this way you can basically look at those architectural plans and figure out where the best part of the structure is to shelter in. And because you might not have access to that structure, like some of those apartment buildings I was showing you, I'm not a resident at those apartment buildings, so I don't know what the inside looks like, unless I know someone that lives there and they can let me in, or somehow I can get in and walk around and scout it out. But you can get architectural plans for a lot of structures through public information, through your local library, through your town, building department. So, that'll save you some extra time and effort from having to actually go on foot and look around and scout out, entrances where you can get into the building. Another thing that's very important is not just finding a suitable structure, but figuring out how you can get into that structure. Like I said earlier, with the church and the other structures, you need entry tools. But in your scouting, in your recon, you want to look for not just a good structure, but where inside of the structure can you take shelter, which part of the structure is the best, for protecting yourself from radiation, and also what are the entry points. How are you going to get into that structure? Okay, is there a window? Is there a door? You have to figure these things out now before the bombs land. Okay, you want to figure these things out now. So find like 5 or 10 structures in your area and narrow them down and rank them, which ones are the best from the top structure, the best structure. Rank them from 1 to 10. Find 10 structures. Tonight we found almost 10. We found the parking garage, the church, a few apartment buildings, some department stores, and that only took me an hour and a half. Okay, so find yourself 10 structures, rank them from best to worst, and then once you have a list of like 3 to 5, you want to scrutinize those even more and get more information about them, figure out entry points. How are you going to get in? Also, you need to think about how far away these structures are, because if they're too far, they're useless. If there's a nuclear war, every nuclear warhead that's detonated is going to release an EMP. So even if an EMP is not detonated over the United States, well, actually they would detonate multiple EMPs, because you're not going to be able to take out the entire US power grid with one EMP. They're going to have to do multiple EMPs that overlap each other. They would have to set it up like, overlapping coverage, okay, so they can wipe out the whole grid. And most likely, if there is a full-scale nuclear war with Russia and China, they would hit us with EMPs first and take down our power grid first and take out our comms, because that would damage the military comms as well. They're not so much concerned with taking out, civilian comms and civilian power. They want to damage the military electrical grids and circuits and everything else, vehicles. So they would most likely hit us with EMPs first, okay? But even if they don't hit us with EMPs, let's say they don't do that, still every single warhead that goes off will release a pulse, an electromagnetic pulse. Now, if it's a surface burst or an air burst, it's not going to travel as far as a high altitude burst, okay? A high altitude burst in low Earth orbit, that pulse is going to travel thousands of miles just from one warhead. But if it's, surface bursted or air bursted, air burst is usually 1 kilometer or up to a mile above ground level. If it's air bursted or surface bursted, the EMP may travel 20 miles or 50 miles or 100 miles, but it's not going to travel as far as a high altitude burst, okay? But you need to think about, if there is an EMP, if the power goes out, even if there's not an EMP, they could hit substations, they could hit interstate transmission lines, to take down the grid. So count on electricity not working, count on your car not working. You need to be able to get to your shelter on foot if you have to. Okay, that's where I'm getting with these EMPs. That you need to count on the possibility that your car's not going to get you to your shelter. Okay, you have to be able to walk there. So you want to find something relatively close to you. All right, if you find a structure that's 10 or 20 miles away, you know, you might not be able to get there. You could say, oh, I'll walk there, or I'll fill up my rucksack and you know, carry supplies. But, you know, realistically, the fallout is going to start to land in a couple of hours, depending on your distance from ground zero, from the detonation point. So, you know, unless you're Captain America, you're not going to be able to cover 20 miles quick enough with, you know, a full ruck on. And, you know, you're going to need 2 weeks worth of supplies, food and water. So, you know, good luck, you know, carrying 2 weeks worth of food and water on your back 20 miles and trying to walk that, you know. It's just not realistic, not in the time constraints from, you know, the fallout landing. So you need to be able to get to your shelter within, you know, a couple of hours, and you need to be able to get there on foot. You need to be able to bring your supplies to your shelter. So you need to think about all these things, and I'm going to do more videos on this
you guys
in
have
depth.
news?
But these are things
Vladimir
you want to
Putin's
think about,
message would
okay?
take about an hour.
Can I get to these structures
5
on foot?
a.m.
What are the ways in? How can I get into these structures? You know, what are the entry points? What kind of tools do I need? What does the inside look like? Do I have architectural plans I can look at? Is there somebody I know that can let me into the building? Or, you know, there's some other way I can scout it out. Maybe during business hours I can walk around inside and scout it out. But these are things you want to do now, all right? So, in my opinion, the best time to do this type of recon is at night when there's less vehicles on the road. The only thing is, if you do this type of recon at night, you know, you might catch attention by local law enforcement if you're snooping around different buildings. You know, but you could do it at night, you could do it during the day, whatever. You know, but that's pretty much it, guys. Let me know what you think in the comments. I got more videos like this coming, so stay tuned to my channel. Take care, God bless, and don't forget the 3 P's: prepare, practice, and persevere.
Yeah. That's 43 minutes long.
Wow. What are you doing? Guy's a gun nut.
Your case against Nestle, and what changed and what's going on?
Yes, I mean, the case is reported in for those that are interested, it's reported in the Michigan Court of Appeals reports that are published by most states, and particularly Michigan. It's in the volume 269 Michigan Act, it's called. The case involves Nestle moving into Michigan and selecting an area that they thought was robust of groundwater, but they were selling spring water, so it was connected to a spring, and the company had to demonstrate that to put spring water, their marketing niche, spring water on the bottle, they had to demonstrate that every gallon out of the watershed for it going in the bottle is a gallon out of the spring. Well, the spring formed the stream and the lakes, and their pumping reduced the stream anywhere from 18 to 35%, depending on the time of the year. And we were able to file a lawsuit both under common law rights of people that live on water bodies and also groundwater law, but also the Michigan Environmental Protection Act, which Joe Sachs had drafted, creating rights of citizens to sue under this public trust doctrine, which they have, because they're beneficiaries. You are legal beneficiaries, just like a trust in a bank. And so you have a right to correct these wrongs. And we were able to use those principles and demonstrate an impairment of the water system and a serious harm to the environment. And we're able to limit the pumping. What hasn't been addressed, and then we can get back to the public trust doctrine. What hasn't been addressed is the privatization issue. I mean, when you think about bottled water, it either comes from a private well or a municipal system. These companies get it one way or the other. Out of the ground, in most situations, nobody pays for it. They just take it under the right of what they call reasonable use in our country, or appropriate uses, but it's basically a reasonable use. And really, until bottled water came along, nobody really thought about the sale of water. There was the delivery of water in public water systems, but the sale of water is a reasonable use. You have a right to use the water, but the question is, do you have a right to sell it? Or if it's public water, does the sovereign, through its legislature, have to consent to that? And I think the answer is yes, they do. Interestingly enough, that would create a level playing field between citizens, the government, and those privatizing and profiting off the water. Again, bottled water is bottled water, but it should be under the umbrella of sovereign. It should be consented to by the sovereign. And the sovereign, therefore, should not be subsidizing the private profit. It should be shared. Municipal water systems that, for example, let's go back to Detroit, Aquafina and Dasani, Coke and Pepsi, they get their water from Detroit on a nonprofit cost basis. They put it in a bottle and they make the profit. And even though other users are sharing in that nonprofit basis, they share in the cost, or excuse me, the cost, nonprofit cost basis, they share in the cost, but they don't share in the profit. So it all goes to the company that says, well, we're using the water. Once we have it, it's ours. No, I don't think that's true. I think they're getting it from the public based on public expenditures to create that system to begin with. And they're being subsidized by everybody else. Taxpayers of the state of Michigan. This is true worldwide. And we have to understand that this has to be corrected. This privatization of water through bottled water. Now, privatization of municipal systems is yet another issue, whether that's a solution or not. Most people have concluded that, these major companies buying up municipal waters because Jackson, Mississippi's of the world can no longer fix their systems. So, larger companies that have the money will get the money and then compound the interest on these people along with profit on into the future. These are serious questions that need to be addressed in the context of the governance of water, public, and public trust.
Thank you so much. That was Jim Olson, lawyer and public water rights advocate. All right, stick around because when we come back, we will be joined by a guest, an expert on water rights out of India. Stay tuned.
They're not going to talk about it.
So maybe we'll hear something about Belarus in the speech. Arios, our member, says if Putin puts blame on the U.S. for the pipeline war, guys, again, this Nord Stream pipeline explosion that happened last year, I just think it's a very, I don't think that'll be a big topic in Putin's speech. Maybe Putin will refer to it. It's still not clear who was responsible. Some people think Russia was responsible, but, as I mentioned, this person, Seymour Hersh, who does not have a good journalistic reputation these days, came out with a report recently where, based on a single anonymous source, he claimed the U.S. was involved in this. But I just don't think that's going to be an important part of the speech either way. So this is supposed to start in 12 minutes, but I don't know that it is going to start in 12 minutes. Putin very often is late. He is very often late for his speeches. So we'll see if it starts on time. Hey, let's. I want to thank our moderators, by the way. One Way Street is moderating. Danny James is moderating.
Oh, Danny James.
Hey, thanks, by the way, Zenrez, for your support. Yeah, I'll be checking my messages, trying to do a bunch of things at once here, show you some analysis, take some comments, check my messages. So I'll do my best to get as many messages as I can. Thanks also Kay Lowry Body and Margaret Riley moderating over there on Facebook. Thank you, Alicia Rivera, for the Facebook stars. I appreciate that. And Sylvia Thevison for modding and the stars. Thank you, Sylvia. I hope I'm getting other mods as well. Okay, if I miss anyone, let me know. If I miss any mods there, that'd be awesome. Thanks. Also, let's see here. Stephen Viscount. Is it pronounced? I'm probably pronouncing that wrong. Viscount. Viscount. That's a word I never say. Viscount. And I heard somebody pronounce the other day, and it was Viscount. I was like, wow, that's how it's pronounced, huh? So it's Viscount. V-I-S-C-O-U-N-T. Stephen Viscount, if that's how he pronounces it, says he thinks, where is it here? Oh, he says Russia will mobilize full-time students soon. There's some report that came out recently that Ukrainian intelligence, I think, thinks that Russia's going to mobilize full-time students and make them go into the armed forces. I don't know that that's going to happen. I'll show you if I can find the article. Where is it from? I've seen some people talk about it. I don't know what the original source was. That's my concern, is I'd like to know what the original source was. Oh, this is it. This is I got it right here. I think Ukrinform is actually Ukraine state media. Let me double check this so you know where this you know what this source is. Yeah, it's Ukrainian National News Agency, state media. So state media of Ukraine claims Russia is preparing to massively mobilize full-time students according to Ukrainian intelligence. Ukrainian state media says that Ukrainian intelligence has said that Russian officials are bracing for another wave of military call-up, actively looking into opportunities to massively mobilize students or higher educational facilities across the country. Is that true? I don't know. Dori Kazuski says, I have a feeling Putin will go all in on this. He isn't getting any younger. Now, to be clear, in a sense, he has gone all in because I believe most of Russia's armed forces are now in Ukraine fighting this.
What the fuck are you talking about? What? It's not. They're not in Ukraine. What do you mean? God.
Oh, Glosky mentioned this other story that had been floating around lately, and I meant to show you that as well.
Alright, big time over.
Netherlands warns of Russian attempts to sabotage its energy infrastructure. Dutch military intelligence reports on activities indicating espionage and possible other potential disturbance. I don't know that this really is relevant to the speech today, but Financial Times, for one, says Dutch intelligence authorities have warned of Russian attempts to sabotage its North Sea energy infrastructure and told operators to be on their guard.
Agriculture suffer, our people suffer. And then we have the longest coastline, more than 7,000 kilometers. And cyclones, sea level rise, coastal erosion are a third dimension of the impact that comes via climate havoc through water. I have said from the beginning,
Jeffrey,
at the end
the
of the
speech
day,
starts in the top right corner, but normally Putin is late on it. Sorry, I just saw your comment, but yeah, the clock is up here. I don't know if Putin will exactly start in about 6 minutes, 5 minutes, but he will give a speech, and it's gonna be 1 hour long. So the speech would be 1 hour long.
Moment.
And right now, the shell in Kharkiv, Sumy, Kherson is around Kyiv, etc. Just looking for any sources. It says it will begin soon. Don't know how soon it is, but 4 more minutes. We have 5 concurrent viewers. Thank you guys for watching. I'm on RT right now because they're the only station that's gonna start the speech when it starts eventually. So when the speech starts, I'll let you guys know. Let me go take a quick bathroom break. I'll be right back.
Crying in front of the cameras at the injustice. You know, this display of hypocrisy is nothing new. However, in today's modern day society, it should be unacceptable. If we have the ability to put a man on the moon, find cures to diseases, then we are fools if we continue to repeat the same issues which cause such danger to our most vulnerable communities. As more light is being shown, demand action rather than just words from the politicians. And most importantly, demand accountability, results, and accept no excuses. I'm Skynell Hughes, and thank you for watching this edition of 360 View. Until next time.
Hi, I'm Rick Sanchez, and I'm here to plead with you. Whatever you do, do not watch my new show. Seriously, why watch something that's so different? Why listen to opinions that you won't get anywhere else? Look, if it pleases you to have the State Department, the CIA, weapons makers, multi-billion-dollar corporations choose your facts for you, go ahead. Why change? And whatever you do, don't watch my show. Stay mainstream, because I'm probably going to make you uncomfortable. My show is called Direct Impact. But again, you probably don't want to watch it, because it might just change the way you think.
Oh yeah, bad, sorry. Alright. Now we're just waiting for Putin to make a speech.
The headlines of this hour: Russia's President Vladimir Putin is about to give his annual speech to the country's parliament amid the anniversary of the military operation in Ukraine. Yet another series of earthquakes hit southern Turkey, with 6 people reported killed and about 300 others injured, as the death toll from previous massive quakes in the region has surpassed 40,000. Western powers discuss increasing their presence in Africa, asserting that the continent cannot be left to strengthen its ties with China. And a NATO officer sends a letter to former U.S. Marine John Mark Dougan saying he saw a suspicious U.S. naval crew around Russia's Nord Stream pipeline system before it was blown up. We hear from John Mark Dougan himself.
People now are realizing, slowly as information is trickling out, that everything that they've been told by the American government has been a lie.
Yeah, I'm just watching.
Hello and welcome to RT International Broadcasting live from Moscow. It's just past the hour and it's great to have you with us. I'm Murat Hamami. Let's take a look at the top stories this hour.
Fucking Eggman
Russian
over here.
President Vladimir Putin is about to give his annual State of the Nation address to Parliament. The event coincides with the anniversary this week of Russia's military operation in Ukraine. RT's Oksana Boyko sent us this report from the venue in central Moscow, where the speech is about to begin.
One doesn't have to be a political scientist to be able to guess the main topic, the main theme of this year's presidential address, which is, of course, Russia's military operation in Ukraine, both in its most direct, literal sense, the situation on the front lines, which remains quite intense, and also its broader
If you guys
effects
have any
on
comments,
the Russian
please put
economy,
them
on the
in the
Russian
chat,
society,
answer them.
and on the world at large. Now, Vladimir Putin's speeches are known for being both very practical, so we can expect him to give a lot of details, a lot of figures on how the state has been able to deal with this unprecedented challenge in the history of modern Russia. But his speeches are also known for very broad philosophical, or I would even say ontological, spiritual underpinnings, putting this conflict within the larger historical framework. And Vladimir Putin said before on a number of occasions that he sees the current conflict in Ukraine not as a conflict between Moscow and Kiev, and not even as a conflict between Russia and the West, but rather as the conflict between the West and the rest. According to Putin, the gist of the current historical moment is the depletion of the Western creative and developmental potentials, and the effort to stymie, to preempt, to constrain the development of other centers of power and other countries and civilizations that offer their solutions to many of the world's problems. Now, we hear a lot from Western capitals, from Western leaders, that they are absolutely sure that Ukraine is going to prevail. And in fact, it's strongly believed here in Russia that the West is currently placing its bet on a prolonged conflict, hoping that this sort of accumulated Western resources and the distancing of the West from the immediate impact of the conflict, that is, transferring of the human losses to the Ukrainians and to the Russians, will allow it to prevail. it's a bit of a war of attrition on the western part when it comes to Russia, but the Russians believe that this is not going to work, and they believe that in fighting their own battle, in trying to defend their own strategic security interests, they are also doing a great deal of good for the West. They believe, and Putin, in fact, himself said on a number of occasions that humanity as such is made up not only of Western populations and Western countries, but at its core are traditional societies of Africa, Eurasia, Latin America, Asia, and many of those countries that have until now taken a fairly neutral position on the Ukrainian conflict are watching from the sidelines and are also indirectly affected both by the conflict and even more so by the Western sanctions, very harsh and penalizing Western sanctions that affect everybody, demonstrate to many of those populations, to many of those peoples that the West only cares about itself, and that is so-called leadership is ultimately extremely self-serving.
As we said, President Putin's speech is about to start, and
All
we will
right,
bring
guys,
you
it's about to
live
start.
the simultaneous English translation. Right, it's starting right now. Let's go live to Russian President Vladimir Putin. He's
All right,
taking the
guys,
stage now.
here we go. It's about to start. Yeah, she starts like 5 minutes later. Right, here we go. Starting.
Добрый день, прошу вас. Добрый день.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon,
Уважаемые депутаты Федерального собрания,
deputies of the Federal Assembly, senators, State Duma, deputies, citizens of Russia.
сегодняшним посланием
In today's address,
выступаю в сложное, мы все об этом
I'm
хорошо
addressing
знаем,
you in this
рубежное для нашей
difficult,
страны время.
borderline time, as well know,
Период кардинально
in the period
необратимых
of
перемен
drastic
во всем мире.
changes that are happening around the world,
События, которые определяют
significant historic events that are defining the future of our country and of our people, when every one of us carries huge responsibility. A year ago, to protect people living in our historic lands, to ensure security of our country, to eliminate the threat emanating from the neo-Nazi regime in Ukraine that took power after the coup of 2014, we have taken a decision to launch the special military operation. Step by step, carefully and consistently, we are going to resolve the outstanding tasks. Since 2014, Donbass has been fighting for its right to live in their land, to speak their native language. It has fought and it has not given up under the blockade and constant shelling and hatred shown by the Kiev regime. They were waiting and expecting and hoping that Russia will come to its aid.
Между тем, и вы это хорошо знаете.
In the meantime, and you are well aware, we did everything we could, absolutely everything we could, to resolve this problem peacefully. We've been involved in negotiations on finding peaceful resolution to this difficult conflict, but behind our backs, they were preparing a different scenario. The promises by the Western leaders, their words about aspirations for peace in the Donbass. As we have seen now, it was all lies. They were just trying to win time. They were turning a blind eye on the political assassinations, on reprisals of the Kiev regime, on tortures on the believers. They were encouraging more and more the Ukrainian neo-Nazis on terrorist attacks against Donbass. In Western academies and colleges, they were training neo-Nazi battalions personnel. They were supplying weapons. And I would like to emphasize it, even before the special military operation, the Kiev was negotiating with the West about air defense, about combat planes and other heavy equipment and vehicles. And we also remember about attempts by the Kiev regime to acquire nuclear weapons, and they were stating it publicly. The United States and NATO were promptly deploying their troops and army bases, secret biolabs near our borders, They were maneuvering and learning about the future theater of war, and they were preparing enslaved by them Ukraine to the big war, and now they are admitting it publicly, openly. It's as if they are proud of their treacherous behavior, and they were calling Normandy format bluff as performance. And all this time, while Donbass was on fire, while the blood was spilled, while Russia was sincerely, I would like to emphasize this, sincerely was looking for a peaceful resolution, they were playing with the lives of the people. They were cheating in this game of cards, and these disgusting methods was tried out before. They played the same double game before when they destroyed Yugoslavia, Iraq, Libya, Syria. And they will never wash away this shame. The notions of dignity, of honor, is not something they understand. It's not for them. For long years of colonialism, dictate, hegemony, they are used to the notion that they can do anything. They don't care about the world. And in the same manner, like masters, they treat the peoples of their own countries because they have been lying to them as well by the stories they were telling them about how they were looking for peace, how they were sticking to the Security Council resolutions on Donbass. The peoples of the West are now used as a tool of lies. And we firmly stand not only for our own interests, but for our position that is signifying that in the modern world we should not divide the planet into civilization countries, civilized countries and others. There should be no exceptionalism. We were open for constructive dialogue with the West. We were insisting that both Europe and the entire world need indivisible, equal system of security for all the countries. And for many years, we were suggesting to our partners to discuss this idea together and to work on its implementation. But in response, we were receiving only hypocritical reaction. These were words, but there were also actions: expansion of NATO to our borders, establishment of the new anti-rocket defense in Europe and Asia. They decided to cover themselves with this umbrella. They were deploying military contingents not only near the borders of Russia, and I would like to emphasize this, and you are well aware of this. Not a single country in the world has as many military bases abroad like the United States of America. They have hundreds of them. I am emphasizing these hundreds of bases all over the world. Entire planet is peppered with them. Just look at the world map. The world was witnessing how they were withdrawing from arms agreements, like the rocket agreements that we have them. They were unilaterally withdrawing from the agreements that preserved peace on the planet. Why did they do this? It was not by chance. And finally, in December of 2021, we officially sent to the United States and to NATO draft agreements on the security guarantees. But on all the key items of this draft agreement, we received the refusal to discuss that. And then we understood that they agreed to follow the path of aggression, and they did not want to stop. The threat was getting bigger and bigger. The information that we were getting left no doubt that by February of 2022, they were preparing a punitive operation in Donbass. Back in 2014, the Kiev regime was using artillery, tanks and planes against Donbass. We all remember those images when they were bombing Donetsk from the air. They were launching airstrikes against Donetsk and other cities. Back in 2015, again, they attempted to attack Donbass directly. And they continued to blockade, to shell, to launch serious attacks against civilians, and it contradicted absolutely the resolutions adopted by the Security Council of the UN. Absolutely, completely. But everyone pretended like nothing was going on. And I would like to reiterate this. It was them who unleashed this war. And we just used the force, and we are using this to stop the war. Those who planned a new offensive against Donbass, Donetsk, Lugansk, they understood clearly that the next target will be Crimea and Sevastopol, and we understood this, and we knew about this. And now, in Kiev, they are openly talking about these goals, so now they are out in the open. Something that we knew long time ago. We are protecting the lives of the people, our home, and the goal of the West is unbridled power. They have already spent more than $150 billion to supply weapons to the Kiev regime. Just compare, according to the Economic Cooperation and Development Organization, to help the poorest countries in the world, G7 allocated in 2020 and 2021 some $60 billion. Do you see this? They spent 150 for the war in the poorest countries. Allegedly, they are taking care about. They have allocated only 60. And they demand to follow them blindly, those countries who they pay to. And how they can talk about sustainability, about the environmental development. Where has it gone? And they are not stopping this flow of money to support war, and they are spending more money on coup in the other countries all across the world. At the recent conference in Munich, they were blaming Russia in all kinds of things. One gets an impression that they did that only to make everyone forget what the so-called West has been doing in the last decade. But it was them who let this genie out of the bottle. Entire regions were immersed into chaos. By estimates of American experts as a result of those wars, and we are not the ones who came up with these numbers. Americans are presenting these numbers as a result of the wars unleashed by the U.S. after 2001. Some 900,000 people died. More than 38 million became refugees. And they want to erase it from the memory of humankind. They are pretending as if it has not happened. But no one will forget it in the world, with so many casualties and so many tragedies, but they don't care about them because what they have at stake is trillions of dollars and the opportunity to continue to steal from everyone, hiding behind the words about freedom and democracy by imposing totalitarian values that they call liberal, putting labels on entire countries and peoples by publicly insulting their leaders. They are suppressing freedom of thought in their own countries. They try to distract their own people from the corruption scandals. Because we can all see it on the screens, on television, from growing inner, social, international, and other kind of problems. Back in the 1930s, they led the way for Nazis to take power in Germany. And in our time, they started building anti-Russia from Ukraine. It's nothing new. People who know a little bit of history, they are perfectly aware of what's going on. It can be traced back to the 19th century. It was happening in Austria-Hungary, in Poland, and in other countries with the only goal to take away these historic territories that are now called Ukraine from our country. That was their goal. There is nothing new about it. Absolutely nothing. They are just repeating old ways. The West expedited the implementation of this project. They supported the coup in 2014. It was a bloody coup, anti-state coup, anti-constitutional coup, and it's like nothing happened, like it's a normal way of things. They even informed everyone how much money they spent on this. And they used Russophobia, aggressive nationalism, as an ideology. Recently, one of the battalions of Ukraine, it's shameful for us to hear, they started calling one of the battalions Edelweiss, like a Hitlerite division that was involved in executing prisoners of war and killing Jews all across Europe. And the National Guard of Ukraine and Army of Ukraine are using Totkov and other SS divisions who have covered their hands in blood up to their elbows. They use marking of Wehrmacht and Nazi Germany on their equipment. Neo-Nazis, they are not even hiding who they consider themselves, who they descended from. And it's astonishing that no one in the West is noticing this, taking notice of this. Why? Because they do not care. They don't care about who to place a bet on when it comes to fighting Russia, fighting us. The main thing is that they are waging war against us, against Russia, and that means they need to use everyone. Terrorists, neo-Nazis, devil if they have to. The main thing for them is to follow their will and to use their weapons against Russia. This project of anti-Russia is part of the revenge that they are taking against our country. They are creating hotbeds of instability near our borders. Back then, in the 1930s, and already now, their idea has remained the same, to turn to direct aggression against the East, to flame the wars in Europe with someone else's hands by eliminating competition.
Now, we're not at war with the people of Ukraine. This is something I've said many times. The people of Ukraine are no hostages to the Kiev regime and their Western masters, who have effectively occupied the country in a political, military and economic sense. For decades, they've been destroying the Ukrainian industry, exploiting Ukrainian natural resources, and this led to an escalation and to an increased poverty and inequality. And of course, this is something that feeds the feelings that fuel the war. It is truly a sad situation where people are being sacrificed for this war. The responsibility for stoking this war is entirely on the shoulders of the Western elites and the Kiev regime, who views the Ukrainian people not as their own people, but as someone else. And they're not serving their national interests, but Western interests. The West is using Ukraine as a tool, as a testing ground, and as a launch pad against us. One thing should be clear. The more long-range weapons are sent to Ukraine, the longer we will have to push the threat away from our borders. That's natural. The Western elites do not conceal their goal of effecting a strategic defeat on Russia. That is their words. That means that they want to take us off the map. They want to turn the local conflict into a global confrontation. And this is how we understand this. And we will respond adequately. Because this is now about the very existence of our country. But they cannot ignore the fact that Russia cannot be defeated on the battlefield. So they're waging increasingly aggressive information attacks. First of all, targeting the young generations, lying on every step, distorting historical truth, attacking our culture, the Russian Orthodox Church, and other traditional religious institutions in our country. Now look at what they're doing with their own peoples. They're destroying the institution of family, their cultural and historical identity, and various perversions with regard to children up to pedophilia are accepted as the new norm, and priests are forced to recognize and officiate same-sex weddings. People can live however they want, and we in Russia have never intruded into people's private life. And we're not going to do that. But what we want to say is maybe they should take a look in the scripture, into the holy book of any great religion. It says that the family is a union between woman and man. And these holy texts are now being increasingly doubted in the West. The Anglican Church is now considering the idea of a gender-neutral God. What can we say? God forgive them. They don't know what they're doing. Millions of people in the West realize that they're being led towards a spiritual catastrophe. People are going mad, and this does not seem to be treatable. But this is their problems, and it is our duty to protect our children, and it's something that we are going to do, to protect them from degradation. It is obvious that the West will be trying to shatter our unity and support traitors who despise their native land and who want to have a profit on their country's troubles. Those who choose the path of traitorship, who carry out terrorist attacks against our country, who undermine the security and unity and integrity of our country, are being supported by the Kiev regime, but we're not going to engage in witch hunts. We're not going to exact revenge on those who took the wrong step, who made the wrong choice. What's most important is that Russian people give a moral assessment to those actions, and we're very proud that our multinational people and the majority of Russian citizens have adopted a principled position with regard to the special military operation. They understood what we're doing and they supported our actions in Donbass. This was a true show of patriotism, of the feelings that are historically characteristic of our people. It's something that we see in our history, and it's a way that we see that our fate is the fate of our country. They're one and the same. Friends, I would like to thank all of you and the entire people of Russia, to say thank you to the soldiers and officers in the army, in the navy, in all parts and units of the armed forces, to the volunteers of Donetsk and Lugansk, to those who fight as part of the Bars Army Reserve. And I apologize for not being able to list all of the parts of our society. When I prepared the speech, I had a long list of the heroic units, and then I decided to take it out because, as I've said, it's not possible to name every one of them. So I don't want to leave anybody out. So I bow down before the parents and spouses of those who fight in the special military operation, the doctors and nurses, the sanitary instructors and the railway workers and truck drivers who carry supplies for the front line, for the builders who restore civilian facilities and those working several shifts at defense manufacturing facilities, and those who strive to make our country more secure and more prepared. I want to say thank you to the teachers who take care of the younger generation, especially those who work in the difficult and dangerous conditions near the front lines and various cultural figures who come to the front line to cheer up our soldiers, the volunteers and journalists, first of all the military correspondents who risk their lives at the front line to tell the world the truth, the leaders of Russian traditional religions and especially military priests whose sermons inspire our soldiers and officers, civil servants and business people, those who carry out their civil and human duty. Now, a special thank you to those who live in the Donetsk and Lugansk republics, the Zaporozhye and Kherson regions. You decided what future you want to have at the referendums. You made a clear choice despite the terror and the threats from the neo-Nazis. When military action was close to your homes, but your decision to be with Russia was strong, to be with your native land. We have already begun, and we will continue. I want to emphasize that this response from the audience to people living in the Donetsk and Lugansk republics and the Kherson and Zaporozhye regions was unprompted. Thank you. So we will continue to scale up programs for providing social support in these new regions of the Russian Federation. We will restore the industries and bring back jobs, ports, the Sea of Azov, and build modern railroads, as we did in Crimea, which now has a reliable land link with the rest of Russia. Our joint efforts will make this possible. The constituent entities of the Russian Federation are now directly supporting urban and rural localities and the Donetsk and Lugansk republics and the Zaporozhye and Kherson regions like brothers. And so we've become even stronger. And we will do everything we can so that peace settles once again on this land. And we are secure once again. This and our ancestors and the future of our children and grandchildren, restoring historical truth is what our soldiers, our heroes are fighting for today. Friends, I want to pay tribute to those who gave their lives fighting for our country and to the civilians who died at the hands of the neo-Nazi. Thank you. Now, we realize, and I realize, how unbearable it is for the families, the spouses and parents of fallen soldiers, but they made it possible that they grow up heroes, just like during the Second World War, when their ancestors fought against the Nazis. And their spirit and their sacrifice is something that we remember, and it is our duty to support their families and to help their children to get a decent education and a profession. And every such family needs to be in the focus of our state, needs to be cared for, and all its needs need to be met with a prompt response. I suggest that we establish a state foundation that will support families of fallen soldiers and veterans of the special military operation. It will coordinate the provision of social, psychological, and medical aid, and providing resort vacations and help people get jobs and improve their professional skills, get new professions. And an important task for the foundation would be organizing home-based care for everyone who needs it to a high level of quality. So I request the government, all those tasked with social policy and the regions of the Russian Federation to make sure that this happens. The procedure should be open and transparent, and the procedure should be simple, on a one-stop basis, without any red tape. So every family, I want to emphasize this, every family of a fallen soldier, every veteran should have their own personal social worker or coordinator,
который в ходе личного общения в режиме реального времени будет решать возникающие вопросы.
who will solve all the problems in real time. We must make sure that this foundation is operational during this year in all regions. We have frameworks to support veterans and people who took part in local conflicts, and I think that this foundation may take up these issues in the future. We need to discuss that, and I request the government to do that.
But this does not lift responsibility from other state agencies. I expect every region, every department to pay the closest attention to the veterans of former soldiers and officers and their family. In this regard, I would like to thank the heads of the regions, mayor of the cities, who meet with people, who travel to the line of contact, to the front line, and they support their fellow citizens. And here is what I would like to emphasize especially. Now, draftees and volunteers and officers and soldiers of the army are thinking about the supplies for them and about the remuneration for their wounds and injuries that they receive, the health care and the requests that the governors are receiving, and the ombudsman on the rights of human rights. We receive a lot of these requests, and it means that a lot of problems are still not resolved, so we need to take care of every individual case. And obviously, serving in the zone of special military operation is a heavy burden for everyone involved, and they are taking risk for their lives on a daily basis. So I think for all the military servicemen, for all the participants of the special military operation, including volunteers, they should receive holidays at least once a year, no less than 14 days, and the travel arrangements as well, so that every soldier could visit their families, be around their loved ones. Colleagues, as you know, we have approved by the presidential decree the plan to develop the armed forces for up until 2025, and the work on its implementation is in progress. We are introducing necessary adjustments, and our next steps to strengthen our army and fleet, to develop the armed forces now and in the future. It should be underpinned by the military experience we are gaining during the special military operation. It is of utmost importance to us, and it very important to us. And the nuclear forces of Russia is more than 91% of its state-of-the-art systems. And now we'd like to reiterate, considering the experience that we are getting, we should receive the same high-quality level across all the components of our armed forces. Officers and sergeants who prove themselves as decisive commanders who think in the modern way, and there are many of them, they should be promoted to higher ranks, they should be sent to the military colleges and academies, and they should serve as the catered reserve for the armed forces. And obviously, they should also receive all kinds of positions in the bodies of power at all levels. I would like to draw your attention to this, because people, they need to understand that their motherland appreciates their effort, their contribution to protect their homeland. We will introduce state-of-the-art technology that will help us to improve the quality and potential of our army and fleet. And we have such innovations in every direction, in every area. A lot of them are vastly better than similar equipment from abroad. And now we need to start to mass produce them. And we are doing this. We are keeping up the momentum. And we are using our own industrial base, scientific base, and we're using small-sized, medium-sized enterprises to do this, and industries. We have experienced specialists and more younger people involved in this who are talented, well-qualified, and they want to achieve breakthroughs, and they stay true to the tradition of Russian armors, and they want to do everything so that we could achieve victory. And we will strengthen the guarantees for the workers. It goes for salaries and allowances and social security. I suggest to start special program on the subsidized rent housing for the defense industries. And the rate should be lower than across the market, because the larger share of the rent will be paid by the state for such employees. We talked about this with the government, so I instruct to work on all the details of this program and not to delay the construction of such housing as soon as possible. First of all, in the cities that are important for our defense efforts and for our research efforts. Dear colleagues, like I said, the West has unleashed not only military information, but also economic war. But never it did not achieve anything anywhere, and it will not succeed in its attempts anywhere. Furthermore, those who are imposing those sanctions, they are punishing themselves. They provoke the price growth, job losses, shutdown of enterprises, energy crisis in their countries, and they are telling their citizens, and we hear that, they are saying that Russians are to blame for all of this. What tools they were using against us in this sanction aggression, they were trying to disrupt the ties with the Russian companies, to switch off the financial system from the communication channels, to destroy our economy, to stop us from accessing the import markets, to stop us from receiving income. They were robbing us of our currency reserves. They were attempting to destroy ruble and to provoke destructive inflation. But again, those anti-Russian sanctions are just means, and the goal, as the Western leaders are saying themselves, and I'm quoting them, to make them suffer, to make our people suffer. So here are these humanists. They want to make people suffer, to destabilize our society from the inside. But all this was in vain. Russian economy and this system of governance were much more durable than the West believed. Thanks to our joint effort of our government, of the parliament, of the Bank of Russia, the regions, and the business circles of employees. We managed to achieve sustainability of our economic situation. We have protected our citizens. We have preserved jobs. There are no shortages on the market, including the most important items. We have supported financial system and the entrepreneurs who are investing in their businesses. And they are investing in the development of the country. Last year, we have started a package of measures to support business and economy for a total sum of some 1 trillion rubles. And we have not printed anything to achieve this. Everything is based on a durable market basis, market foundation. For 2022, the GDP has decreased. So I heard that I should say this. I think yesterday it was published. In due time, everything is according to plan. But they said that we were going to decrease by 25%. Recently, they were giving a number of 2.9, 2.5, but the gross domestic product of 2022 decreased by 2.1%. This is the latest data. In last February, March, they were saying that the economy will crush Russian businesses. They changed the logistic ties. They have strengthened ties with reliable partners, and there is a majority of such partners across the world, and the share of Russian rubles in our international settlements, if we compare it with December 2021, has doubled, and now it's 1/3 of all the settlements, and together with the currencies of friendly states, it is more than half of all the settlements, and we will continue to work with our partners on creating sustainable and safe system of international settlements that would be independent from dollar and other Western reserve currencies. Because with these policies by the Western elites and Western leaders, it will lose its universal role. With their own hands, they are doing this. Not us. We're decreasing the settlements in dollars and other so-called universal currencies. They are doing this with their own hands. You know, there is this saying, cannons instead of butter. Of course, the defense of the country is the priority, but when we are trying to resolve these issues, we should not repeat our own previous mistakes. We should not destroy our own economy. We have everything we need to preserve our security and to continue to develop our country, and we will continue to follow this logic. And many basic civilian areas of Russian economy has not increased their output. Housing, for the first time in the modern history of our country, the construction of housing exceeded more than 100 million square meters. As for our farming last year, it doubled its growth. Thank you very much. I would like to bow down to our farmers. Russian farmers has a record harvest, more than 150 tons of grain, more than 100,000 tons of wheat. Till the end of the 30th June of 2023, we will be able to reach a total export volume of grain to 55 or even 60 million tons. 10, 15 years, it seemed impossible. It seemed like something that is impossible to achieve. Maybe you remember, and some of you probably might, not that long ago. We have Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Agriculture. We had 60 million in total, and now 55 or 60 we are going to export. That would be our export potential. I am convinced that we have every opportunity to achieve the same breakthroughs in other areas. There were no decreases in the job market, and we have decreased unemployment. Even against all the difficulties, our employment market has become more comfortable, has become better than it was before. Before the pandemic, we had 4.7% the unemployment rate. And now it's 3.7, I think. Is it? 3.7. That's the record low number. The economy of Russia has overcome the risks it has. Yes, a lot of them. A lot of those risks were impossible to calculate in advance. We had to react on the fly whenever we faced it, both at the state level and at the businesses level. We were trying to make prompt decisions. And I would like to mention the private initiatives of the medium-sized and small-sized businesses. We should not forget about this. We have evaded too much red tape and regulating the economy to make it more dependent on the state. What's also important, the decrease in the economy was only in the second quarter, and in the third and in the fourth quarter, we have seen the growth. We have reached the new cycle of the economic growth. Per estimates of the experts, of the pundits, its structure is now changing, reaching a new quality level. We are looking at the new global markets, including our own inner market, the scientific and technology employees, not only selling our resources abroad, but achieving additional value. It allows us to tap into the great potential that Russia has in all the areas. Already this year, we can forecast the growth of the inner demand. I'm sure that our companies will use this opportunity to increase the output, the production of the most in-demand commodities, to fill in the niches that were elaborated after the Western companies have withdrawn. Now we can see the full picture. We understand that the structural problems that we need to resolve in logistics, in technology, in finance, in personnel, we kept talking about the need to change the structure of our economy over the last years. And now these changes, it's something that we must do. And it changes the situation for the better in this particular case. We understand what needs to be done for the development of Russia, sovereign development of Russia, despite any pressure from the outside and any threats from the outside, with the safe guarantees of security and interests of the country. And I would like to draw your attention, I would like to emphasize this: the gist of our work is not to adjust to the current conditions. Strategic goal is to bring our economy to the new level, new horizons. Everything is changing now, and everything is changing fast. This time is not only time of challenges, but it is also a time of opportunities. It is true today. And our future depends on how we will implement it. We should get rid of all the differences, all kind of personal problems that we might have in our state bodies. Everything should be aimed at achieving a goal. Successful launch of Russian companies' small family enterprises will be a victory to us. New state-of-the-art factories and new roads will be a victory to us. New schools, new kindergartens will be victory for us. New scientific breakthroughs, new innovations and inventions will be a victory. It's something that everyone can contribute to achieve our own common goal.
Now, what areas do we need to focus on? In terms of the cooperation between the state and the businesses, we need to expand promising economic ties and build new logistics corridors. The decision has already been made to extend the Moscow-Kazan highway to Yekaterinburg, Chelyabinsk-Tyumen, and then to Irkutsk and to Vladivostok, connecting with Kazakhstan and China, which will expand our ties with Asian countries. We will develop the ports, the Black Sea and the Sea of Azov, and this is already the focus of some parts of our governments, and we will strengthen the North-South corridor this year. We will expand our channels for new types of vessels connecting to Iran, Pakistan, and we will continue to develop our ties and develop the corridors. The eastern direction of our railways, the Trans-Siberian Railway and the Baikal-Amur main line, as well as the Northern Sea Route. This will be beneficial not only for the cargo flows, but also for the development of Siberia and other regions. Infrastructure will be developed, including communications and transport. In 2024, at least 85% of roads in urban localities and also municipal roads will be brought up to the national standard, and I'm confident that we will achieve this target. Gasification, free of charge for households, will now be expanded to social facilities such as kindergartens and healthcare facilities. And this will be a program that will be constantly available for people. You will always be able to apply to have a gas connection, to have your house connected to the grid. A larger program of construction and repairs for housing and utilities infrastructure will be carried out. 4.5 trillion rubles will be invested in that over a period of 10 years. It's important for this program to start with a strong momentum. So I ask the government to provide the necessary financing right away. We need to strengthen our industry, so we have the industrial mortgage instrument. Subsidized loans will be available for buying sites to construct manufacturing facilities and also to modernize existing facilities. And this will be a great contribution. These loans will be up to 500 million rubles, and the rates will be 3 to 5%, and they will be provided for a term up to 7 years. I think that is truly a great start. Starting this year, we'll be reducing fiscal and administrative burdens for resident companies and industrial clusters, and they will receive subsidies from the state and long-term state procurement contracts. By 2030, we will ensure 10 trillions worth of projects to be implemented, and we expect that about 2 trillion will be invested in the nearest period. And those are the targets that we have, and I request the government to accelerate the launch of these projects and to provide systemic support measures, including tax benefits, to the companies that need it. I know that our financial ministry and agencies love various benefits and various rules, and I know that they like to invent new rules, but I think this is the case where these new rules might be beneficial. Starting this year, Russian companies will be able to reduce their income tax if they buy modern Russian IT solutions and artificial intelligence products, and this will be considered with a multiplier of 1.5 relative to the actual costs. And I think the tax benefits will be expanded so that people who buy Russian high-tech products can benefit from additional tax reduction mechanisms and use simplified procedures. Next. Yes, that is truly a great great solution that will help our economy. An important issue on our economic agenda is finding new sources of investment, and we've talked about that. Russia has a strong payment balance. It does not need to lend any money from other countries, and so we don't have to worry about how to repay our debt. Russian banks are stable and sustainable. They have a good reserve. Last year, loans to corporate entities actually grew. There were many concerns about potential troubles, but we have seen a growth. And it grew by 14%, which is more than in 2021, when there was no military operation. In 2021, it grew by 11.7%, and now we see a growth of 14%. The total sum of mortgages grew by 24.4%, and the bank sector as a whole ended the year with a profit. Of course, it was not so much as it was before, but it was 203 billion rubles, which is another indicator of the sustainability of our system. In the second quarter of 2023, inflation will reach the target of 4%, or at least come close to that. In some countries, we're seeing 17 or 18 or even 20%, and we have 4, well, maybe 5. The central bank and the finance ministry have differing assessments, but we're still getting close to the target. Considering this and the positive dynamics of other macroeconomic indicators, we are shaping our strategy with regard to long-term credit rates, and I think that loans must be more accessible across the country. The long-term savings of people need to be more sustainable, and I request the government to accelerate the introduction of draft laws, to launch a state program in April this year to create better conditions for people to invest and to earn money domestically, and we must secure the people's savings and retirement funds. So we need to ensure effective insurance for people's deposits. I think we have a good program to ensure people's investments, and I think we should have even better conditions for pension funds. We must also protect people's use of longer-term investment tools, and including ensuring against bankruptcy, and additional support is needed to bring in more capital to growing businesses. They must have access to domestic stock exchanges on better terms, and terms should be better both for companies and for buyers of shares. And the freedom of entrepreneurship is a very important aspect. All the attempts to contain Russia and to limit Russia showed that Russia is able to adapt and grow in difficult conditions. So every initiative that aims to help the country must be supported. And I think it is a good step to revise some criminal law provisions concerning the economic crimes. The state is reviewing the situation in this area, and we should not ignore the crimes that happen, but we should not have an excessively punitive approach. And we will have consistent and good work in this regard, and I request the government to work with the parliament and to suggest additional measures to accelerate the de-offshorization of the economy. Businesses and key sectors of the economy must operate in the Russian jurisdiction. This should be the basic principle. And in this regard, colleagues, I will just add a little philosophical part. So what I wanted to say is we remember the problems and imbalances that the late Soviet economy faced. So after the dissolution of the Soviet Union and its planned economy and the chaos of the 90s, the country started to create a new economy based on market relations and private property. And it took its lessons from Western countries. There were many countries who wanted to advise, and we thought that it was sufficient to just copy their models, though I remember that the Europeans and the Americans had some disputes on how the Russian economy should develop. But what did we get? The Russian national economy became West-oriented to a large extent, and it was mostly viewed as a source of raw commodities, and the reason for that is clear. The Russian business, which was mostly oriented towards getting a quick profit, like businesses are wont to do, and the best source of a quick profit was found in selling natural resources, such as oil and other resources. So they didn't think about long-term investment. So the more value-added sectors of the economy only developed weakly, and we needed to break this trend and to reverse it. We had to restructure the system of governance to support investment, and we do have substantial results. But we need to remember the situation where our big businesses developed and evolved. Western companies had access to capital, and the best markets were in the West, and so capital started flowing to the West. And so, instead of modernizing production facilities, instead of creating new jobs here in Russia, companies spent their money to buy elite housing abroad, and business people tried to invest in luxury purchases, and they tried to be rich and to show it off. And of course, having connected themselves to the West so much, they sent their children abroad to study, and it became very hard to disassociate from the West, because we lived in a Western paradigm economically. The West started to be seen as a safe haven and a place where you could always land. It turned out to be an illusion, and those who planned their future in the West and wanted to go there after they get enough money were ultimately scammed out of their money. I remember that I said, speaking to representatives of the Russian businesses, that they would face a lot of trouble trying to get their riches back in various offices in the West, and that's how it turned out. And now I will add one simple thought. None of the ordinary citizens of Russia had any pity for those who lost their money in Western banks.
Не пожалел тех, кто лишился яхт, дворцов за рубежом и так далее.
They do not feel bad for those who lost their mansions and yachts, and in the kitchens, people are speaking about the privatization that happened in the 1990s when the enterprises that were built by the entire countries were sold cheap, and the luxury of the so-called nouveau riches from Russia. What's also important, all those years after the collapse of the Soviet Union, the West attempted to put post-Soviet states on fire and to finish off Russia as the biggest part of our historic state. They were encouraging, they were pitting international terrorists against us, they were provoking regional conflicts along our borders, they were ignoring our interests, and they were using economy tools to suppress us, to contain us, and larger Russian enterprises. Why? I'm saying this. Larger Russian businesses are responsible for strategic enterprises, for thousands-strong collectives. They define the situation in the region. So the situation when the owners, when the administrators of such businesses are dependent on the states who pursue unfriendly policies towards Russia is a big threat to us, to our security, to the security of our country. And such state of affairs we cannot tolerate. Yes, everyone has a choice. Someone wants to live out their days in a rented mansion with frozen accounts. They will try to look a place in an attractive Western capital or resort or in some other warm place abroad. It is the right of any person. We are not trying to rid them of this right, but it's high time we understood that for the West, such people have always been a second-rate aliens, and they can do anything they want. Money, ties, and the titles of nobility that they bought, they will not help them, and they have to understand that they are second-rate citizens there. But there is also another choice. To be with your country, with your motherland, to work for your fellow citizens, not only to launch new enterprises, but to change around yourself for the better. In cities, in towns, in smaller settlements, and such entrepreneurs, such fighters from the business circles, we have plenty of them. And the future of Russian business is with them. Everyone has to understand the source of well-being, of welfare should be here, in their home country, in Russia. And then we will create durable, independent, self-sufficient economy that will not shut itself from the world, but will use its competitive advantages. Capitals, money that were earned here must be used to develop the country. We have so much potential in developing infrastructure, inner tourism, and other areas in fields of the economy. I would like to be heard by those who faced this aggression from the West. Trying to run around and beg, to humiliate yourself to return your money will not help. It's useless, especially now when you understand who you are dealing with. You should not hang on to the past. You should not try to sue them, to beg them to return something. You should change your life, your ways. And you are strong people. I'm talking to our businessmen. I know a lot of them personally for many years. They are strong people who have vast experience. You should start new projects. You should make more money, invest this money in Russia, invest in new jobs, in schools, in universities, in science and healthcare, in culture and sports. Only this way you will both multiply your capitals and you will yield the gratitude of people generations to come. And the state and society will support you in this effort. Let's consider that it's an encouragement to our businesses about how they should build their work. Russia is an open country, but it is a independent civilization. We are not trying to consider ourselves exceptional or superior, but this civilization is ours. That's the main thing. We inherited it from our ancestors, and we should preserve it for our descendants, and we should pass it on. We will develop cooperation with our friends, with everyone who is willing to work together. We will learn from the best, but first of all, we will count on our own potential, on the creative power and potential of the Russian society, on our values. And I would like to speak about the character of our people, who was always generous and cordial, and Russia as a country reflects these traits. We know how to be friends, how to be true to our word. We will not let anyone down, and we will always support in the difficult times. We will always come to the rescue to those who are in dire straits. Everyone remembers how during the pandemic we were the first ones to support some of the European nations, including Italy and other countries, during the most difficult weeks of the pandemic, of the COVID outbreak. And we come to the aid when there is an earthquake, like it happened in Syria and in Turkey. The people of Russia is the foundation of the sovereignty of Russia. It's the source of power. The freedoms and rights of our citizens are guaranteed by the Constitution. Despite all the external challenges and threats, we will not walk away from them. And in this regard, I would like to emphasize that the elections, both to the regional and local administration and presidential election of 2024, will be held in accordance with the law, in accordance with all the democratic and constitutional procedures. Elections, as always, is about approach and resolving social and economic tasks. The political forces are consolidated about the main thing, and the main thing is the safety and welfare of our people, well-being of our people, sovereignty and national interests. I would like to thank you for such a responsible, firm position, and I would like to remind you about the words of a patriot and a statesman, Pyotr Stolypin. He said that during his speech in State Duma more than 100 years ago, but they still ring true. He said, when it comes to protection of Russia, we all must join our efforts, concert our efforts and our responsibilities and our rights to support one highest right, the right of Russia to be strong. Among the volunteers that are now at the front lines, there are State Duma deputies and from the regional parliaments, representatives from the power of various level of municipalities, from the cities and districts and rural villages. All the parliamentary parties and movements are contributing to the humanitarian relief for the front line. Once again, thank you for such a patriotic position. A huge role to strengthen the civil society in resolving day-to-day issues is the local administration, the closest administration to the people. It depends on them how big is the trust to the state and social well-being of the people. And how confident they are about the future of the country. I would like to instruct the administration of the president and the government to come up with suggestions on how we can create tools to support best administration teams and practices in smaller or medium-level municipalities. The development of the society means responsibility for yourself and for your close ones, for your country. These traits should be trained from childhood in the families, and strengthening of our values of the national identity. We should do it via strengthening our culture, our education, and our various body and agencies of the state will support all these efforts. Traditional and contemporary art, realism and avant-garde, classic and innovations. It's not about genres, it's not about directions. Art should serve beauty, harmony. Sometimes it should set controversial questions about life, but the main thing, it should not destroy the society, but to bring out the best qualities in a man. Development of culture will be one of the priorities when the peaceful life will be restored in Donbass. We should restore hundreds of institutions of culture, including museums, buildings of the museums, something that will allow people to feel the connection between the past and the present, to tie it with the future, belonging to the one cultural, historic, educational space of the great Russia that is many centuries old. Teachers, scientists, specialists should help us to improve the quality of our higher education in liberal arts, in history and geography and literature, so that our younger people could learn as much as possible about the great past of our country, about its culture and traditions. We have very talented younger generation that is eager to work for the future of our country in culture, in science, in sports and business, and in administration. It is for such people new horizons of professional growth is given by the such programs as Leaders of Russia and Leaders of Renovation that is now being held in the regions. Some of the participants of these programs have volunteered to join the army. A lot of them are working at the liberated territory. They help to restore the civilian peaceful life, and they act professionally and they act as true heroes. Because this school of combat cannot be replaced and substituted with anything. These people are ready to risk their lives for their homeland, wherever they work, wherever they go. And I would like to emphasize, it is those who were born in Donbass and Novorossiya will be the main pillar, should become the main pillar in developing these regions, in restoring these regions. I would like to address them, and I would like to tell them that Russia is counting on you. Considering large-scale tasks that our country is facing, we should adjust our approaches to the training, to hiring policy. We have talked about the need to clearly define the priorities, to focus our resources on achieving concrete and principled scientific results, first of all in those areas where we have good foundation and that are of critical importance for the life in the country, including transport, energy, the community system, healthcare. The new technologies almost always underpinned by fundamental researches. And in this area, like in culture, and like to emphasize this, we should give scientists and researchers more freedom to be creative, because you cannot make everyone think about the results of tomorrow. Science works according to its own laws, and resolving ambitious goals is the strong impetus for the younger people to join the science, the ability to prove yourself as a leader, as the best one in the world. And our research teams, they have a lot to be proud of. Last December, I met young researchers, and one of the questions that they were raising is housing. Well, maybe it's a trivial thing, but it is an important thing nevertheless. We have housing certificates for young scientists last year. Additionally, we have allocated 1 billion rubles for these goals. I instruct the government to find the reserves to expand this program. Over the last year, the prestige and authority of the professional education, vocational education has grown. There is a lot of interest towards this kind of education. Since the unemployment is historically low now, 3.7%, it means that people have jobs. So we need new personnel, we need new people. I think that we should drastically expand the project of the vocational education and to create clusters, create new educational bases, and for the enterprises to work together with the colleges coming from the needs of the economy. And it is very important to have instructors and teachers who have experience from practice, from enterprises. The goal is for the next 5 years to train some 1 million professionals for electronics, for pharmaceuticals, for agriculture, and for defense industry, for construction, for transport, for nuclear and other areas that are of key importance for safety, security, and to preserve competition level in Russia.
And finally, the very important issue of our universities. Some amendments need to be done to the system, considering the new requirements from all sectors of the economy and other parts of our life. We need to combine the successes of the Soviet system and the experience of the recent decades. And here I'd like to suggest the following. First, we need to return to the basic training of people with higher education that has been traditional for our country. Based on 4 to 6 years of study, and one university could provide different programs for one and the same type of education depending on the requirements of the sector. And if a person has received education on a narrow field, they may continue their education on a master's program. And we also must have graduate programs for those who want to engage in teaching or research. And jointly with the Parliament, we'll need to elaborate amendments to the education and employment law. We'll have to think this through really good, because our young people need to have new opportunities for education and for employment and professional development. So I repeat, they need to have opportunities and not problems. And I would like to emphasize that those students who are in university today will continue with the programs that they currently have. And the education certificate and the diplomas of those people who have already received education should not lose and should not lose out in the situation. So this needs to be monitored closely. in order to make this happen. This year is a year of the teacher, and teachers are very important. They are building the future of our country, so we need to raise the prestige and the awareness of the role of the teacher in our country, so that parents teach their children that they need to feel grateful and that teachers respect parents and the role of the family. Let's always remember that. I think that support for childhood and the family deserves special mention. Our budget for such support measures has grown several times over. It's one of the fastest growing sections of the national budget. And I would like to thank the Parliament and the government for their consolidated approach to our national priorities. Starting February 1st, the maternity capital will be indexed to reflect the actual inflation for last year, that is 11.9%, and this now also covers people living in the new regions of the Russian Federation. And maternity capital should be provided to people in the Donetsk and Lugansk republics and the Zaporozhye and Kherson regions, to families who have had children since 2007. This is my proposal. So, the period of eligibility should be the same as in Russia, is what I'm trying to say. I want to remind you that we made the same decision for people living in Crimea and Sevastopol. Programs to improve the well-being of Russian families will be expanded. All the levels of government will be instructed to ensure the growth of real incomes. And an important indicator here is not the minimum pay, but we increased it 2 times last year to a total of 20%, and we will continue to increase the minimum level of pay, reflecting inflation, and we have already reflected inflation to the level of 6.3% since the start of this year, and I suggest that we carry out an additional indexation of 10%. This means that the minimum pay will grow by 18.5% to be 19,242 rubles. Now, as regards the tax system and adjusting it to benefit the Russian families, starting this year, families with 2 children or more will not have to pay real estate taxes if they want to buy a new apartment or house. We need to make wider use of such instruments. There has been a significant demand for those. Our families can use them to raise their quality of life, and I suggest that we increase the budget to support families with children, to support their education, and I think that 13% of the growth in the increased payments, 13% of families' expenditures in a number of purposes will be compensated to a level of 13% at least. And we need to be proactive, providing support on a remote basis and promptly, so that it does not become a burden to the families. The demographic situation directly depends on the situation in the social sphere. I know that many Russian regions are willing to accelerate the modernization of social infrastructure and to help people relocate to new houses where their current housing is unfit. And the national projects that have been provided for 2024 and the budgets of those projects will be available starting this year. The Treasury loans provided will be automatically paid into 2024. And we will monitor this closely, and I suggest that the State Council's Commission on Economics and Finance keeps this in their focus. We need to make sure that the facilities being built today are built to a high level of quality, and the financial resources provided are used efficiently. This includes the modernization of primary healthcare. We launched a program to this effect in 2021, and I asked the heads of regions not to forget about this. We need to provide actual, tangible results. We need to make a difference in the quality of healthcare. And I also instruct the government to adjust the laws necessary to renew the fleets of medical vehicles and provide additional equipment, so that checkups can be conducted in remote regions. Schools and other facilities will receive additional repairs and refitting, and most of them will be located in rural areas. This year, a similar work will be carried out in the Donetsk and Lugansk People's Republics and the Kherson and Zaporozhye regions. It's a very significant work, and it's something that we see very well. Starting in 2025, funds to repair schools, kindergartens and colleges will be provided on a systemic basis, so that the situation where buildings are unfit for use do not happen anymore. Now we have the target from 2019 to 2024 to build over 1,300 schools, and 850 of those have already been commissioned. And we expect another 400 to be commissioned in the coming year, and I hope that this will be followed. And starting in 2029 and all the way to 2024, at least 490 billion rubles were allocated to these purposes, and this amount will not be reduced. We have increased the amount of infrastructure budget credits, and those infrastructure budgetary loans will be provided to an additional sum to develop transport and communications infrastructure in the regions. I suggest that the government adds another 50 billion rubles in order to renew the public transport fleet in the regions, considering the current level of technology, and special attention needs to be paid to smaller towns and rural localities. We have already decided to extend the Clean Air project to 2030 in order to improve the environmental situation in industrial cities. So, speaking to the heads of larger industries, I would like to say that the task of improving our environment has not gone anywhere. And we have been reforming our waste recycling industry, aiming to achieve a closed-cycle economy, and we are also working with the legacy facilities and waste collection sites, the dumps that have already been accumulated, and they should be taken care of after the current program is finished. And the programs to protect our water bodies, such as the Lake Baikal, also continue. the rivers of Kama, Irtysh, Terek, Volkhov-Neba, and others will also be taken care of. Our smaller rivers and lakes will also be monitored, and the situation there will be improved. And all levels of government need to be aware of that. We recently discussed the laws on specially protected natural areas with our colleagues. The law should give a clear definition of what can and what cannot be built as part of developing the tourist industry. So I request the State Duma to accelerate the deliberations on this law. Now, a few words about what's happening around us. Colleagues, there is one more thing I want to speak about. This year we've heard statements by the North Atlantic Alliance demanding Russia to go back, as they say, to observing the Treaty on Strategic Arms, including allowing it to carry out inspections on our nuclear sites. Well, that really sounds absurd. We are aware that the West is directly complicit in Kiev's attempts to make strikes against our strategic aviation. The drones used for that purpose were refitted with the help of NATO specialists, and now they want to carry out inspections on our defense facilities. Today, with the current confrontation, it really sounds like something out of a madhouse. So, carrying out actual inspections within this treaty is something that we have not been allowed to do. Our requests to organize inspections of facilities have been rejected on formal grounds, and we haven't been able to inspect anything on their side. So, I would like to emphasize that the United States and NATO directly say that their goal is to enact a strategic defeat on Russia. And so, are they going to just travel around our country, visiting our defense facilities after that? Recently, we signed a decree to put on combat duty new strategic complexes, new land-based complexes. Are they going to inspect those as well? Or do they expect to be let to carry out their inspections there?
After making their collective statement, NATO basically attempting to become a part of the agreement about strategic offensive weapons, and we agree with that. We are guests. More than that, we think that it's high time we raise this question, because in NATO there is not one nuclear power. The United States, the UK and France, they also have nuclear weapons, and they are improving them, they are developing them. And they are aimed against us too, because they are aimed against Russia. And the latest statements by their leaders only confirms this. Just listen to them. And we cannot not take it into consideration, especially today. Like the first agreement about strategic offensive weapons was initially signed by the Soviet Union and the United States in a different situation, when we were strengthening mutual trust and escalating the situation. In the future, our relations reached such a level where Russia and the United States claimed they don't consider each other a foe, an enemy. Great, that was good. And the current agreement from 2010 contains important aspects about the indivisibility of security, about the direct connection between strategic offensive and defensive weapons. All of this is long forgotten. The United States withdrew from the agreement. Let's now think of the past. Our relations, which is important, have degraded, have decreased, and it's something of the United States doing. It is them, after the collapse of the Soviet Union, started reconsidering the outcomes of the World War II, building the world American way, where there is only one master, one Lord. And they started flagrantly destroying all the foundations of the world order to cancel out the legacy of Yalta and Potsdam. Step by step, they started changing the world order, dismantling the system of security and arms control. They have planned and implemented a number of wars across the world with the only goal in mind to destroy the international relations architecture that was created after World War II. It's not just a matter of speaking, that's how it's happening in practice. After the collapse of the Soviet Union, they want to become a dominating force forever, without taking into consideration the interests of the modern Russia and the interests of other countries for that matter as well. Yes, the situation after 1945 has changed. There are new, quickly growing centers of development and of influence. It is only natural, it's an objective process that cannot be ignored. But what is impossible is that the United States started changing the world order just only to suit themselves, only in their own selfish interests. And now, via NATO representatives, they are sending signals. Basically, they are sending ultimatums that you, Russia, should adhere to everything we have agreed upon, including the START treaty without any misgivings. And we will do whatever we want. There is no link between the issue of the treaty and the conflict in Ukraine or other hostile activities of the West against our country. And there are statements that they want to achieve the strategic defeat of us. So either they are very cynical or they are very stupid, but they are not fools, after all. They want to defeat us, and they want to inspect our military sites. And in this regard, I have to say that Russia is stopping its participation in the treaty about strategic offensive weapons. I will reiterate once again, we do not withdraw from the treaty, but we are putting it on hold. But before we go back to discussing this matter, we need to understand first, what do such countries from North Atlantic Alliance as France and the United Kingdom want, and how can we consider their strategic arsenal, which is offensive part of the offensive potential of the alliance. With their statement, they say that they want to be a part of the process. Thank God, we do not mind it. But don't try to lie to everyone again, to show that you want peace, that you want detente. We know that some of the nuclear weapons are almost out of their term, and we are perfectly aware that some of the officials there, they think about testing their nuclear weapons, considering that the United States, they are developing new types of the nuclear armaments. We have such information, and in this situation, the Defense Ministry and Rosatom should also prepare to test Russian nuclear weapons. Of course, we are not going to be the first ones to do this, but if the United States will hold their tests, we will follow the suit. No one should have these dangerous solutions that global nuclear parity can be destroyed. colleagues, citizens of Russia, today we together are going through difficult path, and we are overcoming all the difficulties together as well. It cannot be any other way, because we were raised with examples of our great ancestors, and we should be worthy of their examples. We move forward because we are true to our motherland and to our unity. And it was shown in the very first days of the special military operations. Hundreds of volunteers, representatives of all the ethnic groups of Russia, came to the recruitment offices. They stand shoulder to shoulder with the defenders of Donbass to fight for their homeland, for the truth, for the justice. And now, shoulder to shoulder, warriors from all the regions of our multi-ethnic country fighting. They pray in different languages, but all of them pray for victory, for their comrade in arms, and for their motherland. Their heavy exploits is heeded by the entire Russia. People support our warriors. They don't want to. They cannot watch by idly from the sidelines. The front line is going through the hearts of millions of our peoples. They are sending medical supplies, communication means, transport, warm clothes, and so on and so forth to the front line. Everything that helps to save our lads. I know how letters from the children, from the school children, are warming the hearts of our warriors, because it is the most valuable thing to them. They take it with them to combat, because sincerity of children's wishes is something that is touching them to tears. The warriors understand what for they are fighting, who they defend. It is important for the warriors and their families and for civilians in the care that the volunteers is giving them. They are also acting courageously under the shelling. They are evacuating children and elderly. They are supplying the conflict zone with water and clothes. They are creating refugee centers. They help in the hospitals and along the line of contact. They are risking their lives to save other people. The United Front has gathered more than 5 billion rubles. So many donations are continue to flow. It is important for everyone to continue to contribute, both larger enterprises and businessmen. But what is especially touching and inspiring the situation when people with modest income are sending part of their pensions, of their salaries to donate. Such a unity to help our warriors and civilians in the combat zone, to refugees, is very important. Thank you very much for this sincere support, for this unity, for helping each other, because something that is of huge significance, something that cannot be overestimated. Russia will stand up to any challenges, because we are one country, we are one big and united people. We are confident about ourselves, we are confident about our strength. The truth is with us. Thank you.
Oh boy, that was a lot. Nothing I expected. It was literally nothing I expected.
A report published by the Dutch Military Defense Intelligence Unit, MIV.
Yeah, I'm gonna go.
Cannot overestimate the support.
It's not me.
Russia will respond to any challenges because we are all a single country. We are one big united people.
Yeah, I'm gonna go. Thanks guys for watching. Like, comment and subscribe, and I see